Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is a too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And the turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama-Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back to wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's #2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved 1st place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Cycle 1 of the TGM26 online series. This week, we've got the top 8 teams from the Americas running it down to fight for their share of today's $4,000 prize pool and the series points that will count towards TGM26 at DreamHack Stockholm. But more on that later. It's not just me up here, I've got 2 of the most knowledgeable folks at the finals, Jerry and Sotsoyo.
Hello there. Thank you for bringing us in like that, Ardy. I was busy tapping my head. Hello. It's good to be back. This is the TGM gang, right? I feel like it was only, several months ago that we were up on stage in Stockholm. It's great to be back here with you too, Sonsoya.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to be back here. I think you were trying to stimulate some hair growth there, Jerry, but I mean, I'm super excited for today's bracket, Ardy.
Absolutely. I think, Sotsoyo, you and I've got the hair department more than covered, so I'm happy to have Jerry reflecting some of his, insight on us later today. But, guys, it is so nice to be back, and for a lot of these teams, it has been a tough road to get here to this weekend. I mean, this isn't even the end-all, be-all. This is just where it's all starting. Let's talk about this series. If you are just watching at home, just tuning in for the first time, you want to know how we got here, this is the overall format. And so if you're unfamiliar with TGM26 online series, this is where we embark on the road to TGM26. This is the first of 4 total cycles, and in each cycle, teams will be vying to earn points that will go towards the online series leaderboard. Do well enough across all 4 cycles, and you can punch your ticket directly to the major. 2nd through 5th go straight to the closed qualifiers, and 6th through 9th get a kickstart in the open qualifiers. And if you didn't make the cut to any of the top 8 weekends across any of the cycles, there's no need to worry, because just like the road to last year's TGM25, anyone can bring their team to compete in the open last chance qualifiers in September, with registrations open in August. But I mean, hey, before we get there, we still got 3 more of these, and we've got the one out here today. So teams will be earning their first set of points towards this today, and oh boy, I am so excited to see that, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, exactly. And that being said, we started off with a total of 256 teams, and we whittled it down to top 16 as well. And last week, getting down to a top 8, which is what we're going to see here today. Now, teams are going to be fighting through multiple cash outs and 3v3 final rounds to move to that top 4 finale format. That being said, if you do end up losing in a cash out round, you may find yourself out of the competition or on the waiting list for the next set of cash out games.
Absolutely. And I mean, hey, we got the top 8 teams here, but let's recap last weekend. If you guys didn't catch, we actually covered the top 16 on my own PHL and Sonsoyo's own Ape Squad, where we saw the top 16 cut all the way through down to the top 8. I mean, Jerry, there's some heavy hitting teams that made it out here in the top 8.
There absolutely are. I just want to lend a moment towards the heavy hitters that didn't make it. I'm surprised not to see No Hours and 3 Amigos especially not make it through. But the biggest surprise on the left-hand side of your screen, the team that have made it through to this top 8 this weekend, Darkside, Virtual Unknowns. Sonsoyo, there's some really big teams on the left as well.
Yeah, I mean, Darkside had an amazing upset against Nightmare in a final 3v3 on Skyway Stadium, but I would like to touch on Envy, where they're seen as one of the top teams in America. So they had a little bit of a rough run-in last week, finally qualifying to the top 8 in that last 3v3 final round, Artie.
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually the order that the teams qualified in. A lot of people were surprised to see Auntie's Goo Boys take the first spot and to see Envy, who previously dominated in tournaments like Ape Squad Classics and even the first open season for PHL 26. Envy took all the way until the last moment to qualify, just like you said. A couple of dark horses here as well, though, is Darkside and Task Managers. Task Managers been around for quite a while, but Darkside kind of coming out of the woodworks and showing that they really understand how to take cash out in stride. But we are going to be talking a lot more about these teams as we get into it. Let's see what maps they're going to be playing on, because, hey, there is an important note about the map pool here, but first, I guess we're going to be talking about the leaderboard, what teams are earning today. Right now, it is $4,000 on the line. There's 305 total points to be earned, and like I said, these points are going to add onto the leaderboard so that when teams get through the next few cycles, you can see who's going to go right into the major, who's going to go into the closed qualifiers, and who gets a head start in the opens. But now it's time to talk about the maps. We don't have any Kyoto, we don't have any Seoul, and, well, I'm thinking that, you know, Sonsoyo, the map pool out here, it's going to be pretty sunny, or it's going to be pretty nightimey, but overall, it's going to be pretty variant overall.
Yeah, as Artie just said, we do have the ability to go to every single variant of these arenas. And that being said, I do like seeing no Kyoto, no Seoul as well. But kind of talking over the way the map veto process works is each team in the game gets to veto one map, and that out of the remaining map pool, we will randomize that map selection. So that being said, we may have a good variance of maps seeing today, hopefully.
Absolutely. But, I mean, I gotta say, this is going to be a crazy day of matches. Jerry, let's talk about exactly what players can expect from today's format. For the audience at home, what are we going to be seeing?
Well, the headline is it is a promotion format. We have an upper and a lower bracket. At the moment, no one is in that lower bracket. We're starting stage 1 with 4 teams in a single cash out and another 4 teams in a single cash out. They're going to go through. It's just going to be like ranked. They're going to move forward. The winners of each of those will get to go through to the next round. And then the winner of the 3v3 right at the start of the day, the first 3v3 we will see, advances to the finale. Keep that in mind, that gold slot. We'll see a few more of those as the day goes on. The losing teams, 3rd and 4th from those first games, they actually have a very dangerous prospect ahead of them. Immediately, they are thrown into a game where the last place team in that cash out will be eliminated. It's pretty brutal. But the remaining 3 will go through and fight it out to determine a waiting list of sorts, because if we move on over to stage 2, we'll get to see exactly how the bulk of today plays out. And if you were watching last weekend, you will be very familiar with this. This is the sort of core of the promotion format. Cash out 4s, and then 3 versus 3 final rounds, one after another. Every time we have a winner, they advance to the finale. And remember, those teams that are in the waiting list, they essentially backfill. They jump up into the upper bracket 2, and then we play that out again, get another finale team, and then the last team in that waiting list jumps up into upper bracket 3. We play that out and get a final team through to the last 4 in the finale. Last team there getting eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen. The finale is very simple. Simple, very simple. A cash out followed by a best of 3 final round. Every other final round that we've seen in this bracket is a simple best of 1. So, like I said, Artie, it feels just like the way you play this in-game. It's just lots of cash outs leading into 3 versus 3s. You could jump into ranked right now and play a very similar format to this.
Absolutely, and I love how stage 1 is going to be exactly what that ranked format looks like, where you have 2 games of cash out going right into it. But yeah, over the course of the day, a lot of cash out, a lot of final round, and so a lot of teams gonna be, well, you know, doing variations of good and bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, a lot on the line, because these points mean a lot. I mean, there's also some cash on the line. I'm curious to see how people perform going up against each other. I know these first set of cash out games are very, very important, because you do not want to find yourself on that lower side of that bracket, Jerry.
No, you don't. It's a dangerous prospect right at the start. 2 cash outs and you could be out of the tournament if you finish last place in that second cash out game. So really something to watch out for, especially for the teams that have managed to make their way through here that are actually not so great at the cash out mode. There's a couple in this second cash out game that I've got my eye on who are really incredible at 3 versus 3s, but they need to wade their way out of the danger zone first of all.
Absolutely. Over the course of the day, we're going to be doing our best to try to keep you guys informed, chat, with exactly when teams have hit their last moments. But throughout the day, it's really just about who's staying up in the top, who's able to win and keep themselves in the running, who makes it all the way out to the top 4 early on. Because, yeah, one team gets eliminated early on. The rest of the teams have a little bit of a waiting period. But I feel like it's that really early tension for... You got one spot that just gets eliminated. One team does not make it out of stage 1. And, I mean, that just puts so much on the line for these guys.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's so much pressure on today. And I know these guys have been scrimming nonstop over and over. But let's take a look at our first matchup, Artie.
Exactly. This is going to be a good one. Auntie's Goo Boys, NTMR, and Envy. I mean, I gotta say, we've seen those 3 in PHL, but Darkside coming out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, we have seen them through PHL and Ape Squad. We've seen these players throughout some of the different community tournaments show up, but not like they showed up last weekend at the top 16. Darkside was able to qual so early on because they took control of the chaos in these lobbies. And there were lobbies very stacked, Jerry, with Nightmare and Envy going at it over and over again, and neither of those teams making it out until kind of late into the day comparatively.
Yeah, if we go by percentages, we don't have as much tape on Darkside, but they are statistically, believe it or not, the best cash out side out of these top 8. They played 7 and won 6 of their cash outs last weekend. It's an incredible stat line for a team that have come out of nowhere, seemingly. But this is about as hard as a lobby as you could possibly imagine. Like you've mentioned, AGB, Nightmare, Envy, they have played against each other very recently. They played 4 cash out games in PHL against each other. Nightmare won every single one of those. So they are definitely a team to look out for here. Map Veto's coming in now, Artie.
Yeah, it looks like the map vetoes are finally hitting, and this is an interesting set to say the least. We've got Envy banning out Vegas, which we've seen a lot of Vegas throughout the last few weeks. So seeing that go out first is very interesting. Nightmare taking out Fortune, Darkside removing Monaco, not the craziest for NA. Auntie's Good Boys getting rid of Sis Horizon. Now that is not something that I anticipated, given the fact that we've seen them pick it before. But the randomized selection for the first map is going to be Nozomi Citadel, and I gotta say, Nozomi Citadel to start the day is a phenomenal exercise for all these teams, especially with AGB in the lobby, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, and I do believe AGB, Auntie's Goo Boys, are trying something a little bit different. They really like putting people out of their comfort zone. We saw them pick Skyway Stadium last week in top 16, and it really worked out for them overall. So I think that's kind of their strategy. Play the off-meta, play the maps that people don't practice as often, Artie.
Exactly, and to be honest with you, seeing Envy ban out Vegas, where we've been seeing so much Vegas in the comp pool, it's very surprising to me. I feel like, especially given what happened last week in the top 16, Jerry, I mean, maybe Envy has a new philosophy in order to take this weekend by storm.
They're not the only ones here. Like Nightmare, they banned Fortune. We only had, out of our 4 sort of most played maps, or 5 most played maps, Bernal and Nozomi Citadel left on that random selection. And maybe it's unfortunate for all of these teams that tried to ban meta maps that we happen to have landed on maybe the next best choice. They were probably hoping for a Skyway for Monaco, even though that was, banned out there. So it's a really unusual ban phase, something that we only are likely to see when it's, money on the line in these top 8s. It's a good sign for the sort of prospect of excitement and variety today, Artie.
Absolutely. And I mean, hey, there is a lot of prospect and a lot of variety in this lobby. So it's going to be hard to predict exactly who is going to take map 1. But I have to say, I am feeling Nightmare. I'm feeling NTMR here. I think that Nightmare has what it takes to kind of cut through the noise. And Envy, I think they are going to make it. I feel like we will see Envy in the top 4. I just don't think that it's going to be an easy cut win. I think that it's going to be AGB Darkside for the second in the lobby to go out through our winner's bracket. But Jerry, how are you feeling?
I feel like I'm going to throw in a curveball here. I know I've spent so long doing my research and thinking Nightmare, yeah, they're going to make it through. But I sense that everyone's going to think Nightmare are making it through. I think Darkside, just on the stats, I think they could be the ones to come through. They're a team that a lot of these other big teams are going to look at and think, we want to bring them through to the 3v3 with us as well, instead of Envy, instead of Nightmare, maybe even instead of AGB. I think they have an edge in this lobby by way of the dynamic of it.
Yeah, and I do like that dark horse pick, but ultimately I'm going to call out Envy as my top contestant and team there. I think they're going to kind of show out today and prove that the top 16 performance was a little bit of a fluke overall, Artie.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, hey, look at these logos here. I'm thinking that Nightmare are going to be the jet setters, and if Jerry thinks that the dark horse of Dark Side is going to be the kingfish in this lobby, I can see why Sotsoyo rounds it out with Envy on a high note. But I will say, throughout all this, Auntie's Goo Boys, I feel like all of us have the idea that they're going to be able to hit that second place regardless. Because AGB, if they are uncontested the entire time, they are going to qual. Like, if AGB becomes the team that's uncontested, if Nightmare's trying to run down Envy, or if Envy's trying to run down Nightmare, then it's going to be AGB. But if Nightmare and Envy avoid one another, I feel like it will be one of those two that come through, Jerry.
The more I think about this lobby, the more I think all bets are off, because AGB are like the cash-out kings, but they have historically struggled in lobbies with these big hitters. They dominate everyone that is below them in the pecking order. I don't think they ever look great against Nightmare or Envy in these lobbies, but again, money's on the line. It's going to be a different dynamic. There's everything here. We're not playing the sort of standard cash out that we get in these community leagues like PHL, like Apes, where you're fighting for points. It's knockouts here. So maybe that lends to AGB's strengths, and their macro control can see them through.
Yeah, I do think it's really going to go down to how Envy and Nightmare, that dichotomy, how they operate against each other. Will they give the other team opportunity to kind of have their free roam, or will they be at each other's throats to kind of take each other out, Artie?
Yeah, I feel like the matchup that I'm most excited to see is going to be Darkside versus AGB, because Darkside was able to really hold that control throughout the entirety of their cash out games last weekend. But when AGB was the first to qual, they did it so convincingly that it's hard to kind of see exactly how a lot of these other teams would have ended up, you know, kind of adapting to AGB throughout the day. So I feel like for Auntie's Goo Boys, they are going to be where everything circulates around, right? Regardless of how crazy the fights are between Nightmare's HML and Envy's HLL, it's going to be AGB's specific brand of that HHL that's going to make things, I guess, feel a little bit crazy throughout this lobby. And how Darkside responds to that, whether or not they just keep that matchup on to AGB, or if Darkside decides that we don't want to deal with the goo gun, we don't want to deal with the banana guy, we're just leaving this all around. You know, it's going to change everything. But we're about to get to the first map, and Jerry Sotsoyo, it's on to you.
Straight into the action here, and it looks as though there's a little bit of a problem with the HUD, but I do wonder if all of the players are in the lobby right now. In fact, they are slowly coming in. There's some teething issues, but it looks as though they are actually in the lobby. So, interesting. This is a new build of the game. We're just going to roll with it, roll with the punches right now. It's Apo that's being punched down as that kill comes in from Gremlin. Nightmare, or sorry, Envy, doing incredible work here to burn down as much as they can. Only KD Killer left. Gremlin,
yeah,
flying away here though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Darkside a thirding, or Darkside a thirding right now off the first box.
Yeah, KD Killer gets that full reset over here. Now going to be over trying to get that box and that contention. That third party from Darkside is going to be putting the pressure on top of Envy, as Gremlin's just the last one up. They also have to look for a reset of their own, but Auntie's Goo Boys is in control of Cash Out B. They have the control, they have that goo. We'll see if they're able to get this setup going before these teams start to collapse back on them. But a big RPG comes out, not going to do that much damage, but Akazo now sitting down on this lower pit, Jerry.
Yeah, and we can see Gremlin brawling as he knows how to do best. Takes down Ikazo. That's our resident Goo Gun heavy in the lobby. Do keep an eye out for him throughout the course of this match. He is the one that's going to be renovating, destroying as much as he can. Gremlin and the rest of Envy at full strength here, but the deny comes out from Auntie's Goo Boys as they get back to full strength. That's a missed winch coming out there from Gremlin, and this fortress that's been set up in the corner by AGB. They love doing this on this map. They've made it so difficult to chase them down. KD Killer manages to get the pick on Uni and on Bubba. That's two of the best lights in the world down, and it was like it was nothing to KD Killer. This guy's come out of nowhere this season and lit up the scene. Gremlin manages to avenge his fallen lights. But Auntie's Goo Boys, they've done the hard yards here. There's only 20 seconds left. It's only Gremlin up at the moment, and I don't think Envy are going to be able to regroup to get an attack on that point. We're checking over on Cash Out A as it looks like it's about to be completed by Nightmare with no problem whatsoever. And we have a pause coming in. So perhaps inevitable given the interesting state of the lobby. It looks as though Darkside have loaded in on the left-hand side. But we are going to try and figure out this as things come through. So, Sonsoyo, an interesting start, maybe a false one. We will see if there's a rehost or not. But signs are promising for Auntie's Goo Boys. We have one fight to break down, essentially, and that was a successful defense for them against Envy, of all teams.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of pressure coming in from Darkside as well. So I do think that strategy is akin to what they want, what they're expecting, especially in these cash out rounds. The Goo Gun, the Mesh Shield, just offering so much value. And you have KD Killer sitting on off angles, fully invis, waiting for an opportunistic moment to find that pick. It really opens things up with those mines. I mean, we saw time and time again how those mines plus a fire barrel can just decimate people's HP pools overall. But I really think that's kind of the narrative we're going to be seeing on Nozomi Citadel, is those mines and those tight, close quarter fights may play into the advantage of Auntie's Goo Boys if they're able to set up.
Yeah, they set up properly to play around those mines, like you say. We saw that sort of fortress that they created. There was also a very narrow tunnel back into that rear staircase, which you just know has a mine on the other side of it. But what do you do about it? You have to give chase. They're just incredible kiters. They build the map to their, their strengths. They set the mines down. I don't see a team looking as strong playing with mines as they do, because they just make it work so well. Nozomi Citadel is a map they would have picked if they could have chosen it. So quite lucky that it's come around on that random pool. But, lots of those meta maps got removed in the map pool, as we said, Sonsayo. And you alluded to the fact that this probably leans in to Auntie's Goo Boy's strengths in the long run.
Yeah, and I do think the mines are a pretty good strategy, because the game is all about time. And if you can delay, those mines force people to kind of watch those corners, play a little bit slower, not knowing what's around the corner. You have mines to worry about, but you also have KD Killer on top of that. Maybe sitting invis in a corner, sitting up on height, trying to just gargoyle, find you, and take you out. But overall, I think it's a brilliant strategy. It does a lot of damage, and it's exactly what you want. And I think it works particularly well against Envy at times, because Envy, from my eyes, with that heavy light, they like kind of displacing the enemy teams with those lights, not Bubba and Uni, kind of floating around, trying to poke and prod, just either trying to find a pick, trying to find some damage, or really just ultimately trying to force them out of their comfort zone, which allows these teams to kind of rotate, having that lots of movement, like you were saying, Jerry. And it may allow these enemy teams like Envy to run into those mines.
So a short false start, as we all know, has occurred. And we're going to bring Ardy back just to make it so that you're not listening to two of us yapping for too long. We know you're here for the players, for the excitement. That will come. But Ardy, was there anything you saw in that game? We've talked a lot about AGB's strengths. Is there anything you think, just from the early signs in that game, maybe the fact that Darkside seemed adamant to immediately third party at the start?
I mean, looking at how Envy and Nightmare both kind of rolled out, right? It's not much that you can see from that initial rollout, but you can definitely tell that there's some extra tension in the air. The usual approach from players on match day is like, hey, we just run it down, we just gun it, and we just play our game, and it works. But both Nightmare and Envy have not had the easiest seasons overall for anything. I mean, Envy was rolling through Ape Squad Classics PHL super easy, but then the TGM series, there was some struggle. Nightmare, on the other hand, they've been struggling a little bit throughout the TGM's top 16, but they made it work pretty early on. They made it work pretty convincingly. Then you had PHL where, hey, you know what? They didn't get first place, but they were still doing all right, but they had a few cash-out games where people started to doubt the HML. And so both of those teams coming into today, it's not the usual cool, calm, collected that we know from these two rosters. They both seemed a little bit on edge, Jerry.
Oh, they should be on edge. Nightmare especially had a nightmare last week against Darkside. They had such a poor match in their 3 versus 3. Sonsolia, you were there to commentate it, and it was just painful at times. In fact, sorry, I think it was Young and Randomized commentating that one, but you were watching it. And
I was watching.
Yeah, they had fumble after fumble. They were really sort of caught up, poor engages, poor attempts at spawn trapping, all these sorts of mistakes sort of jumping into their game. And these are experienced players, but they've also been shown to be players that can get nervy on big stages. You think about Grad, you think about Lamp, and the way that they sort of tried to enact their fortunes in the Grand Major final last year, and it just sort of fell apart for them. So these big stages are still somewhere where they have to prove themselves, and if Darkside can topple them, then they need to be sort of aware of that and always lock in mentally. Here, Ardy, I mean, there's two things you could do. I'm going to give you two options. You can either tell us that the game is about to start and we're going to go in, or you can tell us all the wonderful things you think about Auntie's Goo Boys for the team, for the players that have, the viewers that have come here and never seen Auntie's Goo Boys before. Which are you going to?
I love Auntie's Goo Boys, but I'm gonna link with Oscar right now, and I am being told that the video game is about to happen, that we could be gaming momentarily. And so, on behalf of Multico and on behalf of VIA fixing the issues, we're back in.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be rolling out to Vault 2 right now, and we're going to see both teams. We'll see if Darkside goes for that immediate third party or if they change up their strategy now that the cards have been a little bit dealt early, Jerry. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, so a much more fair playing field, as you can tell here. All 12 players in the lobby. This is the start proper of our day. Ooh, winch there, not quite connecting from Miro because he's sniped out of midair by that KS-23, the slug shotgun in the hands of Apo, our sole Canadian representative here today in the top 8. And they've already found that opening, so they can move away. The heavy as well being picked in that fight is a massive deal. Kusanagi and Recobs in this double light composition that is proving so popular in the competitive scenes on Soyo. Auntie's Goo Boys allowed time to set up. How many times have we said before that you cannot let AGB get their defensive fortress online?
Yeah, you cannot let them set up, but I would like to note Nightmare going to be taken out by Envy on the other side of the map, but we're going to see how this fight goes for Darkside and Auntie's Goo Boys. They were setting up those mines on those doors, but it looks like we're going to stay on this side with Envy, not Bubba, just posturing up. Here goes the fight on the other side of the match, and it's going to be a little bit of a slow one. They're going to have to look for something, but we keep swapping back and forth, looking for this action right here as Nightmare tries to go in and out, but it looks like Recop's taking out KD Killer, and this could be the opening that they need for Auntie's Goo Boys. They need to make their approach, but they still have to be wary of those mines with that healing emitter as well from a Poe kind of backing up. That could be the little bit of advantage in health pool that they need to take this fight and swing it in their favor, but it looks like KD Killer just going to coin back in.
There we go, and this is all in AGB's favor. They have that store potential. They drop the box. Now we're seeing Apo providing that shield for his teammate Ikazo, who can punch through it with those double deagle banana skins. One of my favorite skins in the game. KD Killer once again off screen gets a kill. How often have we said that? No matter the team, he's just darting around like a little wasp while these two heavies attract everyone's attention. He's gone and killed both the lights on Darkside. Meanwhile, only about 30 seconds left. Darkside still licking their wounds. Feels like they're going to have mouths full of blood by the end of it because it just doesn't stop. The pain train does not have brakes for Auntie's Goo Boys. They do not let you breathe. Another drop comes out, and now they have the high ground. Out comes the anti-gravity cube. There's always another thing with Auntie's Goo Boys. Like we said, if this is the first time you're watching them, this is what they're all about. Imagine playing against this. Darkside are going to crumble now as Apo decides to pull the trigger. Full throttle over Miro. Ikazo collects Recobs, and that is a wipe against Darkside.
Yeah, I mean, dude, their util usage is immaculate, but we're going to hop over on this other fight. You do look like this point's going to be pulled out, but the winch comes out. Uni is in trouble to be taken out, but I think they bought themselves enough time to stall this point. It looks like Gremlin's also on those pyro mines, which could be very interesting in this match. Maybe taking a book out of AGB over here. But ultimately, it's just going to be Gremlin last up with that winch. He's going to be backing up, trying not to wipe, but he will be found by Lamp and taken out right here. And that's going to be a little bit of detriment to their money.
And of course, the money already collected here by Envy. So Nightmare may have taken a few kills at the end of that, but it doesn't matter too much. As this next set of vaults get started, we can see Nightmare closing in on Darkside, so we're going to have a slightly different dynamic going. And also, AGB, they managed to get the vault started and defending already in the Cyber Cafe. This is excellent news for them. A little bit of housekeeping while we're in a slight lull in the action. Nightmare, you might notice, have a player called Bojack Goonman. That is Grad. He just changed his name recently. We have to deal with it, unfortunately. And the winch fight comes out here. Nice trades coming up between Nightmare and Darkside. 1 versus 1, and Grad is the one to clean it up. It's like he knew he wanted the spotlight. It's like he knew I was talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. But now they're going to get a pretty good opportunity to get this plug going. Going to be going to D. And honestly, I'm pretty sure this one's over on that half bridge. And this is a very difficult point to hold if you do not have that winch in sight. So let's see how Lamp sets this up, if he's going to opt to winch it over or just let it play that drop. And they're going to be looking for this high ground ultimately. But Darkside spawning back in, maybe the team to kind of put that pressure on. The other side of the map, it looks like Envy's not going to be able to get Auntie's Goo Boys down, but it looks like a 1v1. So we'll see how that ends up. But ultimately, here's the fight breaking out up on this billboard. Grad's going to be taking this height, using that 93R, poking them off that high ground. Looks like an aggressive gateway going to be coming out, and they're going to be using that invis to just play very close together. And here we go, going to be dropping it. I'm not entirely sure
Yes,
where it's
they
going to
are.
go. It's super high up. Good call-outs, Jerry. I'm going to be getting some good damage, but Laz up there on that high ground with that repeater going to be easily taken out. Kusanagi and Recombs, but ultimately it's going to be Nightmare taking this one.
Yeah, I did my VOD review. I wonder if Nightmare did too. Darkseid love that double gateway stack, but unfortunately hasn't worked out for them in this instance. We can see, based on the kill feed and the health bars on the other side of things, that Auntie's Goo Boys, again, are holding firm against a full health Envy, and now we get to see Envy's last attempt with about 20 seconds left to try and stick this, throwing out as much as they can. Gremlin's taken the Pyro Mines as well. He's taken a leaf out of Apo and Ikazo's playbooks. They get the kills they need. It's only Ikazo left, but he has the Goo Gun, of course, if he can find the range. Oh, they stick the steel through the anti-grav cube. Envy flip it at the last second, and it sets up a near certain three-way tie going into the final wave of cash-outs with Darkseid trailing behind the rest.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see Nightmare win this box, and it's looking pretty good for them. 30 seconds on that cash out, and it's going to be going a three-way tie. This is pretty good, but honestly, Envy still being in the lead, that's going to be a big advantage going into them, but as this fight breaks out, this could be the moment Darkseid breaks open this cash out game. But look at this, Grad up on this high ground, protecting Lasagna up on that peak right there with his repeater, and look at that transfer, great target priority from Lamp, just playing this cash out so defensively right now, finds that pick on Recobs, and that's going to be them taken out. Kusanagi just last one up for them, and it's not going to be enough to get this cash out. This is a decent position for Nightmare, and a decent position for Auntie's Goo Boys. They just have to win one more cash out. We'll see how Envy likes to play this, but here we go. Going to be taken out by Lamp, cleaning up crew on Darkseid.
Importantly, Nightmare are slightly further behind the pace. Because of that, they have less of a say in how this next Vault will play out. We can see Envy already stationed on Vault 6. That means, in my mind, AGB have free reign over Vault 5. You can see they have tapped it in the distance, but this fight between Nightmare and Envy, one for the ages potentially. Remember, you lose this and another cash out, you're eliminated from the top 8 very quickly. So, who will take Vault 6? Opening frag of the 3 versus 3 goes to Bojack Goonman, Grad himself, the clutch master. Can he deliver here? Envy managed to get parity, bringing Uni back up, but they have escaped with the box. Not far behind are Envy, though. They are taking flak, though. It seems as though Lasagna has turned about face and he's delivered pain with that repeater. The Light Slayer, a second one as he takes down not Bubba. As I say it, both lights hit the deck and they're stuck on this bridge. This is a horrible position for Envy. Sonsoyo.
Yeah, exactly. Lasagna going to be taken out, and Gremlin also taken out. Lamp's going to be able to find those trades. But ultimately, Nightmare winning that fight, and that's going to be massive for them in a little bit of a nightmare for Envy.
Darkseid, they are likely to have gone to try and tackle AGB. It seems as though AGB, Auntie's Goo Boys, are battling on the far side in the Nozomi half of the map. And they're holding height. They've got those bananas. They've got that shield. This is exactly what they want. There's no way on Darkseid that you can approach this without some smart gateway play, but they're going to be watching the skies. KD Killer certainly is, as he finds that opening frag onto Recobs, and it's forced Miro and Kusanagi back into the depths of this building. But KD Killer does not say die. Well, he does say die. He says die twice to the lights on the side of Darkseid. Miro reses up Recobs, but again, it feels like it's going to be another case of a death by 1,000 cuts for Darkseid over here. I have to say, I think AGB have this in the bag right now, and, you know, they're ahead in cash as it stands. They should be able to lock this out. So we're going to turn our attention to Cash Out A between Nightmare and Envy. Who might be coming through with AGB, Sonsoyo?
Yeah, this high ground's a great position to be in. They're going to be forced to get on that point, but Gremlin taking some big damage, a great headshot, but it looks like Lamp's going to be taken out as well earlier on. He's finally going to get that coin back up, and that's going to be a full reset. I do like that fourth point from Envy, but this high ground position from Nightmare is just so detrimental. Not Bubba going to be trying to push aggressively, but it's not going to work out as Grad takes him out. Gremlin just bobbing and weaving in and out that door, and it's not looking good. Envy, last leg up. Uni 1 HP up on this high ground, and it's just going to be spraying and praying from Nightmare. You're going to try and use that nullifier to get that advantage, but it's not going to be enough.
That's it. Nightmare defend their box against Envy. So strong in cash out consistently throughout the past few months. We would have backed them. Artie did back them, in fact, Nightmare to make it through. And AGB go through with them.
What can I say? I may be some sort of ball knower, but I gotta say I am not the only gynobologist. I feel like everybody in the chat kind of knew that Auntie's Goo Boys had a shot at making it through here, but I gotta say, I'm surprised that Darkside didn't do better. They did not play the same that we've seen them perform, I mean, compared to top 16. So, Soyo, do you think that it was that HLL has been kind of completely figured out by the likes of Nightmare and they just know how to play up against them?
Well, honestly, I do think HLL can be a little bit tricky, especially when you have so much diversity in this matchup. Like I was kind of talking about earlier, especially when going up against AGB, there's just so much displacement that can be caused, and you can just run in those mines pretty easily. We didn't see much of that, but ultimately, it's just so tricky, especially when these third parties come out and the light HP pool is so low. Getting that pick early on those light or that heavy is just so detrimental.
I'm sorry about the heavy diff. I mean, Gremlin can take it. He's arguably the best heavy in the world, but look at that as a performance against Lamp, a rival.
Wow.
0 kills for Gremlin, 12 kills for Lamp.
It's the opposite.
Incredible showing.
It's the opposite of what we've seen from Envy throughout all of the other seasons for, Ape Squad Classics, PHL. I mean, we talked about how Envy has just been dominant, but Lamp really stepping up. I mean, I've seen this guy on Twitch every single day. Lamp out here scrimming daily to make sure that he can beat the one-dimensional heavy allegations, and I think that he has 100%, because the fact that they're able to do that up against Auntie's Goo Boys, they're able to do that up against Darkside and Envy. I mean, what a better lobby to prove it. And I gotta say, Auntie's Goo Boys making it through there as well kind of just shows that they are doing the most of VOD review. I mean, when you got Oppo at the wheel, VOD reviewing every single game, it makes sense. And both Oppo and Akazo, they enable KD Killer to get that level of performance. And I mean, when Envy took that second box away from them, I thought maybe Envy had kind of figured it out, but Jerry, it slipped away from them very quickly.
I think everyone's done their review on Darkside as well. They seemed to know exactly what Darkside were going to do at every single team fight. In particular, we even cut away from the final cash out between AGB and Darkside. And I want to give Darkside credit. They actually took it down to a 3 versus 1 against KD Killer with a last-second steal attempt. But, I mean, AGB, they play for time. They're always ready. Even in a 1 versus 3, they know how to play for stall. So that was almost always going to be going AGB's way. I do want to credit Darkside, though, because they could have snatched a sneaky position at the death. It might not have even taken them through because they were so far behind. But there we go. Nightmare and AGB are first teams in our second round.
Yes, sir. The first teams in our second round, Nightmare and AGB, but there is still a lower bracket. Envy, Darkside, they're not out of the running just yet, but remember, Envy and Darkside, they are now on the scary side, where if they lose here, if you get 4th place in that lower bracket cash out game, you go home at the start of the day. But in order to see who else is going to be filling out these 2 lobbies, we still have another starting bracket, and that's going to be Unfazed, Pulsar, Task Managers, and Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, exactly. And that matchup is going to be just as intense as to what we just saw. Honestly, it's relatively pretty even. I don't even know if I could pick who's going to make it out of that alive, but Unfazed Astract is a big shooter on my radar as well. I mean, there's so many good lights in this lobby, Artie.
Tons of good lights. And I got to say, between Pulsar, KCP, and Task Managers and Unfazed, I got to say, Astract is the name to look at through all of this. Astract is the most up-and-coming player I think we have in the Americas region. But some very, very storied names throughout Pulsar, KCP, and Task Managers as well. I mean, Task Managers have been known as the PHL grinders for forever, but now here in TGM, they're looking to make their mark. Pulsar and KCP as well, both teams with DNA from TGM26. They're looking to put their name on the board early here, Jerry.
Absolutely. Now, interestingly, this is a lobby that feels a lot less stacked than our previous one. We've somehow ended up, because of where Nightmare and Envy qualified during the top 8, it was sort of against the run of play, shall we say, for their form. We've ended up with a lobby of much more kind of middle of the pack teams in the scene of North America. So it's going to be harder to read into this one, particularly when it comes out to cash-out games, Ardy. As we've got the map veto rolling in. Kansas City Pioneers banning out Skyway.
Skyway's gone. Bernal is gone.
Pulsar
Monaco's gone for
Monaco.
Pulsar.
Vegas out for Unfazed Vegas Stadium. So 2 sort of very popular maps in Bernal and Vegas Stadium out, and then Skyway and Monaco, unpopular maps, it would seem, out by Kansas City Pioneers and Pulsar. It's left us with Fangway. Ardy.
Yeah, I mean,
so
Fangwai City is one of my favorite maps, to be honest with you. It's kind of like my one bad take I have with this game. Everybody disagrees with me, but I love Fangwai. I really love the fact that it is a full-on rotational nightmare for these teams, especially given the fact that if you get a bad spawn, it could mean that you only got one team fight on your cash out, but you have a good setup. This is honestly where you can just really show off your defensive strategy here. This map punishes bad kiting. I mean, if you're able to set up on the office building, you're able to set up on the construction site, as long as you know how to kite, you should be able to, keep those fights going as long as possible. But let's talk predictions. Fangwai City is a map that plays super different. Me personally, I feel like it has to be Pulsar that takes this. I feel like Pulsar is so well-rounded that they have sort of the ability to deal with whatever comes to them, and there's going to be a lot coming to them. Between task managers hitting their third parties, Aztrack not missing a single shot, I mean, there's going to be a lot in this lobby, let alone KCP is there. But, I mean, Jerry, I got Pulsar. What about you?
I went with a dark horse in the last game against my stats that cover, like, 2 months, and I'm not going to do that again. I want to go with my stats. I'm going to say Pulsar. They are far and above the best cash-out team in this set. They've won 13 out of their 16 cash-outs across all of PHL season, the most recent competition. And they won 3/4 of all their cash-outs in Apes Classics as well. That just puts them way further ahead than anyone. So Pulsar definitely going through. With who? I do not know, Sunslayer.
Well, honestly, I'm going to have to go with the dark horse this time. I think this map pick is very good for them. I'm going to be locking in task managers. I think that double light composition, catching off the rotations, could be very good. And I know they like LH1, so it could be the map to play.
Hey, honestly, not a bad call. I think that this is going to be a really good showing for LH1, especially given the fact that we know HLL is going to come out. We know that we could see some crazy stuff. I feel like for the mediums in this lobby, this is going to be a great place to see who's going to be bringing out the Chimera on a map like Fangwai, who's going to be sticking with the CBO1, and then when it comes to the HLLs, who's going to be going on the LH1? Maybe we're going to see some cloak and dash like we're used to seeing on the EMEA side of things. Maybe we're going to be seeing double dash, double 93R. Who knows? But, I mean, Jerry, we got about 30 seconds before we jump into this. I feel like there will just be chaos no matter what, and we just got to be ready for it.
There's going to be a lot of mediums in this lobby as well. By comparison of the rest of the day, we've got most of the mediums that are here today doing their work. So it's going to be really tough for task managers. So I do not like that pick.
Yeah, honestly, we'll have to see how it plays out, Artie.
We'll have to see how it plays out, but we're going to see that right now. So, Jerry Sotsoyo, take us into Fangwai City.
Thank you so much, Ardy. Unfazed, Pulsar, Task Managers, and Kansas City Pioneers, our second cash out of the day. Sonsoyo, Fangwai City, take it in while you can. I love to see this map, but a lot of the pros like to avoid it, so let's see who's been practicing on this beautiful, our newest map in the map pool.
Yeah, I think these rooftops initially can be very difficult to play around, but it looks like we're going to be posturing up. Timo is going to be on a beautiful off angle, but with 2 lights on the side of task managers, it could be relatively difficult on these angles, on these rooftops, and it looks like they have the better of the height over here, and it looks like, look at that low ground. BMO's just kind of sneaking around, trying to find a little bit of a flank over there as Wade just goes to grab this box, trying to pull this out. Not going to get too staggered ultimately is their goal, but it's going pretty slow as well.
Straight out there as Cafaneo finds his opposite number, but the light hat slaps back as Aztract finds those kills. Spawns finding Aztract as well, now leaving, well, Unfazed down in the dirt, but task managers, they're here. They have something to say. HLL coming out. Jimbo manages to find Slothy KCP. they win their, or they lose their team fight. So we had 2 fights there. I was trying to commentate the one on the far side for some reason. Pulsar and Task Manager are the ones that win our opening fights, and they're going to take those opening vaults as well.
Yeah, I think Task Managers had a slightly better spawn, which gave him the opportunity to open up that fight. Great flank from BMO as well, but now we're going to look at how Pulsar's setting up this cash out over here on the temple. But it looks like KCP is going to spawn in, and this could be a very deadly fight. Going to be looking for that setup pad, but we're going to swap over to the other side as this fight is already breaking out as well. And here we go, and RPG going to be launching outside of that window as Juker tries to follow up on that light, but can be very, very slippery overall. It looks like they're going to have to look for that full reset. No RPG on the side of Juker, but we'll see how this util plays out from BMO. Going to be looking for that pick, trying to force them to displace themselves, just get a little bit more information and play this very, very slowly, regrouping with that heavy as well.
Oh, Juker trying to bring that box up, but unfortunately the C4 drops it and he doesn't get a proper handle on it, doesn't move himself properly to get the height, and he's run straight into the enemy territory here. I don't think he knows how much danger he's in. He's sandwiched between these players. Thankfully, his lights are doing the dirty work on the far side. Jimbo, though, does take down Normalize, and that's the medium out of play for Unfazed. You need that defib in these long fights. BMO finds a second, and it's now only Abstract 1 versus 2. And as the scaffolding collapses around them, it's rather fortunate not to be taken out straight away. Direct trade there between Jimbo and Abstract, but of course BMO is left standing. And they'll be able to see out that box. The timer with about 30 seconds left means it's pretty much certain. As we flip on over to the far side, the trade comes out between Spons and Slothy. 2 versus 2 between Pulsar and KCP. This is Pulsar's box. They just need to hold for a little bit longer. Looks as though the steel is coming out here, Sonsoyo.
Here we go. We're going to be going in with that revolver, trying to get that stop as well. They do end up getting that stop on the steel, but it's just a 1v1 or right now. Llama versus Varian. Varian takes a little bit of an RPG, and it's not going to be enough. That SA-12 just cleaning up crew, and in ultimate fashion of the Task Managers, they want to come over, maybe get this wipe, get that pacing that they want. But it's just going to be 2 up on Pulsar. I'm not entirely sure if they know that, but they're going to play this relatively slow. This wipe could be very important for them overall in this match, but they're going to back out, play their time. They don't want to spend too much time on this because realistically, the money is what matters. And this is that little tickle of those shots slow down Pulsar just a little bit as well.
Yeah, Task Managers are trying to exert control over the entire lobby. Again, we mentioned the only double light team in this entire map. And it's something, you know, we haven't gotten to see too much from them typically because they've had to play with subs so frequently in recent times. But look at their stats. They're statistically poor in cash out, but is that just because they've never been their full strength? We don't know. So far, signs are good for Task Managers, Sonsoyo, and we have KCP and Task Managers standing off across these 2 buildings. Variant finding the first pick, though, onto BMO.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an uphill battle for the Task Managers, trying to make that rotation over to 4 and contest that. But it looks like the plug did go in the way of Unfazed on the other side of the map. And these points are actually relatively close enough to each other where if this stagger goes a little bit too long, we may see teams kind of playing both sides of the coin on this side. But KCP finally going to get that plug in. The stagger's not too bad. And Juker's going to be taken out by Cafe on the other side of the map as well. And Task Manager's going to have to look for this reset. This reset may cause them the opportunity to find this third party over on Cash Out C. So we'll have to look out for that as they rotate over here in this garden area.
Yeah, they had the 3 versus 2 there, so they saw the opportunity to go for the steal. Unfazed now, though, are right... Well, no, they're not on top of them. They're going to be trying to come back. It's actually Task Managers that have decided to switch it up and come over here. Wade goes down to low HP, but he's trying to help out Jimbo, who's thrown down that dome, and he's actually working it really nicely. He puts out a ton of damage, should be able to finish off the light round the corner. That spawns down, but Llama trades out Wade. 2 versus 2 now. Pulsar, though, are all solo. Oh, we've all been there, Sonsoyo. The rolling statue. BMO taking out Llama. Cafaneo, the last alive, and this is where the defib comes into action. Does manage to get up his heavy, and could they see this out just by stalling it? Lots of damage being tossed out by BMO there. Does the job.
Here's the force.
Hasty Spawns has coined back in. Cafe Neo trying to just stay alive. The steal opportunity is there for Task Managers. They get the flip with only 20 seconds left. Pulsar are looking weary. 2 versus 3. I don't think they get this back. Task Managers look like they've maybe secured themselves the first place going into the final wave of vaults here. Sonsoyo, as this fight is just going to play out. We'll see who gets the spoils, but I think that money is certainly in the hands of task managers.
Yeah, and I think Task Managers is thinking a little bit too far ahead of me even because, I mean, look at this cash total. Just letting KCP have that, essentially playing this third party, it could be very good because ultimately, look at them, 30K ahead of this group. And I dare I say it too early, the prediction I had may be coming a little bit true to fruition here.
Yeah, try to sound less smug there, Alfonso. It would be appreciated. I'm here saying, you know, Pulsar still look like they have a chance, but at the moment it's really Unfazed that are really behind the pack. See how things play out. Vault 5 yet to be tapped here. Of course, you don't really want to get it active until you know that your opposing team have been cleared out. It's wise not to start the timer for their benefit, and we can see there's a bit of third party going on here. Great height being held by task managers, especially with those double lights. They can exert control over the whole thing, and Unfazed are already bruised. Pulsar at full HP. They actually sit on top of the box, and they might have the gateway escape route to deal with this. Now, Task Manager's coming to blow with Unfazed. Unfazed only down to one. Aztract looks like he's about to die as well. Manages to get away, but the fight right now is between Pulsar and Task Managers. Pink and purple. Task Managers chasing as Pulsar have the box in hand. They're running. They just want to get this plugged, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, exactly. This plug is exactly what they're looking for, but I mean, as well as Unfazed, they want it, but Astract's going to be going down, finding that trade as well on Llama, so 2v2 over here, and that defib's coming out in full force. That's why you have that medium. That defib is just so strong, but Beamo trying to jump in, find that cleanup as well, but not going to be able to do it himself. His team's just playing very, very slow. And the box on the other side, KCP does have control of the box, but where's this other box? Where'd it go,
I mean,
Jerry?
KCP, they've just taken full control. They're the beneficiaries of this massive third party, that sort of three-way brawl that's been going on. And you're right, the box has been sent to Narnia. I don't know, there's 45 seconds left to grab that and get it back towards B. Maybe people are thinking, okay, let's just focus, or get it back towards A. Let's just focus on B instead. That's certainly what Pulsar are doing right now. They want to take a fair 3 versus 3 against Kansas City Pioneers. We're already halfway through. I say 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Unfazed have also done the same. Everyone's moving over to B instead. Where is this last box? And have task managers played a blinder? Do they have it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think task managers just grabbed that box, yoinked it, and brought it over to the other side of the map, because all they need to do is keep that box out and they secure their top 2, but we only have 50 seconds left in this match about, and it's going to come down to the wire. Everyone's collapsing right on top of KCP. Cafaneo finds 2 with that revolver. Just amazing shots, and now it's going to be Pulsar going to be dropping like flies as well, finally finding that reset. This is going to be it. They're going to be trying to go for this steal right here, but Varian not going to be the wiser, kind of falling up a little bit early.
The
body block as well.
The
they do get the flip, but they're all dropped. It's all up to Varian, and KCP full back up on this defender coin, but Varian going to be taken down while everyone's just piling on top of this dog pile right now, going for every single push. Unfazed is stealing as well, Jerry.
Unfazed is stealing, and they get it! Unfazed just ahead, but they have to avoid a wipe right now, otherwise the percentage lost will cost them. There's 2 alive right now. Normalize and Aztract have to stay safe, but KCP, they need to go for the steal to get this back. They could play for kills, they could play for the steal. The heals are coming in. Task Manager's coming to get kills. That helps. Unfazed. The wipe comes out onto KCP. Unbelievable scenes at the end with Task Managers coming out on top. And who's that in second? I can't even keep track.
Task Managers and Unfazed.
Wow, Unfazed managing to stay all the way there. I mean, KCP. No, it was just a matter of that last second steal. Exactly. That was absolutely insane. KCP lost their box because the perfect placement of that barricade, and when Varian tried to get back in position to seal, he could not mantle over the barricade. It came down to what could have been a kill race, what could have just been wiping the team, but on FaZe, Normalize, and Aztract, they hid so well that they were able to stay out of harm's way long enough to reset their health bars and get the kills needed to wipe KCP and guarantee that second place position. And throughout all that, by the way, Task Managers, first place. I don't know how Task Managers was able to make that work, to make that swing through, but the fact that they were able to jump all the way up, they had 6K, and then they jumped all the way up. I mean, they just secured a box out of nowhere, and Task Managers somehow just thrived off of that.
Yeah.
Task Managers were doing so well throughout. It's unfazed, I believe, with the team that were bottom for ages and just got that final box and a few wipes going their way. So I'm sorry, I don't know how you knew. I do not know how you knew. These were, statistically, like I said, we have to ignore the stats slightly because they are a team that have had to play with subs quite a lot recently. But they'd won, Task Managers, 5 out of their 16 cash-out games in PHL the past 4 weeks. Well, how do they come into this lobby and win? I don't get it.
I mean, I don't know how they came to this lobby and won, but Jerry Sonsoyo, here's the overall bracket that we're looking at now. There is an insane turn of events where Kansas City Pioneers, Envy, and Pulsar and Darkside find themselves up against defeat, and one of those teams will be going home early. Up at the top bracket, the upper bracket, Nightmare, Task Managers, Auntie's Goo Boys, and Unfazed. One team will go straight into the finale and just secure an early lead to wait for the rest of the teams to finish out stage 2. But I gotta say, I don't think anybody could have predicted that these next 2 brackets would look like this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little nervous on both sides of this bracket, but we're going to be going into Nightmare, Task Manager, AGB, and Unfazed. But honestly, I really think this map meta is kind of developing a little bit. You can see people kind of target banning these maps that, one, maybe they're not comfortable on, or maps that they know these other teams are specialized on. So ultimately, I mean, the maps are pretty big, especially when it comes down to it.
Hey, maps are big when it comes down to it, and maybe Task Managers are out here helping to convince the world that this is an HLL meta that we are in. But regardless, it was a phenomenal match to watch. We are going to be setting up those lobbies, and I need to take a step back and breathe because I can't believe what I've just seen. So, chat, don't go anywhere because we have way more finals action coming for you right after this break.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So, our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the top 8 for the Americas region here in the finals TGM26 online series cycle number 1. That might be a lot of words, but this is a lot of gameplay. My name is Artie. I'm here with Jerry and Sotsoyo, and we're back. I mean, we had a very interesting start to the day. I mean, again, it's cash out. Anything can happen. It's always crazy. We got some more coming up, and this next game of Cash Out, Sonsoyo, this next game of Cash Out is going to seal the very first team up into the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're going to be going to a 3v3 after this one, but Nightmare, Task Managers, Auntie's Goo Boys, and Unfazed. And I mean, the road to get into this lobby not only has been insane, but I know for a fact this next matchup is going to be absolute chaos. You have Task Managers. They like to third party a little bit. They like to poke and check over on their other teammates overall, but Auntie Goo Boys as well loves to bunker up, and then Nightmare and Unfazed are more of those traditional teams that we see overall, Artie.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's going to be just a chaotic match no matter what happens with AGB in there. It's going to be crazy with the third parties with task managers in there. We got the bands coming in. Unfazed, they're getting rid of Skyway. Auntie's Goo Boys getting rid of Sis Horizon. Task managers say no Bernal. And for Nightmare, no Fortune Stadium. Another ban from that. Looks like we're on Monaco. This might be a good map for task managers and Auntie's Goo Boys.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because we're consistently seeing the teams ban it's like they've gone into today thinking we're banning this map. AGB again banning Sis Horizon, Task Managers again banning Bernal, Nightmare again banning Fortune, and Nightmare and AGB is very notable for, and Task Managers especially for being those popular maps. So yeah, ending up on Monaco. And so, I mean, how do you feel this works in the dynamic? Because you called that Feng Wai was going to be good for task managers. Is this another one that could work for them?
Well, yeah, I think this one works very well for the double light. You have these rooftops. You have great head glitches as well. You can kind of rotate around, but ultimately with these indoor areas, it can bring these fights very, very up close if you force those buildings like AGB might want to. So there might spell some trouble overall. So this could go kind of either way, depending on how people either winch these cash boxes, manipulate those points, or how they like to play indoors, Artie.
For sure. I mean, there's really no telling what's going to happen here because, again, you got Monaco, which is a great map for third-partying. You've got, it's a great map to get those setups. I mean, depending on the cash outs, this actually might not be that great for AGB if we get a certain set of spawns. I would say that for Monaco, there's the most possible variations of gameplay because the amount of cash out spawns that are on this map really just changes what is possible from time to time. I mean, you're most likely always going to get one cash out at Grandma's house, but sometimes that one can start all the way on the mountainside park. You got the cash outs that can go all the way in the forest, out in Pocket Park. You have the ones that can spawn the Royal Plaza. There's so many cash outs that could be in the middle of the open, which could be detrimental for Auntie's Goo Boys, but great for a team like Unfazed, who could just charge headfirst in a battle. And I mean, you got Juker, it's going to be able to hit those winches from anywhere. You got Aztract, who's going to be, I'm pretty sure, tearing with the ARN on this map. But you know, this map is also pretty good for the XP54. So task managers again, like Sotsoyo, I really just have no idea.
Yeah, and that being said, we could even get suspended structures on this map. Every variant is up for grabs. So that is one wild card that we'll have to see how it ultimately ends up, Jerry.
Yeah, I think there's question marks over every team in this lobby. It's so difficult to sort of predict what's going to happen. But one thing that's worth noting is that Unfazed, they've kind of struggled in cash out recently in times, but they've really shown up for this particular tournament. So, Artie, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling like no matter what, we're getting good finals. I mean, imagine how much cash we could cash out if all the teams worked together. I don't think that's going to happen, but at the same time, we don't know what's going to happen at all. Let's jump into Monaco. Jerry, Sotsoyo, no idea what's happening. Take it away.
Communism in the finals, maybe another day, but today everyone's going to keep the money to themselves, I would wager. Here we go, Bojack Goonman providing the, yes, you noticed it, providing the gateway to get some height, and that's going to be not a premium in this game because those suspended structures are going to make a difference, but, of course, this is a team in Nightmare that have so many options for dealing with these pesky lights, and they've made mincemeat already of Jimbo and Bimo on the side of task managers here, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare is just going out full force. That zipline from Bimo not going to be opting to work out. I mean, just the beams from graduating, taking him out. And I do like this LH1 pick, especially on suspended structures. I think the LH1 is relatively underrated in the meta right now. You do have that beautiful headshot multiplier, but it does struggle up close. So we'll see how valuable it is on suspended structures overall. But Lasagna going to be playing maybe a little bit of a spawn block over here, going to be able to get that zip line up. But over on the other side of the map, we're struggling to get this box plugged in as this fight goes out. And Aztract going to be taken out by the 93R. We do see a Poe use that Louis gun to take out Normalize, and Juker taken down finally by Akazo as well. 1-1-1 from the side of Auntie's Goo Boys.
Okay, that was quick. And Auntie's Goo Boys up in Grandma's house, they're making a lovely new bit of furniture for all the family to enjoy. It's called a Goo Cocoon. This is just one of the many scientific methods that we see Auntie Schoolboys employ to protect their cash in the long run. They got to invest. You know, they've got out a mortgage on that house, so they got to make sure it doesn't burn down. Now, we can see the height being held here by Grad, by Bojack Goonman, again against Task Managers. This LH1 and Repeater combo is going to be nasty against the double light comp on Task Managers, so they have their work cut out for them. Bojack Goonman again throwing that gateway up high to give them options, to give them ability to reposition. They have a dual turret setup. You can see Lasagna sitting here behind the shield of Lamp, and then Grad on the far side. They're just waiting for any type of engage from Task Managers, and you can see that it's going to be difficult for them to deal with it. On the other side, we see Unfazed trying to tackle from bottom up this hold by Auntie Schoolboys.
Yeah, and now this whole house is on fire. Grandma is not happy about this, but the bullets go flying as well, and Akaz is going to be in that crossfire, going to be looking for that reset. He's almost halfway down on HP. But here we go, a little bit of an invis trying to find him, but he does narrowly slip away, and we're going to be going in for this steel juker right on top of it, and stuck in that corner with the gravity cube overall. But Normalize and Abstract really showing out right now, cleaning up, and that defib coming out to get Juker back up. We're looking at another little bit of a forced situation, but that Gugun trying to stall out as long as possible for these defender coins to come in from Auntie Schoolboys. He does get it, but now they're just going to be floating up on that second floor with that gravity cube, Jerry.
They get the steal, though. It's just too much for Akazu to try and deal with, but he's managed to put it back. Not into a 3 versus 2, but in fact dies there to Normalize. So it's going to be really difficult here for Auntie Schoolboys to claim this back. No time left on that box. Unfortunately, the defense of Grandma's house was short-lived. Unfazed now coming in to try and clean up the kills. 2 versus 2 here. Juka running away, getting healed up by that H+ infuser. Manages to do some nice little dancing trickery there to escape the pursuit, but KD Killer is hot on his tail as Apo gets the res. This is all a fight for pacing on the next vault, mind you. It seems neither team are fully committed to it. Juka does actually take out KD Killer, and that's the driving force, the fragger behind AGB, now out for the count. So I feel as though Auntie Schoolboys, they want to try and reset here. Unfazed want to punish them. They're chasing them up this staircase. Apo actually takes out Abstract with that mine. Ikazo somehow turns it around as well. How have they come out on top in this fight? They've wiped it. The 2 heavies take out Unfazed, and that could be monumental for keeping momentum and keeping them in this losing fight.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams had massive uphill battles, but Unfazed and Nightmare taking it over. But now we're going to get this plug going. Task Managers looks like they're in control, and Nightmare over on the other side of the map also in control. I think both these points may be in park on near these suspended structures. We're going to be dropping that cash out down on this low ground. This is a very difficult position to be playing, but they do have the tools to kind of build a mansion around this and play their angles and block it down. But Jimbo going to be looking for some great shots and cleaning up, and Apo going to be getting that regen.
Don't have any explosives to deal with the Gukakun. I think this might stick for AGB. They do get the steal. Unfazed, or rather, sorry, Task Managers, they're running Lockbolt. They don't have a cutting edge to break through the defenses. KD Killer goes huge with 2 kills, and now it's a 1 versus 1 between him and Wade. Wade taken out. KD Killer with the solo team wipe for AGB. They weren't even that far behind Task Managers after that, they weren't that far behind Unfazed after that last steal, because they've been doing so well. Unfazed, they actually have cash to their name, and AGB have already surpassed it just off kills alone, and now they have a box in their ownership as well. Unfazed trying to stick a steal on this Alpha Actor structure, but Nightmare have other things to say about that. Lasagna has a beautiful sightline to unleash damage into that objective. Unfazed do hold the box in terms of ground, but it's not their money. And look at the damage he's raining in. The defib comes out from Normalized, but it's just more targets for Lasagna to try and take out at this point. Misses some key shots onto Abstract, though, and has to duck away. He's managed to stall so well, though, for Nightmare that the box has dropped, and they only have about 10 seconds left to hold on to this. And Unfazed, I don't think they have it in them to stick a steal here, Sonsoyo. They've got the dome out. They've got the barricades, but no, he doesn't hold on to it. They're not sticking it for whatever reason. Nightmare just keep applying pressure, and it's not enough. Unfazed, they can't make it work. They get the wipe on Nightmare. That's going to damage the tally, because it happens just after they gain their cash already, so 15% off their total. But Nightmare well ahead of the pack. I say that as Auntie Schoolboys also chasing close behind.
Yeah, AGB is looking pretty good right now, tying things up relatively close. Only a 3K margin on this side, which means, I mean, ultimately it could be anyone's game. Task Managers have a lot of ground to go, but now they're going to be trying to take out Auntie's Goo Boys and lower their cash value overall. But I mean,
I need to catch my breath. I was just talking 2 minutes straight there, Sonsoyo. And this is just what happens in cash out. There's non-stop action, and right now we've got Auntie's Goo Boys holding over Vault 6. They want to keep control of this, but they are up against Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare is looking very, very good right now. They're going to be posturing up on this rooftop, but Lasagna just soaring through the skies trying to find Apo. Going to be taking a big RPG of his own, and some gas to boot, but takes him out as well. And now it's going to be Akazo in the crossfire from Lamp, I believe. And here we go, that KS-23 going to be able to break through those walls and do just massive chunk damage, taking out Akazo. KD Killer going to be the last one up. They do have to stabilize it because this is a very, very important point for them. They do not want to wipe to lose that cash tally. But look at this. I mean, even with that plug, Nightmare still in the lead after Task Managers did get that.
Yeah, this is the first time that Nightmare and Auntie's Goo Boys have come to blows. They've been dominant in cash out throughout these seasons. They've been dominant in this cash out game in particular. And now it feels as though maybe they've taken their eye off Unfazed, off Task Managers. They need to be wary of that fight, and maybe it's the case that Nightmare and Auntie's Goo Boys are going to have to fight for a second. But look at this. Auntie's Goo Boys, they've gone to third party on A. This could be telling. That might just leave Nightmare to their own devices.
Yeah, and here we go. It's going to be Akazo taking out Jimbo. Wade going down, and Task Managers as well. They did get that point flipped towards Unfazed. And, I mean, they're in a great position up on this high with the suspended structure. All they have to do is poke, and Akazo feeling the pressure right now as Apo takes the mesh shield, trying to block that damage. But now that KS-23, I like these picks on Monaco for these heavy. Just does a lot of chunk damage at range. It's kind of off playing as that BFR that we saw in the meta a while ago, but now just the KS-23 offers a lot of utility as well. But that gateway going in, they're trying to break this posture up on this high ground. The Invis, KD Killer trying to get something done, but gets taken out by Normalize with that Revo.
Task Managers have abandoned. This is now a fair 3 versus 3 between AGB and Unfazed, but like you say, they have to get the res. A good RPG, and that drops Apo down to the bottom as well. This is not good, as look at the height. No, Apo's still above. He's got that Lewis gun. He can rain damage down onto Juka, and look, they're in a position to try and go for a steal. But now, Task Managers, they've come back. They've realized that Nightmare were holding that box. There was no chance of trying to take it. So everyone's here now in the final 20 seconds. There's a steal being stuck. Who's going to get it?
Task Managers.
Task Managers on top of it with all of their bodies. I think they're going to hold it. They do. Task Managers now in a clean second, but they have to hold on. They can't wipe. 10 seconds left. Auntie's Goo Boys are chasing, but it's only Apo left. So there's no way he's going to get the 3 kills he needs. Actually, he gets 2. But that's not enough!
Task Managers!
The Task Managers and Nightmare are the teams going through to the 3 versus 3.
Wow, just super razor thin margins in that game. I think all teams were just separated. The top 3 teams were separated by 3K already.
It was so tight. Literally, it could have gone to any of those teams with just a few more kills. But at the very end there, when that steal was being stuck, I don't know if you caught it, Nightmare up from the ramparts of Grandma's house, up at the surviving structures in the windows, making sure that Task Managers had a clean steal because they knew that would make sure that they stayed in that first place position. It was the only win con outside of them getting the box themselves. So when you can't beat them, join them, outsource the labor, and that's exactly what they did. And Task Managers will be joining them in the fight for that final, the very first spot in the final later today. But like genuinely, this could have gone anywhere. I mean, Auntie's Goo Boys was so close all the way through, but look at that. It's literally just 3 kills separating them.
Yeah, and it was unbelievable because they only got 1 box throughout the entire game, Auntie's Goo Boys. But they were just fragging out of their minds, and they kept Task Managers down, they kept Unfazed down, constantly wiping them. But Nightmare, they played that perfectly at the end. I want to take it back like a minute or 2 before that final box. They were standing off against Auntie's Goo Boys. They were just ahead. They knew Auntie Schoolboys, they're not going to do too well attacking in a third party. All Nightmare had to do there was hold the box, prevent a plug, and stay on top. That was their game plan as soon as they hit that third wave of Volt. So really nice macro control by Nightmare. Two teams went into this looking like the dominant forces in cash out. Nightmare made sure that Auntie's Goo Boys, the other force, weren't able to make it through. And now they're in a pretty favorable 3 versus 3 against Task Managers, I've got to say, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, this was, real quick, I just want to say, this was a really good showing from Nightmare to show that they are able to understand macro control because of Lasagna. I mean, you notice Lasagna, only 900 support score on the heal beam, by the way, but it's just that up top positioning with the repeater that kept them going. But now we see it's going to be Nightmare and Task Managers. This is going to be super fun. But before we get into that, I believe our next one is going to be that elimination cash out game. We love elimination cash out here. And this is going to be a spicy one, just given the fact that, well, you got one team going home here.
It's terrifying.
We are going to be starting off with the finishing match, though, here. We're going to see who gets that final spot. It's going to be Nightmare and Task Managers coming up first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Play out this, mini ranked tournament that we've got on the top. And, of course, it's for a spot in the finale round. So you win this, you're sitting pretty for the next couple of hours. You get to sit back, watch, keep yourself warm if you need to, and just take it all in. So it's a massive, massive 3 versus 3 this. A best of 1 as well for Nightmare and Task Managers.
And just a reminder for everybody watching at home, Auntie's Goo Boys and Unfazed, they're not out of the running. We will see them again in Stage 2 as soon as we finish up with that lower bracket. But yeah, Sonsoyo, we're finally going to be seeing our first final round 3v3 here.
Well, honestly, if we take it back a little bit last week on the top 16 side, we saw Darkside really get the better of Nightmare. And honestly, the one thing that I saw was Nightmare just being a little bit overconfident in that matchup, which really got them picked off, isolated and picked off, which snowballed in the favor of Darkside. But ultimately, Task Managers versus Nightmare, I think if Nightmare is able to reel back that aggression, play very clinically, play very safe, they have what it takes to kind of best Task Managers. But I mean, we saw time and time again, Task Managers do well on the map picks that favor them overall.
That they do.
100%.
It's going to be map dependent, but we do have a full ban phase this time around as well. So it's going to be a lot more kind of an even footing, less of that random element. And I think ultimately, get two teams going for a ban phase, it's going to end up on a map that they're both relatively happy with, Ardy.
I think that the biggest point of discussion here is going to be HML versus HLL. Just given the fact that Nightmare, they have stuck true to that HML for a very good reason. I mean, again, showing off what Lasagna was able to do, even without touching the heal beam. I mean, you can get 900 support score accidentally, and he's running a heal beam. It's insane that it wasn't higher. But just sitting up at those top ropes with that CBO1, and when it comes down to running up against HLL, that CBO1 is a very, very powerful tool, especially when you're able to follow it up with the 9-3R. And if Lamp is going to be sticking to the SA-1216, depending on the map, it's just going to be a matter of if Lasagna hits those shots, who is there to follow up? We know that Grad is always putting himself in those positions to clutch, but you look at Task Managers, they have been sticking with the HLL for a very different purpose to a lot of the other teams. A lot of the other teams are using HLL to subvert expectations, but to be honest, Task Managers, they've been running HLL. We've seen BMO and Wade together on Light for so long that this is what they are good at. This is their bread and butter, Jerry.
Yeah, they are playing their comfort picks, and that's what a lot of people are doing in this meta at the moment. They're feeling free to express themselves and sort of flex their skills, which is really exciting. It's why you see, Ikazo punching really high here and ending up sort of top 8 as a goo gun heavy with the Deagles. Like, anyone can do it if you're good enough, if you put in the hours. And teams that have 2 lights are looking to exert that because they're just that good. But you don't take Lasagna off medium. Like, this is what Nightmare have been successful with for the past several months now. And I feel as though Task Managers, the stats are against them. Everything's against them in this one. I've got to back Nightmare.
Back in Nightmare? I mean, hey, I'm thinking Nightmare as well. So, Soyo, we're in the game.
I agree. I mean, I'm going with Nightmare, and we're going back to Monaco. I think it's another Suspended Structures map. And it's going to be, I mean, it could be similar flavors early on. BMO now in the crossfire, narrowly gets away, dashes out last second before taking any damage. But Lasagna going to posture up on Church because this is such a powerful position to be in. Lamp as well on that mesh shield, which could be advantageous against this winch if he's able to block it out. But that shot, beautiful shot from coming out from Lasagna on that CB1 repeater. We'll see how Taskmaster can recover from this one.
And that's why you don't take him off medium. And he knows exactly how to play this as well. He's playing on the statue. He's saying, look, guys, we just need to control this fight. Don't let them get the res. The problem is, there's lots of hidey holes, and they could be in any one of these apartments on any floor, so really Nightmare have to kind of make the decision. They do make the decision to just grab that box, head as quickly as possible over to B, let Task Managers get that res, and have a bit of pace ahead of them. They don't decide to go for the wipe, but this is as good as a vault point victory as you're going to get. That KS-23 on Lamp as well, they are really committed to this long-range fight.
Well, I think it's very good, and we're going to see Lasagna kind of slowing them down as well. And the beautiful thing about Nightmare right now is if they don't allow Task Managers to get that first plug, they won't have the opportunity to winch that box out, set it up. But overall, this is a great position to be on. Grandma's, they're still rotating in almost halfway through this map. They still have quite the ways to go, 80 meters to be exact. And look at this position. They're playing pretty far away from the Grandma's house, which is a little unorthodox in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think, you know, they're looking to control the roads, control the approaches, so it's a bit difficult. They see that gateway has already given quick access to Task Managers to the point, and suddenly they're scrambling, trying to close the gap. Thankfully, they do manage to force or rather Jimbo off of that steal, and everyone on Task Managers looking a little bit worse, where Lamp does get healed up for Nightmare. This is a decent amount of control, but now Jimbo on the second time of asking. Wade catches Lamp crossing there, and a 3 versus 2. This steal is going to be successful for Task Managers. A massive flip. The defib comes up. Can Nightmare re-establish control? They need to steal their box back. Wade going down from Lasagna again. This repeater is just a light killing machine in his hands.
Yeah, and Grad's going to be trying to hunt down any light that he can find, swat away those mosquitoes. But now it looks like he's going to be going that force point back. Oh my, that C4. I think he may still be in range. He does take a big burst of damage. Going to be having to hop off that, and RPG goes out. But Lamp finds the better of him. I'm not sure if any team shots came out, but Lamp coming out on top overall. This will be BMO last one up. BMO needs to run by the time. But Nightmare going to get that flip. Beautiful, beautiful plays in that heavy 1v1. Kind of making that run back against Jimbo, getting the better of him.
As soon as BMO got taken out of his invis there, you knew it was over. That was his last gasp attempt to stay alive. But, yeah, this is a lineup that I'm not sure we've seen Task Managers line up without Digcron, but with Jimbo, they always seem to be sort of juggling subs. It's a miracle, honestly, in my opinion, that they managed to make it to this top 2, essentially, in this first part of the day. But they are punching. You know, they managed to force Nightmare to sweat a little bit there. They got the steal. They just couldn't hold it in the post. And now we have a bit of a schism here. 2 teams in the Cathedral fighting for the high ground. It's currently Nightmares, but we can see Task Managers trying to climb their way up, trying to find an ingress point. Bit of long-range work coming out from BMO with that beautiful Vortex sight. Laying down pain at range, but easy enough for Nightmare to skirt up these spiral staircases. Lasagna has the burst damage in pocket, but he has an escape route as well, and cover. But the jump pads, they work for both teams. He gets chased down. Grad has his back, though, as Wade baited into his waiting arms.
Yeah, and now I think this is where the vault fight really slows down. As we can see, it really comes down to the positioning initially, and you do not want to let that winch go out, but we're going to be breaking out. It's going to be a pick on BMO. Grad finds that pick against that other light. Going to be grabbing that body, backing up, but Wade's going to be dropping down again. And it's going to be last one up of Jimbo, that heavy. Will they go for that wipe? Will they just wait for these coins? It seems like he's just going to be posturing up on this high ground, waiting for those coins, planting that C4. They do not want to allow anyone to get up here, as Grad just goes to get this plug, get this box moving. He may have just spotted him right there. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, this is very, very good yet again for Nightmare. This first plug means a lot. You do not want to let either team set up ultimately.
Yeah, and one of the really good things about running double light in this meta is that it gives you opportunity to scout, to find intel, but we're not seeing the sonars, we're not seeing the invis on the side of Task Managers. They just want to get in and frag. And it means that Nightmare, they've got the edge when it comes to intel. They seem to know where Task Managers are coming at them from and always have cover, always have a plan. Look at that, the shield bursting forward to provide Lasagna the opportunity to push, but he's caught out a little bit here. Some good heals coming in from Grad as well, though. Look, such a tight unit Nightmare have. They pick each other up when they're down.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's understated is the chemistry between that KS-23 right there and the repeater just doing so much burst damage together. I mean, Lamp just hitting every shot, taking out Jimbo. And it's not looking good yet again for Task Managers. They were able to get that reset, get their refight on this vault, but ultimately just not working out, not panning out how they want. I'm not entirely sure. I think Nightmare really cleaned things up in these 3v3s. They're playing together, playing as a unit. And here we go again. I mean, Lamp's not missing right now.
He really isn't. That is a team wipe perfectly attributed to him, that KS-23. I mean, dare I say it, Apo step aside, we got a new king in town. That is some dangerous KS-23 play. Maybe a bit early to be calling it, but either way, they've got this cash out started. Task Managers spawning in about 5 seconds. And it feels like the finale spot has Nightmare's name written all over it at this point. They are locked in today. They were shaky during the top 16. They just need to hold their nerve here.
Yeah, I mean, they are going a little bit far, but they do have these angles to pad right on top of that point. It is a decent rotation, but as you can see, look at this, RPGing out, looking for any sort of opening. But that KS-23 and that repeater, I'd be a little bit scared if I were Wade right there. And now Jimbo's under crossfire right now, backing away. Where's his help right now? Gonna get that Ancient Future back up. Lamp taking a big amount of damage. Grad just looking for this off angle. Lamp not taken out, even with that bow to boot. But it's just gonna be Wade last one up. He has to look for a reset. And now we're just skeet shooting, trying to find Wade as he takes him out, takes himself out with that fire barrel to get that reset.
Yeah, it's been a really rough day for BMO in particular. It feels like he's the one taking the brunt of the beating, often the first death. But I mean, sometimes it's Wade as well. The lights just cannot step up to this triple whammy of LH1 repeater and KS-23. It's just pure burst damage. I say that as I actually realised that Grad is on the 93R. So, you know, they've got a bit of clean-up duty there. He was on LH1 on the cash-out game. That's my excuse for that one. But here we go. Final engage attempt from Task Managers as they close the distance with about 20 seconds left. They're just going to go gung-ho at the point. Create a little gooberage. Oh, no! It's scuffed there as they fall down to the ground, but so does the cash out. There's a chance to maybe stick it on the ground. Lasagna, though, finding Wade yet again. And there's only about 8 seconds left on that timer. In come the kills. Lamp secures it with that melee onto Jimbo. Was that just not a masterclass from Nightmare Sonsoyo?
That was just incredibly clinical, and they know how to play against this HLO. They have tons and tons of practice against Envy, so they know what to prepare for, Artie.
They know what to prepare for, indeed. I mean, again, this was a showing for Nightmare that they are sticking with HML for a reason, and it did come down to the resets. Came down to the fact that Lasagna, he's hitting those defibs when he needs to. And I will say, I was a bit worried on that first box, right? Where it seemed like Task Managers had kind of eked their way in to understand how to get through Nightmare, but Nightmare locked in, and I mean, look at that. Lamp, 8 kills. Oh, geez. It's just, it was so decisive. And that's why we're going to be seeing Nightmare later on. We will check in with them all the way out in Stage 3, but for now, we still got some games going on, Jerry. Let's you want anything else you want to look at the scoreboard?
The triple ones on the side of Task Managers, they just couldn't get things going, could they? They could never find the kills. Just the stability that the heal beam, the defibs, the mesh shield play from I was about to say Bojack Gooman, of course it's not, from Lamp during that game. It was also a case of, you know, winch up against mesh, which, as we know this season in NA in particular, it's a very hard time winning that heavy v heavy fight now that the mesh shield does block the winch claw. So yeah, really, really rough one all round for Task Managers, but it's not the end for them. They are going through with AGB and Unfazed to the upper bracket, which will be decided fairly soon. But Ardy, we should turn our attention now to the dangerous depths of the lower bracket and that dirty word amongst all competitive players in the finals. It's the only elimination cash out in the whole format.
That's right, Jerry. This is, as we call in the industry, scary times. Because if KCP, Envy, Pulsar, or Darkside finish in 4th place, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Then there's going to be another final round 3v3 for the top 2 players to make it out to figure out who's going into the upper and who's going into the elimination. This is going to be one for the ages. I love Elimination Cash Out, but you're not going to get it just yet. You have to wait for one break. So don't go anywhere because we got Elimination Cash Out coming for you right after this break.
Exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is a too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Halto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Halto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Finals Grand Major 2026. This is the online series, cycle number 1 for the American region, and I gotta say, there's a lot on the line coming up. I'm with Jerry and Tsutsuyo, and Jerry, we're coming into a game of cash out now where the 4th place team is going to be kicked home to the curb. The 3rd place team, they're also gonna have a slightly rough around the edges day.
Yeah, this is an interesting cash out. It's the only one that we're going to see like this in this entire format. It will play out so differently to your normal cash out games. I want to talk about it a little bit more when we have the bracket to look at later. So sorry, maybe you can talk us through these teams and how we can expect these teams to do in the cash out game itself.
Yeah. I mean, these teams are still nothing to scoff at. We saw Darkside maybe have a little bit of a hiccup in that first cash out game. Not really doing the best, but ultimately, I mean, they're still a very strong team, but they're up against some massive signed org giants. We got Envy, Kansas City Pioneers, Pulsar, and like I just said, Darkside.
This honestly could go any which way, especially when you consider the fact that we've got a lot of HML here. We still got the HLL, but there's just so many different things that come into play. It all will come down to the maps. Today, we've already seen Nozomi Citadel, we've seen Fongwai City, we've seen Monaco. We're actually going back to Nozomi Citadel, but before we go into Nozomi Citadel, I want to actually talk about, again, these teams, the way that they're thinking about this match with how they've banned up to this point. With Darkside getting rid of Monaco, you can tell that they are trying to make sure that it is going to be as much controlled chaos as possible, whereas Monaco is just third-party heaven. Pulsar has the same ideology where they don't want to get stuck on a part of the map where they're not going to be able to get out of. They banned Skyway Stadium. Envy continues to ban Las Vegas Stadium, which I am still trying to understand, Tsutsuyo, but KCP made a fortune. I mean, they're singing the tale of Nightmare. They're trying to make it out in that final round, too.
Yeah, I do think Nozomi Citadel is a very good map for almost any composition. The HLL can kind of rat around these corners, dash, poke, and prod the opposing teams, whereas these HML comps have that room, that close range engagement to stay close together. Maybe if they're playing winch, they get that opportunistic pick, reel them in, and get that quick kill, Artie.
Exactly. I think that this is really going to be a game where mediums who are not playing correctly will get punished. Again, if you're going to be pulling out the defibs, you gotta pull out the defibs in the fight to make use of them. But if you're going for HLL, you gotta make sure that you are dominating where you can. If you don't get good timing, third party is gonna be easy on Nozomi Citadel. We've already seen it from these teams once. KCP, Envy, Pulsar, and Darkside. Jerry, one of these teams going home. One of these teams won't get the chance to play until kind of later in the day.
Yeah, this is basically a little mini bracket to sort out a waiting list for having chances to play later on. If you come 4th here, you're out. If you come 3rd, you have to wait, and you will only get 1 chance later to try and make it to the finale. You get 2nd, you get 2 chances. come first, you'll get 3 chances to try and make it to the finale. So everyone wants as high a ranking as possible. This cash out game, with 4th being eliminated completely, is going to have a very different dynamic to a lot of others that we've seen so far today.
That's a good way to put it. So, Soyo, I want to throw it to you. I mean, specifically talking about the idea of third parties. I mean, we know that KCP is going to be setting up for stability. We know that Pulsar is going to be setting up to try and make sure that they're able to read. But for Envy, do you think that they're going to be using their HLL to maybe third party this and change up what they've been doing? Or do you think that they're going to try to just establish that early dominance and try to remain in control of what was theirs?
Well, I think the one thing to note with HLL is you're extremely flexible on both ends of the spectrum. If Envy's able to kind of take an early lead, I think they'll lean more towards that stability. But at the end of the matches that we saw in top 16, they kind of offer this third party. They send off Uni, the amazing light, the shooter. Go try and offset that box, keep it out, or just kind of manipulate it overall to kind of get that advantage snowballing even harder. But, I mean, we talked about the stakes in this matchup, and it's just at an all-time high.
It's at an all-time high. I gotta say, coming through this, though, I don't think that there's a world that Envy gets out here. I feel like Envy has to pass through to the end. A quick early prediction, I'm thinking it's going to be Envy KCP. I feel like Darkside might not be able to stay up all throughout it, but we'll find out because we're going into the game right now. Jerry and Sotsoyo, it's up to you guys to walk us through the chaos, through the action.
Thank you so much, Ardy. I'm going to quickly place my flag in the ground and say, I think Pulsar make it through. I'm really worried for Envy. They have not been good in cash out throughout these entire top 16 and top 8. They need to make it count now because once they get to those 3v3s, they are indomitable. But they have to run it through the gauntlet, avoid the chaos, beat the suffering that they may have to endure during these cash out games. They're going to be squaring up against Kansas City Pioneers as we're watching the orange team here in KCP. There's a brilliant, nice bit of positioning at the start to get an RPG out, but it doesn't do the damage that they hope for. Does drop Gremlin down a floor, though, and that means that there's some good positioning still held here by KCP. A nice little crossfire being enacted here by Slotty in the corner, but his position is now known, and he only just barely gets out of it, juicing back up. Look at how important this sort of terrain has been made, Sonsoyo. It's like watching a real-time strategy game. They're moving forward, the pieces forward gradually, and now in comes the push from the Queen. Gremlin moving forward, but has to back out again. The heals. This is so tense, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, exactly. Unique gonna be dropped as well. Teammail's taking a little bit of shots from behind, but ultimately gets to regroup with his team. Nappa, the last one up for Envy. He's gonna have to find that reset on Uni, but I mean, these lights are a dynamic duo here. They can kind of make this run back if they have the ability to find an early pick, but they're going to opt to get this reset, but Varian may be trying to opt for the chase, but taking a lot of damage, hides behind that little electrical box as well. But, I mean, look at this. Darkside, are they coming in for a little bit of a third party here as well?
They could be. Box is in the hands of Not Bubba. He's going to get this plugged as soon as possible now that his team are up to full strength and KCP are still in a bit of a problematic state. But you're right, there is the red health bars over Darkside lingering. And as we talk about them, KCP have just been wiped here by Envy. Envy don't have long to set up a defense, and Darkside should pounce right now if they want to stand a chance up against this really fierce 3 versus 3 side. They've taken strong positions, but look, there's Kusanagi caught out in the open. Uni has a nice cross angle here, and we can see the main task force of Envy resurging through that staircase, putting Rekobs under fire. They managed to keep control here, Sonsoyo. Envy have the watch that they needed.
Yeah, Envy going to be rotating back out, but I mean, look at Darkside. They do have this high ground under control. They get a little bit knocked down when they are going for that steal. Great shot from Not Bubba, but they do end up getting that flip. Now Gremlin's going to try and find that back, but it's just Rekob's last one up for Darkside, and it's going to be very, very detrimental for them because he does get taken out. They're not going to be able to get those coins going for them, and now it's almost in such a great position for Envy. 1 minute left on this cash out and 15 seconds left for Darkside to respawn back in. I don't
think they're going to get pushed. KCP are pushing on the far side. Darkside did not cover their debt. It's a little acronym I want to talk about later. But for the time being, we're going to look at this team fight here between KCP and Pulsar. Pulsar still holding firm on their box, and they've got a really nice position of strength here. We saw it earlier how KCP wanted to play around these barricades, and they put them in place to force Pulsar back. Oh, great couple of burst headshots there to take down Spawns, who's brought immediately back up by the defib, and the trade comes back from Varian onto 2 on KCP. Really impressive. Pulsar don't look like they're able to hold this. And Great Stick Varian picks up all of them, and Slothy to close it out. That was a 3-piece from Varian. A great last second push there to wipe out Pulsar, and then Slothy claiming that final kill after the defib. Pulsar falling apart in the final moments of their defensive hold there.
Yeah, that just shows how fickle teams can be once you get that early pick and just snowballs in your favor. But, I mean, look at this. Gremlin going to be picked out early as well, but it is a 2v2 right here, so there's not going to be much snowballing. But, I mean, Not Bubba and Uni both extremely weak. Envy did end up getting that box, but it's just Darkside here to clean up. Kusanagi not going to be able to get this fight as both of the teams look to reset. They're closing in on this fight right here, but Uni dashing away. Gremlin taking a big amount of damage. Is probably going to be taken down yet again, but ultimately going to get healed back up from the H Infuser. I mean, this fight, I mean, we're just fighting for the wipe right here. Gremlin now fighting against this light. That Shack does so much damage, and great use of cover right there, taking him out.
Yeah, Envy looking pretty solid here. They've already got that cash to their name. They just need to try and walk their way out and maybe grab some kills on the way. Pulsar applying pressure from range, but they have a tap on Vault 4 already. D is in control of Envy, though, essentially. They've been pretty lucky with this objective spawn. They could just hold their position if they want to, but they're deciding not to. They want to go push C instead and give KCP, Kansas City Pioneers, a bit of trouble. Pulsar are also coming in, though, so I don't think either of these teams know that they're about to be third-partying.
Well,
and it's just a question of whether they spot them or not.
Because, I mean, Pulsar got the tap. You'd typically expect them to go plug that other point. You see that tap, you're like, oh, it's pretty safe, but this is going to be looking like a fourth party. Every team on this box, this could pretty much set up how that last box go up. Everyone is going to be showing up to this. It's like a new Smash game, but here we go on this next cash out C. 1 minute left. KCP has a big uphill battle with so much teams. If they're able to play this to their advantage, they are able to let everyone else fight, do their dirty work for them, take out the dirty clothes, but Gremlin now knows the opportunity is for them and gets Winch. Going to be stop that steal. Slothy getting some beautiful damage, but on that high ground, Uni, I believe, getting that H Infuser, getting Gremlin, saving him by the skin of his teeth, Jerry.
Yeah, they didn't overcommit there. Only sent Gremlin in. They had an escape route. Now they're going in again. They might manage it this time. He's got the Invis Bomb. He's got the gateway to escape. They don't get the flip, though. And Bubba finding Slothy. And now I think the next minute or half a minute is just going to be chaos. Absolute chaos. There's going to be kills from every side because we've got all the teams here right now, I think. And in this situation, it just plays into KCP's hands. They winch it inside. That's going to be so difficult to steal from now because they have control indoors. Gremlin's trying to push in and get some kills. KCP keeping those health bars nice and high. Slothy finding Uni as well. Envy probably don't have a chance to steal her. There's gas on the cash out. No one's running fire, so I think that's basically it. We see a wipe onto Darkside, as I believe is that Pulsar must have gone across the map to try and take them out and get that Vault started. A huge stagger, as we saw. Pulsar were the ones that tapped Vault 4. They came over, tried to third-party KCP, gave up, and then went back and plugged their objective. Why?
Yeah. I think once they realized there was a fourth party, they're like, I'm not going to take my chances. Going to go get that plug and play a little bit less chaos in this cash out round. But I mean, look at this. It looks like Envy's hot on KCP's trails right now on top of Vault 5. Varian taking a lot of damage, does get out with that gateway, but an RPG going out, shooting the door. He does not like doors, Gremlin. But now, going to be going for this next Vault fight. Sloth on that high ground as well. Going to be an H-infused backup. I mean, just so much util coming out from both teams. The winch coming out, pulling Gremlin. Will they get this pick? This is a big opener for KCP right here. Not Bubba taking a big load of damage because Darkside's coming in as well, causing that chaos. Pulsar feeling pretty about themselves. They have no contest over on Cash Out D, but Vault 5 is where all the action's at right now. Darkside gonna take this box, rotate it over, and this is huge for them.
Yeah, because they're in last place, and remember, in this cash out, if you finish fourth, last, then you are eliminated. It's completely different from any other cash out we see in this entire competition. They have put themselves potentially in second place here, Sonsoyo. Everyone else is chasing. Pulsar, they're about to claim their cash out on the far side of the map, but it's only enough to put them in third. Everyone is now going to have their eyes on cash out B for the final 2 minutes of this game. Maybe Vault 6 gets tapped. Maybe, we'll see. But I think right now, Darkside, they are the team that can play defense here, and it's KCP that can play Kingmaker and maybe try and eliminate some rivals early on. Envy, one of those rivals, going for an early potential steal here against Darkside.
Yeah, exactly, and here we go. Darkside trying to hold down this point. Taking out Bubba, that's pretty good, but Gremlin's finding a lot of value as well. And Kusanagi gonna be taken out. Uni, last one up, clutching up. I think that really went down to Gremlin. Gremlin finding so much value with that Shack, staying alive for such a long time. And Envy kind of making their way out of this, but 10 seconds left to get this plug over on the other side of the map. Will they get it? 8 seconds, 7. They're not going to be able to get it because KCP's holding this out. And this is very detrimental to everybody. They have to rotate over to this next cash out. I mean, KCP's in a beautiful spot.
And cash out A has now disappeared. It is despawned. The only cash out available to everyone now is B, and that's in the hands of Envy. And there's only 40 seconds left for everyone to get over there and have a say in things. As it stands, Envy and Kansas City Pioneers going through. You can expect KCP to simply farm. They're just going to prevent anyone else from jumping on top. They're going to try and make sure that maybe Envy get knocked out here. But at the moment, Darkside are in danger. They're the ones trying to steal, trying to give themselves a lifeline. They are sticking it. It wasn't allowed though. Llama said no. Comes in with the winch. In comes Gremlin to do some damage as well. Now Llama has a go. They're trying to steal it, but down goes the cover. And that is almost a wipe onto Pulsar. Only Cafaneo left. Envy need to defend. Uni's last alive, but that is it. 5 seconds left. No one's on the box on Soyo. Envy and KCP will go through, but it's Darkside that have to say goodbye, making an early exit from the top 8.
Yeah, Darkside getting knocked out of the top 8 bracket. I think they still go home with some points, but it's not going to be that many. Not the contest that they wanted to show up, Artie.
They will get exactly 5 points, but a huge GG's to Darkside. We hope to see them again in the next TGM Online Series cycle, but I will say, what a competitive match from everybody involved. I mean, KCP ensuring that early lead. Jerry, you said it the best. They became kingmakers, and one of the ways that they just decided to play with that is just say, hey, Pulsar, as long as you stay over here on this box, it means that, we're going to be fine. So we'll just keep you here for as long as possible. The way that it crumbled out, though, I was getting worried for Envy towards the middle there. I think it came down to the fact that KCP could have third-party that early fight between Darkside and Envy, and they decided not to in order to play for the macro and hold that last vault. It ended up being so close, though, Sonsoyo.
Together right there. I mean, they must be at least a little bit relieved to not be knocked out in this match. Coming at third, that still means a lot. As Jerry mentioned prior, they may only have one opportunity left to get into this finale, but Envy and KCP, this is going to be another run back of what we saw in that top 16 bracket, and KCP really took it out on top in that. And I don't know if that's an upset the way Envy has been playing overall, but Envy taking this first place in this cash out round. Beautiful all-around scoreboard for both KCP and Envy.
Yeah, you can't say they didn't deserve it. Look at the kills, right? It was absolutely earned by Envy and Kansas City Pioneers. I'm surprised, honestly, to see Pulsar drop to 2 cash-out losses in a row after how well they did last year. After looking at their stats, I'm very stat-brained, But these lobbies, they just hit different. And yeah, Envy finally managing to kind of unsettle the nerves there, which I think a lot of Envy fans would have been worried. That is, by the way, an Envy side that are made up of 2 of the 3 Grand Major winners from 2025. So they are expected to go far, but they keep making it really difficult for themselves, Artie.
It really does tend to be the longest road possible for Envy. I think that they're just trying to play the most finals, which, now is only going to be possible if they get first place here in this final round. Now, 3v3 final round format is where Envy has, of course, been shining, but this is going to be another classic case of HLL versus HML. And in the last 3v3 final round that we saw between Nightmare and Task Managers, Nightmare showed us that HML still has a place to stand. But Envy has been so dominant with HLL because of their specific kiting method. The thing is, though, this isn't just any team they're going up against. This is the Kansas City Pioneers with T-Bills, Varian, and Slothy. And these guys have been watching what Envy has been doing. And Sonsoyo, I mean, Kansas City Pioneers has to have been prepping for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, it really showed in that top 16. They bested him on Nozomi Citadel as well. So I think map picks in this next 3v3 could be very, very important. I think KCP really fights very well when you have these close range engagements. They stay very tight as a team. I mean, they have two shooters, Varian and T-Mills, and a beautiful heavy of Sloth on that team. But I mean, you're going up against not Bubba, Uni as the dynamic duo in that light slot right now, and Gremlin, in my opinion, one of the best heavies in the game, if not the best heavy. So I mean, we've seen them best them over in top 16. Can they do it again, Artie?
Unstoppable force versus immovable object. I don't know what my prediction is, but let's try to run through these predictions real quick. So the way that I'm thinking about it, right, is that Bubba and Uni have had such a good run this entire year, but Envy's been struggling in cash out. But I don't think that they've been struggling in final round. So I think that Envy has this. I think Envy clears this because it's not cash out, and I think it's going to be easy. I love KCP. I love Tyler T. Mills Millington III. I love you to death, but I feel like Envy just has the edge because of Uni and Bubba.
I'm going to say that I think Kansas City Pioneers have this. I think Envy, despite being the best team statistically in the past 2 months, right, they've won almost every single 3v3 they've been in. The one team they cannot best is Kansas City Pioneers. Kansas City Pioneers booked their spot in the top 8 by beating Envy last week. It was a 3-mapper, to be fair. This is just a best of 1, so it might be completely different. But I think if there's any team that can best Envy in a 3 versus 3 right now, it is Kansas City Pioneers. They've been terrible in cash out. But
and remember, we are going to be staying in Nozomi Citadel, Sotoyo.
I do think I'm big on the map picks, but I'm going to have to go against the grain here and against Jerry. I think Envy's been looking better than they did in the top 16. So I think they have, because that last map on the top 16 was such razor thin margins, they're going to squeak it out. They don't want to lose again. They've been studying as well. They've been scrimming. They've been practicing. They know what to expect this time. I'm going with Envy.
I feel like it is map dependent though, Jerry. I know that KCP has been so good lately, and I mean, especially T-Bills has just been hitting. Varian has been hitting incredibly hard as well as Slothy. But the thing is that on Nozomi Citadel, this is where Envy is able to pull out their strategy better than any other map. This is where that advanced kiting method comes through, where Envy has routinely shown that they can force a team onto the point as long as they're on defense and play around it with those early picks. Now, if there's anyone that can dethrone them, it is KCP. I remember last week it was Varian who was able to find those 1v1s up against Uni, unlike any other light that can. But I will say I'm so excited for this. Nobody's going home, but somebody will be taking a long break. So, Jerry, Sonsoyo, take us into this final round between Envy and KCP.
Two of the best 3 versus 3 sides in the world right now. Who would have expected them to see this early in the lower bracket facing off against each other? So here we are on the Nozomi Citadel, as you mentioned, and both teams chasing from the Nozomi side towards Vault 1. Interesting, they'll have to look left and right before they cross the road. Maybe they'll see each other on the divide, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, I mean, this could go any way. I think this whole entire series has been just so unpredictable overall, but as these teams kind of collapse on Vault 1, it's a very tricky place to go and get that early tap. So they're probably going to have to face off early on, but they do spot them up on that high ground. Not Bubba going to try and look for a little bit of an off angle here, but ultimately staying with his team. I love the use of blocking off that doorway with the barricades that Sloth has. It's going to prove very well against this winch matchup as well. He's going to try and block those winches, use it kind of as a pseudo mesh a sense, but I mean, Dome goes down, going to be taken down by the RPG, and this could be the opener that Gremlin wanted, but Kansas City just backing off, playing very slow. I think this is a game of inches and snowballing based off how much distance you get here, but as we do, the first shot's kind of going off. Yet again, playing very slow.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not too sure whether they were running it in the cash out, but for certain, these are two heavy players in Gremlin and Slothy that have preferred Mesh Shield typically this season. So seeing them stack up against each other with winches both is very interesting. It's going to be some very dynamic and quick fights. But the first kill comes not from a winch, but from a long-range shack shot from Slothy as he takes out Uni. Gremlin, though, trades it out, and that's the heavy down on the side of KCP. But of course, T-Mills has those defibs. KCP perhaps the more stable side. They want to control the chaos a little bit more, and that brings Slothy back up. Uni also res. As you predicted, Sonslow, this is a slow burn of a battle between the two sides.
And here we go, the winch goes out, but Slothy gonna be taken out, but Gremlin as well. This is that opener. That winch is kind of the opener that you need, but great damage from T-Mills, but not going to be enough because that off angle covered by Uni. And Uni, just a beautiful shot. That box did get tapped, which is going to mean they will get this plug about the same time as they spawn back in. So they don't have to wait for that rotation to come in from KCP. They will be able to get this plug, set up their defenses, and look at those line of sights here. And I mean, we've seen time and time again how, I mean, beautiful shots. And I mean, this spawn is very, very bad for KCP if Envy can set up.
Yeah. Oh, is that glitch going to make his mark? I think it hit the gateway. It did. So Uni crossed, oh, sorry, rather Varian crossed, but he wasn't able to put down the second gateway for his team. And he's just taken out instantly by Gremlin. So an immediate 2 versus 3. And
see ya.
Slothy reads the game and says, you know what? We need to spawn back in as quickly as possible. So they just dive into the chasm. That was a killer blow from Slothy, but more importantly, a killer glitch grenade from, I believe it was Bubba.
Yeah, and I would like to say, I mean, spawn trapping has been changed a lot in 3v3. It's not as consistent as it used to be, but you can see where we're setting up that gateway. They're going to wait for them to spawn in the exact same position and hope that you can kind of play that high ground and be behind them. But as we saw, spawn trapping in 3v3 has been changed. It's not as consistent as it used to be. But a big RPG coming out from Gremlin, but no follow-up, just going to be playing slow. That dome going down, that's going to be wasted util from both sides. The RPG, very, very good. But ultimately, I think losing a dome may prove to be a little bit weaker.
Yeah, it's a long cooldown that he's on right now. And of course, Slothy has his dome, but they haven't found themselves into a spot. This is deliberate from Envy. They don't want to engage without that dome, especially with it being the only protection against winches in this double winch matchup. We can see T-Mills, he's been gifted this Vanish Bomb with the crossbow as well. The Chimera XP, the newest weapon added to the mediums loadout in the most recent season, but Varian is the one to find the opening kill instead for KCP, taking out Uni. They've got targets all over those lights. Gremlin, though, finds some respite, restores parity, 2 versus 2. The timer, though, working in MV's favor as Gremlin, he's just dodging and diving, and Bubba trying to survive as well. They're doing their best to kite and stall as much time as possible. Varian going in for the kill, but he's taken out. Gremlin and Bubba find their kills, and Envy with a resolute defense of their first cash-out box.
Yeah, exactly. And this is very good for Envy. This is the momentum you need to kind of snowball things. That first vault fight, I mean, this is kind of how these 3v3s can work. You win that first vault fight, get a lot of momentum, and now Vault 2 is still going to be another little bit of a back foot for KCP. They may get the map control, but ultimately, if you're not sitting in that first place position, it can be very difficult to kind of set the tone, set the pace, because Envy is going to be very patient on this box, play it out. But I mean, this Chimera is going to get some great shots on top of Gremlin, take him out from T-Mills. That guy is known for his aim, but Slothy taking a lot of damage as well. He's facing 2 of the better aimers as well in his matchup, and Slothy taking out Bubba, narrowly making it out of there alive.
I wish you could have heard Ardy's reaction to that kill on stream. My goodness, great movement there from Envy to capitalize here, and Bubba gets Gremlin back up. We have now got KCP A little bit worse for where they don't have the res, I believe. It's a bit worrisome as they just need to wait for Slothy to coin back in. So a bit of a stall on this fight. Of course, it is only a Vault fight, but Envy now control it. They're taking that long zip towards Cash Out C, I believe. Yes, over in the Cyber Cafe. So similar battleground as the one we saw for the first fight, or for the first objective Cash Out fight. They've got the goo barrel behind as well. This is a pro tip from Ardy, by the way, in his coaching sessions. You know, grab those barrels. They're basically free gadgets, just not on cooldown. So grab them as often as you can. Gremlin going to be walking this over to Cash Out C.
Yeah, and we're going to get this plug going. Yet another defensive setup for Envy. It's going to have to, I mean, look how far away. I don't know who that is so far away. They're going to be able to gateway back in. And it looks like KCP taking this slow from bottom up. They want to procedurally take this fight as careful as they can, because I mean, you don't really know where those two lights are going to be playing, what angles they're going to be taking. They're just so slippery. You want to be able to find that pick early to snowball, and I keep saying snowball time and time again, but that jump pad coming up, and here we go. The fight's breaking out, the winch coming out. Gremlin's taking a lot of damage with the counter winch as well. T-Mills trying to find the kill. He ended up getting it through that H infuser, but it's gonna be Gremlin down 3 up, and Varian gonna be taken down as well by Not Bubba. 2v2 situation right here, and we have Not Bubba trying to find the regen on Gremlin, but he's getting a lot of pressure. A big RPG coming out. Union, Not Bubba, not looking very good for Envy right now. We should be looking for a flip right here. This is your opportunity before Gremlin has the ability to coin back in. You have those barricades. You have everyone up on your team. Go force that point and get that flip. But here we go. Gonna be trying to put the pressure down, stop that, but T-Mill's gonna be taken out from Not Bubba, and that's gonna be spill some danger over here as we do. Varian also getting taken out. Now it's just Slothy. How could they have blundered this? They needed to go get that flip as soon as possible, as soon as they have the opportunity to.
Oh, he removed the barricade instead of sticking the res. I don't think he meant to do that, and that's cost Slothy his life. KCP now have no time to spawn back in. And Envy, I think they've done it, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, I mean, Envy, that's going to be big. I mean, if KCP gets a decent spot, they may have time to just gateway in, but they're going to be held by Envy, which is going to be pretty much no time on this point. Have to gate in, hop on the point, but I think they spawn just a little bit too far away, and look at that. No time at all to get that crossover, and it's going the way of Envy.
And they just always have to do it the difficult way, don't they? Ardy, Envy, winning a 3 versus 3. It's a tale as old as time. You backed them. I didn't. I feel like my prediction elo is in the mud, but that gives them 3 chances at least to try and make it to the finale later today.
Absolutely. I mean, the redemption arc coming out from Envy on the brink. Could have lost it all at the beginning, but now they're back up and they've made their way back into the uppers. So we will see them hopefully routinely throughout Stage 2, but for KCP, still a good showing, still a lot of work needed, especially in capitalizing on that early damage. Again, if you're going to be bringing in that medium, you got to be able to use those defibs. And I mean, look at this. Not Bubba has 4 reses, and T-Mills with only 3 reses. With HML, if you're going to be taking those brawls, you got to be setting yourself up to at least reset those deaths within the context of a team fight. And it was very difficult for them to do that when you've got Uni and Bubba somewhere on the outside of the POI trying to get that early damage, and you've got Gremlin running head first at you as if he has infinite HP because he knows there's going to be an H+ infuser aimed at him at any point. I will just say, Envy looked solid here, but Sonsoyo, just a great showing overall from both teams.
Yeah, I think you say a lot of good things that mean a lot, but ultimately, I mean, KCP just not getting that final push already. It just did not really work out. They had that pick, but T-Mill is just a little bit too separated from the team. They had a great opportunity to force it with those barricades, everything like that. Just ultimately, maybe a little bit of a blunder already.
You've got to give credit to the 2 lights. You've got to give credit to Uni and Bubba for losing their heavy and holding out in a 2 versus 3, stalling a point. But that's not easy. They were escaping, they were throwing their gateways all over the place, they were taking those duels occasionally just to keep the pressure off, and ultimately it bought time, it bought panic on the side of KCP, and yeah, Envy just kept their nerve, it feels like, which is something that they are, you know, they haven't done at every point in this competition, so you've got to give credit to the 2 lights of Uni and Bubba for that.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a great show from every single team in the top 8 so far. Again, we've already said goodbye to one team, and that is Darkside. But at the end of it all, we will find out who that top 4 will be. Nightmare already waiting and hoping to see, well, nice rounded competition towards the end there. But we've still got a lot of finals ready to go. So, gamers, don't go anywhere because we've just finished up stage 1. Still 2 more stages to go before the end of it here. This is the TGM26 online series cycle 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after the break.
Lovely. Yippee! Good job.
Good job.
That's fun.
I just word salad until my brain tells me break.
Or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Halto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Halto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zapped!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Halto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Halto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And the turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of knife lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TGM26 Top 8 Online Series. We've seen some crazy gameplay thus far, and the stakes only continue to get larger. And I'm joined by the very amazing Artie and Jerry.
Hello! I mean, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for these teams to go through it. We had a phenomenal Stage 1 that was just explosive. And, Jerry, Stage 2 about to be a movie.
Yeah, Stage 2 about to be a movie. And it's a movie that's a very familiar movie, kind of like a comfort movie, one that you rewatch over and over again, because we're going to get repeats, right? This is like watching a trilogy here. Can I reference the Lord of the Rings? It's Fantasy League season? Yeah, sure I can. We've got the Fellowship of the Ring right here with team task managers, Auntie Schoolboys, Unfazed, and Envy. Winner of this little mini tournament gets a spot in the finale. And then we get the 2 towers, a second upper bracket. And interestingly, we know that they're going to be joined by KCP. Because, of course, we have to backfill during this. Then upper bracket 3 is going to be... what's the name of the last one? The Return of the King! And, I mean, if you call Pulsar the King, then it's certainly Return of the King, because they are going to be backfilling in upper bracket 3. And that is a scary one, because, again, that is like an elimination cash-out. I know I said there was only one earlier. I was wrong! That's another elimination cash-out. That's your last chance to get to the finale, Artie.
That's right. Not only is the bottom team eliminated, but any team that didn't make it into that final round in upper bracket 3 gets eliminated. Only 4 spots are available in that finale. Nightmare's already taken 1, so it's time to see who's going to be able to make this run. Again, chat, KCP and Pulsar, they're going to join us later once some room has been made. But for now, we're about to get started with task managers, Auntie's Goo Boys, Unfazed, and Envy.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be an electric matchup. We've seen how Task Managers has done thus far in these cash-out rounds, as well as Envy being able to scrape their way back up into this upper bracket. That means a lot because they have more opportunities to get into those top 4 spots, or now top 3 available because Nightmare took one of them. But ultimately, Jerry, what do you think of this matchup overall?
I think it's an interesting one because, of course, Auntie Schoolboys in any lobby are a force to be reckoned with when it comes to cash out. But if they make it through to 3 versus 3s against these teams, then they're going to struggle, I feel like. So it's a really interesting kind of dynamic. We've got a lot of very strong 3 versus 3 teams here, and then Auntie Schoolboys is the standout cash out team.
Yeah. Exactly, and it looks like our map vetoes are in. It's going to be Envy yet again banning Las Vegas Stadium, Unfazed taking out Skyway Stadium, Auntie's Goo Boys always trying to take out Sis Horizon. I'm not sure what that's about. And Task Managers taking out Bernal. Do you think this lobby is very map dependent, Artie, or do you think that it's kind of anyone's game? We've seen Fongwei before.
I mean, we've seen Fong before, but to be honest, any map with Auntie's Goo Boys in it is just going to be very, very insane, no matter what. And I think that task managers repeatedly banning Bernal shows that they understand sort of where their weakness in HLL lies. Seeing Auntie's Goo Boys ban Since Horizon means that they're sort of planning for something. Envy banning Vegas, I mean, maybe they just don't want to gamble after last weekend. But to be honest with you, on to the randomized pick of Fong Wai. I don't know if anybody is happy about this but Auntie's Goo Boys, because again, Auntie's Goo Boys, they know how to retain control over this. And I think my prediction going into this, I think it's an AGB first place. I know that there's 2 spots. I think AGB takes first here. It's Fong Wai. It's Fong Wai, Jared.
I gotta say, I feel like the performance earlier might be swaying me, but I feel like Task Managers here is a really good shout. And I'm gonna go against the AGB hype train here. I love AGB, but Task Managers, yes, I'm sorry, you kind of pilled me on them, particularly on Fangwai. I was about to call it Fangwai Stadium. Imagine, that'd be a cool new mod. Make a Fangwai Stadium.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, my prediction, I may have to throw Jerry for another loop. I mean, I'm going with Envy on this one, taking it home. Jerry cannot follow the unpredictable nature of my predictions. Only a mastermind could, and that's not me either. But that being said, we have a crazy matchup. I mean, we have a pretty good diverse of predictions over here. So honestly, I think that shows how unpredictable this entire matchup could be. Fong Wai is a great map for those long-range engagements, catching out those rotations. But like we saw, I mean, already going with Auntie's Goo Boys, once you lock down these points, is that their ticket to kind of win if they get these defenses set up?
It's going to depend, because again, when you've got task managers and you've got Unfazed in here, you could get a lot of chaos coming through. Again, got Aztract on the sticks, man. He's just built different. And when it comes to task managers, sure, they could just be running head first up against Envy and Jialing running head first against AGB, but there's going to be third parties around here.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be heading into the game very, very soon, momentarily. We got task managers, Auntie's Goo Boys, Unfazed, and Envy. And we got 2 amazing casters, Artie and Jerry, to lead you guys through it. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Sotsoyo. Jerry, it's time for the duo of demons. It's time for Fong Wai City.
It absolutely is. And let's see what we got here. Everything looking like it's in order. Once again, Task Managers rocking that double light setup that they have been famed for, that is really difficult to tackle. They might be coming up against the other double light team in the lobby here, in Envy. So this is going to be a really difficult fight to follow. Just keep your eye on that top right, see who gets kills, and see if the 93R has anything to do with them.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like it will, 100%. Uni and Bubba sticking up together here on this top building here. I love this little urban neighborhood, and to be honest with you, Gremlin does as well. He's snaking his way through the winding towers here. It looks like Bubba's able to provide Uni a little bit of healing and support, but Wade has just dove right into it all. Takes out Bubba. Uni around the corner gets dropped. Just up to Gremlin now at the top. No doubt he's looking for a way to either finish up this wipe early or maybe see if he can get an ego chow here. But regardless, he does get a res, and task managers, well, they know they haven't finished this fight, but they're still going for the vault anyway, Jerry.
Interesting. They really could have stuck it to Envy there. The light's getting a bit stuck, and the body just lined up for Wade on that balcony, didn't they? But yeah, they are allowing a full reset from Envy, looking to control the box instead. A brave move, as you say, Artie, quite often, disrespecting the vault fight a little bit, but they don't want to be too far behind Unfazed, who won their fight quite quickly on the far side, so it does make a little bit of sense in the grand scheme of things. Bimo, look at this. Has a perfect position. They don't even know that he's right behind them. Envy are going to get pincered on so quickly here, Artie.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, again, this is what happens when you don't respect that vault fight. Envy is just going to come in and make sure that they can get a good timing on you when you're not prepared. Jimbo somehow manages to survive that, though. Again, thanks to the H+ Infuser. Bimo, he's still standing up at the top there, XP 54 in hand. Envy has not found the chance to dive in on this point just yet. Looks like they're trying to find somebody out of position here, Jerry. I feel like task managers are not about to let that happen for free, though. But as I say that, Jimbo, he just goes up to the top for nothing, and Uni and Bubba piece him out like it's nothing. Now the HLL duel the century is about to hit out. Bimo, half HP and a dream. He's going to run away. Let the team coin back in on those decoins.
Wild behavior there from Jimbo has to be said. He does coin back in, but the steal has been made. Damage has been done by Envy. They now hold height. Gremlin is not going to let them settle either. BMO goes down, and now Task Managers, they're horrifically staggered. They cannot get back to full strength with only 30 seconds left on the box. Envy surely have this in the bag, but now Jimbo sticking that res on BMO, and this is the last chance here. They're charging straight at the box. There is a lot of debris in the way, and not many ways of removing it on the side of Envy, so it could be done, but they don't have a mesh to try and work it, and these positions are looking so good for Envy.
It is looking good for Envy, and honestly, Task Managers just don't have any set in, because this is what Envy does best, is they just let the point be the focus of the enemy team. They set themselves up on that high ground, split so far away, yet so close together. There's almost nothing you could do. On the other side of the map, Unfazed take their box up against Auntie's Goo Boys, and Unfazed have set themselves up for success here. Both Unfazed and Envy now tied for first place, going into Vaults 3 and 4.
Yeah, Normalize appeared a lot in the kill feed while we weren't really paying too much attention to him. With that revolver, he's been absolutely devastating with it in recent times, and Auntie's Schoolboys don't really have an answer to it. They may want to see if they can take a different fight, either up against Envy or Task Managers, and see if that works out for them, but it's not the way the dice has been rolled here. Envy get the tap on Vault 3, and looks like everyone's actually battling around the center of the map here. Potential for a three-way melee.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I mean, for Unfazed, though, they're just trying to keep on stability. That is the name of the game when it comes to HML. But look at that, Task Managers, they just go straight through a gateway, but they're not going to make it far. Both BMO and Jimbo get taken out. Wade soon to follow. Task Managers wiped completely. Unfazed now fighting with the Auntie's Goo Boys up here inside of the office plaza, but it seems like Akazo, he's caught out on that balcony. Oppo trying to at least keep Katie Killer alive, who's, well, looking pretty decent here. I don't know if they're going to be able to get Akazo's body, but AGB at least have the space to be able to plug this over here.
Yeah.
Envy on the other side, they have that temple set up for themselves, and I believe it's going to be Task Managers challenging into Envy first.
AGB won the 3 versus 6. That's a good news for them. They're settling into this cash-out game as they look to hold some positions, and watching them set up a defense is always a delight, so I'm glad that we're sticking with them while Gremlin gets a little bit of damage done on Task Managers. It doesn't look like Task Managers really put up much of a fight on this far side. They are on their way out, let's say. Bubba takes out Wade. It's only Bimu. He has to retreat, so surely Auntie's Goo Boys, they have the action. Oh, Bimu, he does find an opening. How has he done that? And punished. There we go. Envy do stay resolute. And,
Jerry,
there's a
that's
steal on their
how
box.
he found that
Steal on
opening.
their
Is that
unfazed of third party.
Unfazed
They
of third
snuck
party.
under the radar. They got
Unfazed!
stolen Envy's box.
Oh, wait, no, they didn't steal it. They didn't stick it all the way through. What? Envy wasn't even there. Unfazed. Why did you hop off of that? That's insane. I mean, Gremlin had to have had a little bit of stall that just forced Unfazed to back off for just a little bit. They had to have thought the Envy was closer than that, but no, this has now been granted. And again, Envy, they're in the position they want to be. The point is the main focus of attention for Unfazed here in the second half of the cash out. And Envy knows Unfazed, they have to put some focus on it. So all they have to do now is kite, play their lives. Unfortunately, Uni unable to do that. Bubba manages to get his HP back, but now it's time for Unfazed to start the steal. Is Gremlin in a position to challenge this? Looks like he's not. He's going to be able to get close, but Unfazed manages to take that box away from Envy. There's no time left on that steal now, and of course, it is just going to be going to Unfazed here. Even if Task Manager is trying to upset the balance by jumping in and third-partying this, it is Unfazed lobby. And on the other side of it, AGB, they're coming away in the office building with a free cash out, Jerry. But this is finally finishing out here where Task Managers and Envy and Unfazed, none of them wipe. AGB came to say hi for a moment, but no team wipes here.
I think Unfazed saw that AGB were set up in a defense on one of the best buildings in the game for that kind of layered defense and said, you know what, no, we're just going to go third party. And it worked out for them. They managed to steal Envy's box and hold it. There's a moment where Gremlin, you looked at him and you think, If only he had a winch to stall that steal at the last moment, but no, he's running the mesh shield in these cash out games. It seems kind of freely flipping between the two specializations, and that just goes to show how varied it is in the heavy meta at the moment. There's two very viable options in the specialization slot. We enter our final wave of cash outs here. A plug going for Envy, though. They do not want to let up the steam. They're not going to let that loss on the last
all the other three teams, though, are on Vault 6 right now, and this is Unfazed trying to keep that upper deck position on the task managers. But AGB, they're just trying to get involved. They know that they need to do a little bit more than just wipe Unfazed here. They need to get this plug to guarantee themselves in a spot of power. But for task managers, they gotta do anything but this. They are in the middle of it all, and both Mimo and Jimbo go down. Wade manages to find Jimbo's corpse, gets the res here, but the question is Unfazed going to be able to walk away with that plug, or will AGB stop them? Looks like that vault is set up on the top, but it seems that AGB has found the way to steal it, but it costs them Oppo. Akazo on the back foot trying to survive as well. Takes out Juker, but it seems that Unfazed does still have the upper hand. But then again, task managers, they're not out of this. They are still here. Jimbo and Wade both find a pick of their own, and it looks like task managers might be the ones that get this plug here, as the vault was chucked all the way over towards this cash out. And again, Envy just completely unshelled on the other side of the map.
That's crazy. Unfazed were trying to play keep away that whole time because they knew that they would hold first place if that last box wouldn't be plugged. But 30 seconds still left on the timer. They shouldn't have been doing that. There was just too much time to stall against that many teams. And yes, task managers winning the foot race. Unfazed, shaken, are losing bodies left, right, and center as they walk into Envy's setup. They only have 30 minutes to hold this box, Envy, and they haven't had to face off against anyone for the past 2 minutes or so. Unfazed realized this, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to defeat this setup. Envy, you can take first place. We're going to fight for second. At the moment, it's in the hands of task managers holding B, presumably under some pressure from Auntie's Goo Boys right now.
Yeah, this is where the going gets a bit tough for a lot of these teams, where at least you're not going to be out of the competition just yet, but it does hurt to not have a vie for the finale just this early on. Envy will be guaranteed to have that spot. Now Envy, as you put it a couple of games ago, Jerry, Envy get to be the kingmakers here. As Auntie's Goo Boys, they're looking to try and steal this out from underneath Task Manager's nose. Task Managers have this huge position to be able to get a lot of info on where the third and fourth party are coming from. But AGB, they don't care about any of that. They're just on the point. Task Manager is going to be diving here, no doubt. And they do stop it, but no, they don't. AGB gets the steal, but it costs them everything.
KD Killer still alive, though. Has to deny it. Oh, the shot! Incredible! Onto Bebo.
Envy's helping!
And now another attempt. This is an attempt from Unfazed. Unfazed get wiped. KD Killer gets all the kills he needs. Uni now coming in. Envy going for the steal. Oh, this is Wade! They don't get the steal! AGB holds second place and Envy go through!
Oh my god! You just love to see when Envy get given a little bit of control here when they're able to pull off something like that. It was able to go to anybody, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that was almost anyone's game. It could have flipped over 3 times in that final cash out, almost. But honestly, Envy just getting so much control early on. Unfazed really showing out against AGB as well early on. But ultimately, AGB just such a powerhouse, cleaning up that final cash out, getting that last second steal. And look at this scoreboard, Artie.
Wow. I mean, Envy, they were dominant through and through, but they were just given that last box, and that had to have been a mistake from everybody else. They didn't know it at the time, but I mean, AGB, they saw their moment of opportunity to be able to get inside that construction site early, and they waited. They sat there for about 15 seconds until they heard the shots ring out. When they heard that there was some fighting going on, they just stuck that steal, and Oppo sticking the steal through it all. Literally, he died the millisecond after it flipped, and that just set the entire game in motion.
Yeah, exactly.
KD Killer after the steal, like, can I just talk? KD Killer. Like, he managed to get, I think, 3 kills in the post hold there against 3 different stealers. I'm gobsmacked. This guy was barely known before like 2 months ago in the comp scene. Oh man, Sorry, Sonsoyo. Like, I just have to glaze this guy, you know?
No, I mean, I think the glaze is warranted. The guy was just diving in over and over and over again. But let's take a look at the bracket right now. Envy and AGB are now going to be facing off in this best of one. They're the ones who made it out of that upper bracket match against Task Managers unfazed, kind of dropping down into that waiting list, I believe. Gonna be an amazing next upper bracket, but ultimately this 3v3 is gonna come down to the wire. Envy versus AGB. You do not want to allow AGB to set up. Envy is gonna be going in hard in the paint, right, Artie?
I mean, again, this is one of those setups where anyone can win, but Envy in the 3v3s, this is kind of where they're ready to go, right?
Yep.
Envy spent all last weekend, trying to qual, took them to the very last spot. They do not want that to happen this time. They're trying to qual right here, right now.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that there's any past tape on these two teams against each other, but like on paper, it's Envy's all day. And that's what I was saying about, you know, if AGB make it through the cash out, I don't know if they make it through the 3v3 sometime.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we can kind of run through our predictions over here. And honestly, this could go either way. We've seen Envy kind of snowball from that top 16, getting better and better as these games go on. I'm going to have to stick with Envy, Jerry.
Yeah, I got to go with Envy as well. I've got to line up with you. Not least because my predictions have been dog water all day. And now I finally get to copy you after you've made your predictions on Sawyer. So I'm going to make the most of that opportunity and go with Envy. Ardy, you look like you're smugly preparing a counterpoint here.
I love the Goo Boys. I love them. It's Envy. Okay, listen, I love the Goo Boys. I am an honorary Auntie's Goo Boy, as I've appointed myself. Oppo will talk later. But I feel like Envy has what it takes. I feel like Envy is just going to qual here because while Envy has struggled in the past in final round, we saw what they did up against KCP, right? I mean, and that was a team that had done some dominant stuff last weekend. If Envy can clean their stuff up to that level, I have no qualms about what's about to happen in this next one.
Yeah, and exactly. We're going to be going to the run back of Fongwai City. This is very, very good for that double light composition. You have the opportunity to catch them off guard ultimately. But honestly, this could be a very, very slow vault fights coming up, and that may play to the advantage of AGB ultimately, because if you allow them to play slow, get that goose set up, take those long-range engagements, they have the tools to fight back. Apo likes playing KS, likes playing Louis. Akazo, obviously, try and true on those deagles, on those bananas. But it could really go either way. I think the vault fights are going to be the determining factor, Jerry.
They truly are, and you can see as well, when AGB get into a vault fight, they don't care about getting a wipe. They care about getting a single pick and then making their way to the objective. They want to set up a defense as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
To be fair. Yeah.
We're going to be going into this game very, very soon. It's going to be Envy versus AGB going on Fongwei City already. Jerry, take it away.
This is going to be one for the ages for sure. I feel like AGB, if there was any shot that they wanted to prove that they're more than just cash out cheesers, it's this.
I don't think cheese is the right noun. It's gooers, right? You know, that's the substance that they use to win all their cash out games. We just saw it. But here we are, Envy looking to get the fight started early, and KD Killer.
KD Killer.
KD Killer by name, KD Killer by nature. He kills Not Bubba, who has one of the highest KDs in competitive history at the moment. So yeah, that's an early pick, and the vault is free. So do AGB try and move it, or do they realize that Envy have gotten that res and fight?
Oh, they realize it. They realize it. They heard that res, and you know, Akazo was trying to figure out if he was hiding in the back there. That's why we saw that gravity cube go out. But AGB, they are not respecting the vault fight. They're just going to be pushing right into this. KD Killer gets this plug.
I've never seen this cash out before. Am I mad? Have I just not played
you're
the
mad.
Fong Guy?
Yeah,
okay,
no, this is a very common cash out here in the corner. But on this garden point, this is actually really a hard point for AGB specifically because Akazo, he's going to be able to build up a little bit of goo platforming on the sidelines there. But it seems that for Envy, they're planning on just gunning straight across the water here. They're going to be starting off on this top rope. They can dive to the backside of the wall. Now, I mean, remember that Oppo does have the KS-23 to be able to punch through those walls, but there isn't that far they have to go. Akazo's going to try to get some early damage on with those potassium cannons, but when Gremlin comes around this corner swinging, I don't think that they're going to be able to hold on to this.
Sonar grenades coming out from KD Killer. They want to detect as much as possible, get that full intel on the push, but the steal is successful. They're trying to play for this post steal and get it back, and there's some nice goo from Akazo to try and give Apo the cover that he needs, but in come the guns for Envy. Back away, though. This is really nice mesh usage by Gremlin.
Both of these teams are trying to just bait the other to go first, and it seems that Uni's got this back approach there, but it's going to be a trade as Gremlin goes down as well. Bubba already sticking to res here. Oppo and KD Killer are going to be trying to get Akazo back up here. Both teams, they're trying to respect the space, but at the same time, they're just looking to see who will go first. Oppo might not survive this. He's taken down, but he does manage to get out of that with his life. But again, Envy's still holding this box, Jerry, and AGB, they're not giving up. They've got Chuck ready to go. Akazo's got the goo gun ready to go to build up just enough here, getting through those mines, getting through all that utility. But Auntie's Goo Boys, they are taking so much damage, but Baba gets cleared instantly. Huge pick off the back of Oppo and KD Killer, just collapsing their bullets in on one another. But again, Envy, they are holding this. They're using the fire up against AGB. Gremlin gonna be pushing here, allowing Uni to swing up there with a mesh shield. But there we go, the steal cannot be stuck through. Auntie's Goo Boys, they're gonna try, but there's no time.
Oh my god, a nail-biting fight between AGB and Envy. Constant back and forth until the final few seconds. Envy do get wiped, but that does not matter in this mode. AGB will have a little bit of a foot race ahead of them to vault number 2. It was crazy, Artie. I can point to about 5 or 6 different moments that it felt were super important, and the biggest one it felt like was KD Killer and Apo turning and just 1-2 killing with that KS-23 and the 93R. It was Uni holding a side angle, or maybe it was Bubba. One of the two lights on Envy holding a side angle. He just immediately melted, and you felt for a minute that the 3 versus 2 Auntie Schoolboys might be able to steal it back, but wow, Gremlin, just the incredible hold coming out from him and Envy to deny it. That was insane. I hope we get another 2 boxes just like that one.
Oh yeah, it's honestly one of the moments where when AGB was just, when they kited a little bit too far, they granted Envy that space. That's what Envy does best, is that they just hold and they kite. And AGB, playing into that kite, it actually was so close, and they were able to make it there at the very end. But the question is, are they going to be able to find that spot a little earlier? Oh, not Bubba. He finds his spot really early on. That's going to be Akazo going down, but AGB, they are not going to be in a spot to be able to... Wait, they just res him immediately? What? How did they even get his body?
That's crazy. Gremlin goes down to a mine.
Gremlin goes down on the mine?
That's insane. Bubba, half HP now. And Auntie's Goo Boys just need to close the net. It's very difficult to do against these 2 mosquitoes of Uni and Bubba. They find them in the distance. Oh, the shot's coming out from Apo.
Is all it takes, Apo!
Apo hits the clip. Farm it. Post it. Go. Send it out everywhere. That's beautiful stuff from the Canadian.
Oh, but this is such a good point for AGB as well, though. Seriously,
the last point wasn't.
Yeah, it looks like Akazo is just going to be building this goo cocoon, and it will be an absolute pyro mess, but I feel like they have to anticipate that Envy will drop this. They will just drop this early on and fight underneath. So the question is AGB anticipating that?
You know, you've got the anti-gravity cube. There's always something more. That's what we know about Anti-Goo Boys. They always have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. And at the moment, they've already executed their plan A. They probably have plan B in the back pocket. They're thinking about plan C now. Envy have given them so much time. And Anti-Goo Boys love time. KD Killer loves farming lights, it seems. Takes out Uni. And a 3 versus 2. Bubba detected as a sonar grenade. So perfect. An adaptation from AGB against this double light comp. KD Killer chasing down Gremlin. Somehow the res comes through, but they've lost their heavy now. KD Killer is on a tear, Ardy.
What is Envy doing? They just walked straight up into the objective. They could have just dropped the cash out and played underneath, but no, I mean, I think that Akazo's playing mind games, that anti-gravity cube, and KD Killer, he's playing mind games with Bubba's. He's able to do it not once, but twice. And again, AGB, they're just in control right now. Gremlin is going to coin back in here, but it seems that Uni, all he could do is wait. He does need to vie for a pick here early on, because if he can't get a pick now, by the time Gremlin does come back, there just won't be enough time. I already don't think there is enough time, Jerry. I think AGB got this point.
If you're wondering why that anti-grav cube came out so early, I think it was an attempt to make sure that it was timed so that a steal would be interrupted by it falling at the end of the anti-grav cube's effect duration. So really nice sort of forward thinking there from Akazo, but it doesn't end up mattering as Envy can't mount an attack properly. But AGB have conceded a little bit of ground to them. You can see the distance now that Envy have put them between themselves and the team in pink. This is good for Envy's prospects. They can control the vault. They can maybe go for an early tap and decide where this box is going. Now, both objectives, B and D, look pretty nice. They're indoors, and I say that from Auntie's Goo Boy's perspective. They want lots of layers to work with to be able to set up their defense, but this vault fight is going to be everything, Artie.
Yeah, it really will come down to this. Is this going to be another vault fight where AGB doesn't respect it? Or is this going to be one where Envy doesn't respect it? This is not something you see often, folks, where Envy is going to just say, we don't want anything to do with this fight. We just need defense ASAP. And look at this. They know that AGB is coming to cut them off early, but Jerry, Envy's trying to make sure that that does not happen.
AGB less good on the attack going for the steal than they are on the defense trying to deny it though, and that is what Envy are counting on. They can play the timer as well, as we saw on that first cash out. KD Killer hunting, stalking. He needs to find a light, Uni or Bubba, on the end of his scope, and of course he's got the tools for that. He expects someone to be close, but no one is, and in fact he gets the call from his teammates that the rest of Envy have tried to collapse on the heavies of Auntie's Goo Boys, but he has trust in them. He knows that they can hold their own. He wants to try and find a flank on.
Oh yeah, the question is Auntie's Goo Boys trying to just wait for Envy to overpeak? Do they think that Envy is going to just get ahead of themselves? Because it seems that AGB is just very slowly working their way room to room.
No.
KD Killer has to burn his gateway there as he kind of overextends into his own teammates, AGC.
Going down a hole.
Envy playing with the mines as well is so funny to see. AGB setting everything ablaze now as slowly the saxophones start to get louder and louder. There is chaos on this office building. AGB start to stick the steal here. Envy go down, and it is Oppo that is first to fall. Akazo trying to escape around the corner. He's not going to make it very far here. KD Killer as well comes out to try to save, but he's just going to run into the 9-3Rs, and that's Envy clearing this out at the very end. AGB almost able to keep up with the Titans.
That timing on the wipe could not have been worse either. You can hear in our voices, Envy have taken this because Auntie's Goo Boys just waited too long to pull the trigger. You got a feel for KD Killer. He was hunting. He had good movement. He fell down 2 stories for a hole he didn't know existed into an anti-gravity cube that he didn't know his teammate had placed there, and caught fire at the end of it as well. It was all downhill from that moment on. Envy disrespecting the vault fight, going straight for the hold. Keep hold of the box for 2 minutes straight. AGB can do nothing about it, and they are the second team to join Nightmare now in the finale.
Yeah, I mean, Envy joining Nightmare in that finale. There's only 2 more slots left, and we have tons of action left, but we still have to take a look at this scoreboard overall. But Envy really finding the adaptation that they needed. They won that first box narrowly. I mean, Bubba, a little bit of an overpeak there, got caught off guard, but Gremlin and Uni were able to collapse, find that stall on that first box. The second box, beautiful defense. That's exactly what Envy did not want to happen. Set up that second box. Don't want to find the mines. I mean, Gremlin stepping on mines, getting picked off early. In that final box, the adaptation comes out. They stick hand in hand, play indoors, get that plug early, Artie.
Yeah, and I mean, Akazo was not able to make those bananas bang. Unfortunately, the potassium cannons in his hand just not able to connect. Only 900 combat score, and that's, no doubt due to the fact that Uni and Bubba, when they round those corners, they're instantly firing, and they were keeping Mr. Goo Gun at bay. He had to have that Goo Gun out more often than not just to buy space to, allow his team to move around it. Remember, they still got that second point completely perfectly, and it was not due to a lack of trying on Envy's part. And so for Auntie's Goo Boys, it's not necessarily a show that they weren't able to keep up in the final round. It's more so that Envy is back to their true form.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to mean that Envy and Nightmare are in those finale team slots right now. But that being said, Auntie's Goo Boys, Unfazed, Task Managers, and Kansas City Pioneers are going to be thrown back into a cash-out round in upper bracket 2. There's still 2 more slots left. We're going to see Pulsar still in that waiting list, waiting for upper bracket 3. But overall, I mean, this has just been an explosive, unpredictable bracket so far, Jerry.
Yeah, it has. And just to give one final shout out to Envy before we start focusing on this game, they did that the hard way. They lost their first cash out game, had to run the gauntlet through the lower bracket, and after that, they won every game they played. They won a cash out and then a 3-3-3, and then again a cash out and a 3-3-3. So thoroughly deserved placement in the finale for Envy. But like you say, AGB, Unfazed, Task Managers, and Auntie's... Oh, AGB are Auntie's Goo Boys. What am I talking about? And KCP, Kansas City Pioneers, joining us for this cash out now, so to say.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the TGM Top 8 online series. We're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be back with more action alongside Jerry and Artie. So we'll see you very soon.
Member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. Steel Old Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of knife lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back to wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Result brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Os Poos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June? We are back for the TGM26 Top 8 online series, and I hope you've had a nice break to kind of decompress that action, because this Clash of Titans is just never ending. I'm joined by Jerry and Artie. That being said, we have our next round of cash out coming up, and it's going to be a doozy if I don't say so myself, Jerry.
Well, unfortunately, you do say so yourself, because Auntie Goo Boys, Unfazed, Task Managers, and Kansas City Pioneers is a crazy lobby. We're getting to the point in the competition where I'm going to say that about every single game that we have, because of course we're down to basically a top 7 in America right now. This is really stacked though. I'm loving the fact that we've got this waiting. This Kansas City Pioneers now have a couple of chances in this gauntlet to book a spot in the finale after their 2nd place finish in that lower bracket. So Variant, T-Mills, and Slothy join the fray.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we've seen Unfazed and Auntie's Goo Boys go head and head, and as well as Task Managers, maps are very, very important for them already. How do you think this will play out, especially with KCP in the loop?
I mean, KCP is on the banning Fortune Stadium train. This is a bad day to be a Rio fan. There's no Fortune Stadium anywhere. We also got Bernal getting taken out here. Skyway Stadium again removed. Auntie's Goo Boys, they're stuck on the Anti-Sis Horizon train. And that means we're going to Vegas Stadium. Remember, it's been Envy who's been banning Vegas Stadium all day. So with them not in the fray, that means it's up for grabs. And Vegas Stadium, well, gamers, grab your checks and your checkbooks. It's time to gamble.
It's time to make some money. The money is right at the end of the tunnel. Do not turn back, whatever they say. But that being said, we can go through a little bit of a talent predictions in this lobby. Honestly, this is a very hard one to kind of play out, but I think I'm going to have to go with Auntie's Goo Boys. I think this map can be very well with their goo, with their setup, kind of hold down those line of sights with those mines. But Jerry, what do you think?
It's a strange one, because again, we have that case of if Auntie's Goo Boys can win the catch out, can they win the 3v3s? I think if they can keep Kansas City Pioneers out of the 3s, then they should win this bracket. So I'm going to go with Auntie's Goo Boys here. I think they're warm. They look incredible. They pushed Envy in that last 3 versus 3. So, Artie, I don't know if we're going to have a clean sweep here, but what do you say?
I love AGB. I think that AGB is going to win it, but my prediction is going for Kansas City Pioneers on first place. I think KCP have been waiting a little bit too long to settle the score here. I know that AGB is going to be in the top 2. I think KCP is going to be rounding out that first place position and entering the final 3v3.
Yeah, and KCP has been on a little bit of a hot streak. They found their way in a lot of 3v3s in the past. But ultimately, this could be anyone's game. I would like to note that I think Task Manager has a little bit of struggle on Las Vegas Stadium just because they aren't going to be able to play the line of sights, those angles, but they can still be slippery around those corners. Right, Artie?
It's also worth noting that Task Managers historically has struggled up against AGB. AGB has been able to cut the corners off time and time again, so only time will tell.
Exactly, and we're going to be throwing into this game extremely soon. That's going to be Auntie's Goo Boys, Unfazed, Task Managers, and Kansas City Pioneers going into the game right now. Jerry and Artie, here you go.
Thank you so much, Son Sawyer. Here we are on Vegas Stadium for the first time today. I love it. It's one of my favorite games. The finals is one of my favorite games. This is one of my favorite maps in one of my favorite games. Possibly my favorite game right now, actually. You know, there's a reason I'm here. I absolutely love this game. Now, we've got Kansas City Pioneers squaring up against Task Managers. They're actually already looking to try and get this plugged immediately. You can see Varian's positioning with the gateway. They do not want to take this early fight, Artie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it looks like Task Managers is going to move to cut off KCP, but before we get to that, we're going to look at this vault fight between Unfazed and Auntie's Goo Boys. This is going to be a fun one here, and Normalize on the R357. 357 is honestly a great pick up against a double heavy, so this is a fantastic setup for Unfazed here, but Juker rushing that plug almost puts them at a disadvantage, but Auntie's Goo Boys, it seems that the AGB crew weren't able to get involved until a little bit too late here. Juker, though, he managed to throw the cash out off the cliff there. Akazo finally putting them potassium cannons to use there. Takes out Normalized. We've got AGB now with a one-man advantage. And Juker, he might be joining in coins, but Aztrack finds the res. It's now a 2-on-3 situation, and it looks like Akazo is hard at work getting set up. Look at that. They've already got Chuck. They got the mesh. They got the goo. AGB going to be getting this flip here as Unfazed gets the res. And Jerry, it is not stopping there because Auntie's Goo Boys, well, they have to now kite back inside. Looks like that AGC got a little bit of time for them. But Auntie's Goo Boys, they're looking for the next reach out. Katie Killer escapes with 1 HP.
That's crazy. And of course, he will regen that very quickly as a light, but he won't be able to contest this for the next few seconds, so they have to rely on Ikazo and Apo, who are hiding. Nice bit of wall destruction there from the KS-23 allows them to have a sightline on the box, or near enough, because that shipping container is indestructible. Looks like Ikazo goes in really deep there and pays for it with his life against Juker, who is now sticking the steal, has the heal beam from Normalized. Aztrack takes the brunt of a C4, but Apo can't get in here soon enough to deny the steal, and he's actually going to immediately try and stick the res right next to the objective. This is brave, Artie, but no one's punishing him for it. Unfazed have the steal, and it's the 3 versus 3 again with about 40 seconds left on Cash Out B.
This is what happens with AGB. These fights never go into clean team wipes. It looks like Juker's about to dive in. He goes around the side, but it was already caught out. Oppo knew what was happening, but it seems that that even trade might be favoring AGB here if that res can come to fruition, and it does. No res is going to come out of Juker, and that means AGB has a couple of seconds here to go for a clean steal. That R357, the only 6 bullets they can't stick. The goo survives, and AGB is able to get that flip. Agazo survives with just a little bit of HP. Chuck keeping both these heavies alive, and the anti-gravity cube gonna come in and make it even harder to go for a steal here. Both Normalized and Aztrack go down, leaving just Juker to clean up the mess, and he's not gonna be able to do much as Auntie's Goo Boys clean this cash out.
Have you ever seen a fight like that in your life, Artie? That is incredible. That is why we love watching Auntie's Goo Boys in this game. Oh my goodness me. I've never seen a floating chuck, a floating healing orb, make such a big difference there. That's my favorite part about that fight. I love the bit where Ikazo brought out the healing orb and he orbed all over them. Now, we've got Task Managers
and Calvin working together. I never thought I would see it, but KCP, we got Slothy and Varian working together to die. It's Task Managers here cleaning up this early fight, but look at where T-Mills is. He knows exactly what he's doing on this reset. He's hiding inside the Alpha Acta Hotel, but Unfazed, they're on their way here as well to Chow. Unfazed already bringing the heat up against Task Managers. Bebo goes down early on, and, well, looks like Unfazed might be able to get in here unscathed.
Definitely an option. We've seen a lot of early plugs this game. I feel like teams are wising up to the fact that Auntie's Goo Boys want to disrespect the vault fight, and everyone else is doing the same. But this steal is going to be successful here from Unfazed. Not enough pressure from task managers who have been whittled down to just the 2 members. They have to sit back, try and get that res on BMO. This is a nice position for Unfazed, but they're a little bit afraid to set foot out in the open, because as soon as they do, task managers might be BMOing them from anywhere.
BMOing them. I see what you did there. I see. I hear you, Jerry.
I'm a wordsmith.
You are. You are. And Auntie's Goo Boys, they are an unchallenged smith on the other side of it. But it does seem that Unfazed is, well, getting a little bit phased by the fact that task managers are pushing out of this box early on. But I cannot help but see the fact that Unfazed has overextended slightly, and that causes Normalize and Juker to take a little bit of early shots here from Bebo and Wade, who have this perfectly split across the rooftop of this parking structure. Aztrack going down means that there's no quick H+, but luckily for Juker, that heal beam from the medium stays up just long enough, but no, not able to hold out. Now, Task Managers does go out throughout that entire engagement, but it was so close.
It was close, but I think they forced a steal when they didn't have their det covered. Det stands for distance, escape, block, time. They didn't have the distance from the team. They didn't have an escape route.
But KCP is stealing on the other side of it. If we look at the other cash out.
Time! They didn't have time. Here we go. Now we go.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, KCP, they stole it from AGB.
They have. There's so many letters flying around. KCP steal it from AGB, but do AGB have their AGC in play to try and get the steal back? No, Apo gets the steal. The kill on Slothy. The steal is being attempted now. Varian chasing in.
But the Goo Block Varian sight! Is he able to? He can't get the shot. AGB takes it back from KCP!
Unbelievable. That is the power of Goo. Ikazo providing the fortress, and he follows up with the kill on Varian. A smack in the face to the Light, who tried to do everything to protect KCP's money. And look at that. Auntie's Goo Boys sitting proudly on top of the lobby with 32k to their names as we tune in with a little scrap between task managers and Unfazed. Normalize has to retreat as it's a 1 versus 3. He doesn't want to wipe. So here we go. Last phase of cash out. Task managers have a mountain to climb in particular.
Yeah, Unfazed, they are not going to have an easy run of this with this timing. Luckily, Juker and Aztrack do have coins to burn here, but that means that come the next cash out fights, they're not going to have any leg to stand on. Now, Auntie's Goo Boys, if they get a plug, they could be securing themselves up at the top, but it is still going to be anybody's game for that second place position to fight it out for that slot for the finale. We see Kansas City Pioneers, if they earn this plug, it's going to make it for a little bit of an easy run up for them. Something they've needed, especially as task managers come out from the backwoods and try to find some sort of early damage against KCP before they set up. That time has since passed, Jerry.
Yeah, opportunity missed, but now a fair 3 versus 3 can play out between KCP and task managers. A little bit of damage taken there by Jimbo. He backs off. Easily healed up by one of the 2 H+ infusers on his team. This is a nice bit of positioning from KCP. They've got the heights. They've got a great sightline on the objective. No real way for task managers to go for a steal without taking a fight. And that is BMO severely overstepping the mark. He's been guilty of that a few times today. A 3 versus 2 now ensuing. Still plenty of time to recover as only 40 seconds has elapsed on this cash out defense for Kansas City Pioneers. Wade stepping in with a lot of damage at range, keeping himself airborne with those dashes. Really nice tech.
Oh, but Jimbo, he goes so low here, KCP. They're going to dive into this immediately, but no, it does seem the task managers have planned for this, but unfortunately, Jimbo is not able to get the memo on where that gateway was going to land, and, well, the trap is now set as KCP know that there's just one player remaining on task managers. They've got those little bit of control, and that's all they needed. On the other side of it, though, AGB, they might be out of the running if Akazo goes out here. As Unfazed, they are actually just barely in the lead here. It seems to be about a 3-kill lead as well. It's a kill race for AGB. If they just come over and fight on the other side of it, they actually might be able to surpass Unfazed even without the cash out, Jerry.
They either need a steal or some kills. That's the main thing, and there's not much time left to do it. The timer at the top is misleading. We've only really got about 20 seconds on both of these cash outs. And AGB are nowhere to be seen. They must be pushing B right now. Unfazed have this locked down. AGB are pushing cash out B. They need to go gung-ho for a steal right this second. Otherwise, the tallies are decided. And look, they're pushing in. Kansas City Pioneers have them on lock. BMO takes out Slothy. I don't think AGB have a say in this fight. They're just hovering around the periphery, but there's no time left, Artie. 10 seconds left in the lobby, but the tallies are surely decided unless a wipe occurs on either of these teams. Kansas City Pioneers are safe, unfazed, losing bodies, but they've all retreated. They understand the win con. Just survive. And Artie Schoolboys, despite having such a good map, cannot claim control of either of those final 2 cash outs. It's Kansas City Pioneers and unfazed that push through to the 3 versus 3 Sonsoyo.
Yeah, wow. And there goes my prediction streak right there. AGB losing narrowly. Honestly, I think if they just backed off, played for those kills in the other box, went to go third party and just get those kills, they would have had it. But ultimately, Unfazed got the steal, gave him an extra 1K, and found the kills on AGB as well. Akazo luckily stayed up, which kind of kept him in the running in the last few seconds, but it wasn't enough, Artie.
Yeah, it came down to the wire, and that's what happens when you get a couple of back and forth cash outs. I will say, though, towards the end, like we're talking about, it's just the fact that it came down to a kill race, and AGB wiped at the worst possible time. They didn't wipe, but coming back from those coins, there was just not much time left to get active and involved. It was only a 3-kill lead, but even then, unfazed, they left their box early, and they started to go for fights just to make sure that that gap was crossed even further. And so AGB will be able to join back in once more, but for now, one of these teams, KCP and Unfazed, will have a shot at the finale coming into this next one. And to be honest with you, I think that KCP well earned that last win.
Yeah, KCP holding it down, and now they're going to be fighting up against Unfazed in this best of 1 back on Las Vegas Stadium. This is going to be an unprecedented matchup right here. Honestly, I think it might be a little bit of an uphill battle for Unfazed, but they've been holding really strong right now, showing up, showing out against adversity, and they are proving themselves live on these screens right now. But ultimately, KCP unfazed, Jerry.
Yeah, and I want to call you out on something. This isn't necessarily an unprecedented matchup. We've actually seen a best of 3 between these two sides. I know I've had the benefit of scrolling through stuff. I'm going to let that slide. But he's reaching basically the unfazed roster up against Kansas City Pioneers. Did play each other in Apes Classics, and it was unfazed that came out on top over Pioneers. It was a 3-gamer though. So, yeah, this best of 1 really could go either way. And statistically, KCP have been the better 3 versus 3 side in the past few months of competitive play. It's a really tough one to call, though, Sonsoyo.
I think it comes down to the lights. I think it comes down to whether or not Aztract is going to be able to keep up with Varian. Varian, storied and historied player throughout TGM25, but you look at Aztract, the most up-and-coming player in the league. I think everybody would agree with me on that, no matter what team you're coming from. Aztract on the sticks is just different. This will truly be a battle of the lights.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very good call-out. That being said, we can kind of go into our predictions. And honestly, I think Artie has a point about the light diff right here, and Varian is going to be it. So KCP is going the way for me. Jerry, what do you think?
I'm always looking at the stats, you know me, guys, and I cannot turn a blind eye to just how well Kansas City Pioneers have been doing in 3 versus 3s. The one game that they've lost in recent memory was earlier in the lower bracket against Envy. They look a little bit cold, I'll give them that, but I think this is still their game over Unfazed.
Artie?
Kansas City Pioneers.
I gotta say, I love exactly what I'm seeing out of Slothy, Tyler, T. Mills, Millington III, Miller, and Varian, and I gotta give it to KCP. I gotta say, I think the KCP are gonna be able to keep this up and running and keep that ball moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I think we talked a little bit about the light matchup, but Artie, what do you think about the heavies in this matchup? Las Vegas is pretty known to be a very heavy favored matchup, but who do you think is kind of taken out?
I know these players very, very well. I have played quite a bit of Cash Out with Slothy. I played quite a bit of some other games with Juker. And I feel like Slothy, the way that he thinks is very team dependent. He is a very analytical player where he looks to see exactly how other teams are thinking when they approach these battles. And I think that we're going to be seeing a rather slow approach out of Slothy. But Juker just hits those shots no matter what. He doesn't think, he goes forward, he hits his shots, he gives very clear comms to his team. And I feel like it's going to just depend on how the very first fight just ekes out. If Slothy is able to get a good read on it, I think that Slothy could be the better heavy.
These are a pair of heavies as well that are known for mixing up, especially in terms of specializations. You know, we've seen them both run winch, we've seen them both run mesh. A lot might be decided in the class selection stream, gotta be honest. It's like a game of chicken. Who's going to pick that mesh? Who's going to pick that winch? What kind of front-footedness are you expecting? Yeah, so that's going to be on my eyes immediately once we load into the games as well.
Yeah, that being said, we've also seen Barricade come out from Slothy, and it has worked in the past. It's very, very volatile. You can block those winches, so I think that specialization pick is something to take a look at, Jerry. I think you're very, very right about that. But ultimately, we cannot talk about these teams without their mediums as well, honestly. But I think we're going to be hopping into the game, so we have to kind of take a look out on that. So that being said, KCP unfazed. We're going to be hopping in on Las Vegas Stadium. Keep an eye out on those matchups for each class. But overall, Jerry and Artie, take the floor.
Thank you so much, Sotoyo. Jerry, I'm looking.
He deserves twice the thanks, so that makes sense.
He does. Okay, this is a FAMAS. This is... Jerry, can I say the word? Can I say my word? This is unprecedented.
Genuinely
a FAMAS.
We haven't seen normalized
357.
T-Mills take anything. Yeah, I mean, T-Mills loves his hit scan, but his burst fire, you know, he's back on the days of the pike. We saw him play it a lot. We saw him play, you know, repeater, crossbow, whatever it might be, normalize as well, not a stranger to the crossbow, but that dynamic's going to make a lot of difference. The burst fire from normalize up against the more consistent damage from T-Mills.
That FAMAS, yeah. I feel like with the FAMAS, it is also to just sort of deal that last bit of damage that Varian or Slothy can't hit. Remember the 9-3R with that damage fall off being as drastic as it is now, it does still give a lot of moments where you just get 1 HP on the enemy and you just got to finish it off. The FAMAS is still a very good option to finish that. And so I feel like that's what T-Mill's approach is here, is just to be able to deal that last set of damage, but be able to enter the fight with that heal beam ready to go on Slothy.
We've got double winches as well. I feel like that works more in favor of the revolver, but here we go.
Juker diving down, but he gets caught out by a goo grenade, but big damage!
Huge RPG, and surely it's just a matter of time now. Unfazed picking off the kills as Fractor survived that rush with death as well. So Slothy is not long for this world. Wow. I've never seen a more impactful RPG in my life, Artie. That was huge coming out from Juker.
Sneeze and you miss it. That's it. I mean, the fight just fell through so quickly, and off the back of just a really good bit of opening damage. And so for KCP, they definitely got to go back to the drawing board. I said it was going to come down to that very first fight to figure out who is going to have a slight better read on everything. But it seemed that Unfazed didn't even need to read that necessarily. They just got into a good position. I mean, I thought the Juker might have not been able to recover off the goo grenade that just almost stalled him from getting into that hallway, but he crossed that gap quickly. Now KCP, they're up at the top on metal. They're able to get there incredibly quickly, but unfortunately, that is going to be more of a detriment than anything else, given the fact that Unfazed, well, they've still got quite a bit of distance that they're able to play off of with their weapons. Notice that Normalize is on a very long angle off to the sideline. KCP, they're trying to just get a beat on where that extra angle is. That's why you see Varian not dropping down necessarily with Slothy. He's waiting to find that last remaining player. Unfazed, they are going to have to dive onto this here. It's Juker that leads the charge there with the winch. Unfortunately, it's not going to do much for him. Varian finds the extra damage. Normalized goes down to just 1 HP. He's out of the fight. Aztrack tries to get involved. He's good for 1, but that's it. KCP has more than enough time to steal. First box goes down to the wire, Jerry, but it's KCP.
Yeah, Kansas City Pioneers timing that to perfection, and you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. So far, I feel as though, Artie, our predictions on 3 versus 3s have been bang on as a team. You know, it's easier to predict 3v3s, less chaos. You can look a little bit more on paper and try and work it out. Cash out, I've been terrible at predicting today. I'll hold my hands up in that regard. But right here, this is it playing out as expected. I was ready to talk about how Unfazed may be ready to deliver the first sort of real upset of the day. But KCP just locked in on that final few seconds. So they get the tap on this second vault. And Unfazed are in a decent position here, though. They hold the hotel, the tall Alpha Active building. It gives you a lot of control over this portion of the map. And KCP are kind of squirming. They will have gateway setups, but look at where the objectives are already. This is why Unfazed are in this position.
Oh, yeah, and Juker, he just gets a little bit antsy. He seems a little bit phased by the lack of motion from KCP. And, well, KCP, they're steadfast in this hold, but it looks like as they try to climb up to this top, they get spotted out. It's just normalized, chunking out some damage with that R357. But the Revo's not going to do much more than just, well, give KCP a second to understand what this fight looks like. And now they know where the angle is coming from with Aztract. They're able to dedicate a little bit of resource to finding Aztract on the angle. But they also could just go straight forward into a 3v2 on the box. That's going to allow them to take out Juker early on. Unfazed did not respect the vault fight, and KCP were able to draw out every bit of, well, I guess just advantage that they could find.
And again, are still going the way of Kansas City Pioneers, and they have the man advantage. No real way to rescue Juker. They're waiting on that timer now to coin back in, but Unfazed do have decent positions here. That's a smart spot being held sneakily by Aztract, who may get a free pick on T-Mills here. Oh, T-Mills reacts perfectly. And I think, honestly, Aztract could have stuck around a little bit longer to finish that off, but at least now it has penned KCP back into this corner. Can Unfazed take advantage?
The question still stands. Will anybody be able to deal the last bit of damage to Slothy? It seems like the last bit of damage is found on a Varian, though. Slothy, unfortunately, not healed up by T-Mills before T-Mills gets a wind shot to the side, so Slothy goes out early, and that's going to be a wipe. Unfazed, taking out Kansas City Pioneers up at the top of the parking structure. Wild push, to say the least. I mean, they were fishing for any opportunity to get early damage out, and as soon as they found it, they didn't waste a second to push.
And it all goes back to that positioning from Aztract. We've talked about just how talented this light is. I mean, Varian is incredible as well, but Aztract, bit of a newcomer on the scene in terms of competitive play. Often touted as the next up amongst some of these pros who really rate him quite highly. You see Unfazed, they only have about 20 seconds left to hold this, so Kansas City Pioneers, they're going gung-ho, they're sending everything. No holds barred, Artie.
Oh, this is the moment. They just dive straight for it. They do not care, and unfortunately for them, Unfazed does, and that's going to be a little bit of early damage that they cannot mitigate, and it's Unfazed who take the box and the team fight, but hey, might as well. It's a good effort.
Yeah. I believe it was a goo stall coming out from Normalize there on the Stealer that made a big difference. They were about 4 or 5 seconds into that steal, so it did need to happen. The kills were not going to be enough. KCP actually timed that really well in terms of if they were able to get the steal there would have been no chance for Unfazed to get it back. But as you saw, the advantage of basically having a 3 versus 2 when one person's locked into that stealing animation, it was too much for Kansas City Pioneers to overcome that. And Unfazed now tie this matchup level. That upset is still on the cards, Artie.
Yeah, I mean, remember, we do have a third vault in play, and KCP, they're going to try to learn from this a little bit more, given the fact that they know Unfazed has the capability to just completely ignore the fight. Unfazed, they actually gateway behind KCP, opening up Varian to a ton of damage where he's not able to mitigate. He goes out early. Now, Aztract is picked as well. T-Mill's able to get the revive here. Very few revives have been hitting, but very many RPGs have. So the Witches, look at that! Slothy's gone! And T-Mills is not long for this world either, as Unfazed win yet another team fight against the Sign team.
I love that whenever we spectate Juker, he seems to be pushing. He has red eyes, Artie. There is no stopping this heavy once he gets an idea that he might get a kill. And yes, the RPGs have been perfect. The winches have been perfect so far from him in this matchup. It's a really tight one. Probably the tightest 3 versus 3 we've had today. I'm all here for it. Gateway set up over Vault 3 for Unfazed. And of course, they're going to move it as quickly as possible. Oh, Aztract is spotted though.
So far away. KCP just take it. Wow, Aztrack was spotted in KCP. There was just a complete daylight robbery here. Is just KCP take the vault, say, you know what? You guys didn't respect the vault fight last time. We don't have to either.
Are they going to plug it? That's the question. They seem a little bit stuck here now. Unfazed have had a few extra seconds to surround them, but T-Mills chimes in, taking out Juker. Aztrack trades it back 2 versus 2 now. The bullets are flying from Aztrack. So much damage, but unfortunately, he goes out. 3 versus 2 now as the defib hits 4 T-Mills. Kansas City Pioneers have an edge here.
They have an edge here. They have the man advantage, and they have the body of Aztrack covered, but it seems that they weren't able to get away with it. Unfazed now all back up. It seems that KCP will get this plug, but again, when you don't value the vault fight, when you don't respect that vault fight, anything can happen. Unfazed is trying to get in here and make sure that they can make the most of this. Looks like shooting the C4 and winching the cash out didn't quite work for Juker to bring it up to the top like he wanted, but it does still prevent that drop from happening as he keeps it up on this elevated position. Needs no stall for KCP. So Juker going in for the steal. KCP has to try to flip up to the top, but Unfazed, they don't peek early. They know that KCP does not have a stall on it, but unfortunately, going for that means that they are not able to just anticipate anything that Unfazed has waiting for them. Therian and T-Mills both go out, and Slothy, even though he got revived, he's only able to find one.
Oh,
it looks like Unfazed is stalling him out, not letting him finish it off until later, but wow, we still got one team fight left. Jerry, this is insane.
Absolutely, and Unfazed just need to win one more team fight. If you're wondering what that stall was about and you're new to this, of course, Kansas City Pioneers, that was a lost fight for them. They wanted to get back to that respawn screen, as soon as possible, but Unfazed know that that means that actually it's in their best interest not to kill Slothy there. So, a little bit of a tech there you might want to employ in some of your ranked games. But, yeah, 40, 50 seconds left, I want to say. 40, maybe, for KCP to get this push going. They've got the gateway to speed them along. Invis to get as close to the box as possible. Unfazed holding height here.
They're just going to drop this and winch it somewhere else and try to use the goo to barricade themselves in. The question is, does Unfazed read that? There's a door right inside, and it looks like Juker just dives through. He gets the winch. He dances around the bubble, but Juker goes down. It's just up to normalize on Unfazed. KCP, though, they're just down to T-Mills. T-Mills gets the clutch, and that's KCP earning their spot in the finale.
What a turnaround. Kansas City Pioneers take a bow. That was exactly what they needed to do. Unfazed. Well, turns out they were phased after all. Brilliant stuff.
Wow. I mean, that last second push was just amazing. Both heavies dancing around such a small amount of space between their dome shields. It just went in the favor of KCP with that clutch already. Holy.
These fights happen so fast that I trip over my words, and that does not happen often in this game. I mean, to be completely fair to both these teams, they are neck and neck in stats and score lines going all the way through it, but in the end, it was one fight. It genuinely was one fight every single time. Every cash out came down to the last fight. Every single vault came down to who's going to push first, Jerry.
Yeah, and I mean, our prediction for 3 versus 3 specifically stay intact, right? KCP won that, but that really could have gone either way. Like, we saw it. It was on a knife edge at the end. Juker's going to hate that because, honestly, he pushed in really aggressively at the very end and put as much damage out as he could, but maybe he could have waited a little bit longer. Maybe the team coordination just wasn't there, and it was a great body block at the end. It was a great unified steal coming out from Kansas City Pioneers. We know that they're a strong 3 versus 3 side, and they are now joining Envy and Nightmare.
Yeah, exactly, and that means there is only one spot left for this finale. Unfazed AGB Task Managers and Pulsar are gonna be fighting it, duking it down for this last spot. And now, I mean, we've talked about the pressure getting more and more, especially at the start. But this is the moment to prove yourself. And that being said, this is TGM Top 8 Online Series. We're going to be cutting to a break, Artie and Jerry. So we'll be seeing you guys very soon. See you soon.
hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that number 1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back.
Scotty.
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
1 truck, 1 jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved 1st place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's 1 small bounce for a cash-out station, 1 giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwondo's still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up?
Hello everybody and welcome back to the TGM26 online series. This is cycle number 1 for the AMER region and we're in our top 8. We're almost like more than halfway through. We're nearing the final stages now and it's been an intense ride. We have a last chance coming up for 4 teams to make it to the finale. Only 1 spot left. So let's have a look at that bracket. RD, we've got Pulsar joining us, last on the waiting list.
We've got Pulsar joining us here, and this is going to be a fun one, to say the least. I mean, again, got Auntie's Goo Boys, who have done a great job through and through, but weren't able to clutch it up in the last upper bracket. This time around, it's their last chance to try to get up there, but this time, not only do they have to worry about task managers, not only do they have to worry about Unfazed, they now have to worry about Pulsar replacing KCP. And I mean, one thing I'd like to point out as well is when Envy won that first one, KCP came through in that upper bracket 2. They did not play in upper bracket 1. They took that spot. That means that Pulsar has the chance to come through and take this away from everybody else. And what a storyline that would be. All the lower bracket teams coming through.
It could happen if Pulsar make it. I mean, Sonsoyo, we have Pulsar joining us. It's going to be a very different lobby dynamic. But again, you know, unfazed Auntie's Goo Boys and task managers in yet another cash out. These guys are starting to really get to know each other.
Yeah, exactly. And Pulsar, I'm curious to whether or not they're a little iced out or of how they have stayed warm while being on that waiting list. Because like you said, this is their last chance to get into that final best of 1 and make their way into the finale. But this lobby is going to be where a lot of the marbles are, Jerry.
Absolutely, and we do have the map veto rolling in right about now. It seems like every team has come into today with their maps that they want to ban, that they don't want to see in cash out. However, it has flipped a little bit. Task managers, they're suddenly fine with Banal making it through. They've banned Nozomi Citadel instead. We have Skyway Stadium being banned by Pulsar, Monaco banned by Unfazed, so 2 rather unpopular maps out of the pool there. Auntie's Goo Boys banning Sister Horizon as ever. And look at that, task managers let Banal through, and it's randomly picked from the remaining 4. RD, this is going to be the first time we see Banal today.
No doubt task managers were like, yeah, there's no way that the one time that we let it come through, it's going to happen, right? And of course, that's how the cookies crumble. But I will say, this is definitely a good lobby for it to be Bernal. There also is a chance that task managers have something up their sleeves, perhaps, that they were waiting to pull out. But again, only time will tell. I think that this is actually a really good set, though, for Pulsar. I feel like for Pulsar, this is best case scenario because the way that that team is able to operate kind of relies on a little bit of early damage and whatnot. But I will say, if we're going into this with our minds open, if I'm able to take the first prediction, this is where I will come through. I will say this is AGB's moment.
You think so? Interesting, RD. Okay, I was going to ask Sonsoyo what he felt about AGB in this lobby, but you've definitely flung your flag right down into the ground, and it's covered in goo. Sonsoyo, what are you thinking here?
Honestly, I think this is a map that's very good for mediums and lights. You have a lot of head glitches, you have a lot of high grounds, but it does have those close quarter combat moments. Honestly, I'm going to have to give it to Pulsar. They're warmed up, I believe. That's what I'm going to say.
All right. And I've been the stats man all day. I can't look past Auntie's Goo Boys in a cash out. And I think that pool of 3v3 teams has dwindled down enough that if they make it through the cash out, they might actually be able to stick the landing and reach that top 4. So I'm going for Auntie's Goo Boys here. But Pulsar the pick. The lone wolf here from Sonsoyo. I mean, when you've gone against the grain Sonsoyo today, you've actually been pretty good. You're showing that ball knowledge today. I'm praying that I can get something right when it comes to a cash out prediction so far, but we have our lobby just about ready to throw down. So, Auntie's Goo Boys, Pulsar, task managers, and Unfazed. Let's get to game. Ardy, take it away.
Thanks so much. I mean, hey, this is fun. I love Bernal, and I love Sonsoyo as well. Happy to have this one with you here, Sonsoyo. A certified guy that knows ball from Jerry, a certified gyno-ballologist.
I don't know if I want to be playing basketball, but I can know it, that's for sure. But we're going to be going into Vault 1. The shots come out relatively early. Both teams look like they've had gateway, but that pick coming out of Cafaneo going to be dropping from Astrak. and now we're going to be going in unfazed. A man up here. It's going to be Llama and HD Spawns on the back foot as unfazed seems to be collapsing right on top of them. That mesh is not going to offer that much protection as that damage comes out. Llama half HP, going to get infused back up, but it's not going to be enough because HD Spawns as well dropping, and both of them going to get taken out by unfazed already.
This could be a very, very good precedent to be set for how unfazed is feeling coming into this. I mean, I wasn't expecting Pulsar to be the first team to be wiped in this, but I was expecting AGB to be pulling something like this, where task managers are here early on the fight. AGB, they've separated themselves off from the cash out here. They've gooed themselves in. Oppo utilizing the most of that KS-23 to just get every bit that he could. Jimbo, unfortunately, that's not the angle you need to vert winch, but it's all right. You'll make it work regardless. And hey, Auntie's Good Boys are going to make that work as they get the plug, but it costs them a little bit of space there. KD Killer going out to the mine. I mean, task managers have the steal, but Sotsoyo, AGB will recover.
Yeah, I mean, they also have this body. KD Killer going to have to coin back in. Luckily for them, they have that defender coin, but it's going to be BMO taking a little bit of damage, trying to get some shots back in on Akazo. Going to see some beautiful shots firing back, but not going to be without taking damage himself. We're going to try to follow up on this. BMO just not going to be able to get that rest. Finally going to get brought back in by Jimbo as we look to breach this room right now. Jimbo now in the crossfire, drops that dome, and RPG goes out. Going to be H infused back up. And this fight comes to a little bit of a slowdown.
Yeah, these are just the fights that we've come to expect from Auntie's Goo Boys, where they just take all the time in the world. And this is one of those things where Task Managers does have a leg up because of those sonars, but those sonars have already been burned through. Emo and Wade is about their last chance to kind of jump in and get that early damage before AGB sets this into a spot where it's not going to be flippable. Wade takes one shot from the KS-23 and is immediately shoved into the back of the wall. Akazo trying to find as much space as he can with that goo, but it's set on fire. But BMO going out here as KD Killer finally finds the angle of approach. Wade trying to keep it at bay, jumps out the window, but he can't find him. KD Killer with the invis sits perfectly to the sideline. We have Oppo now recovering that HP. No Chuck to be found. Steel going to be starting off, but Oppo, he's 1 HP, somehow survives that. Task Managers just holding up the top. They do not want to start this engagement. They're just waiting for the steal and then reacting to it. There's a little bit of extra cover falling around as this building begins to crumble. And Auntie's Goo Boys, they thrive in chaos, so this might just be what they needed to cut through the noise. It looks like KD Killer goes down, but AGB, they stuck the steal through. The steal is theirs, but Akazo, he's just gonna goose stall his way out. Task Managers, they get the flip, but Akazo's still alive. No way the flip's not happening. Akazo has the stall, and Akazo, he's able to keep it on.
But Pulsar's here, they're on it. They don't have enough time. What a beautiful stall from Akazo. Gonna get wiped before they get that cash balance in their pockets as well. I mean, I thought their chances were burning and crumbling away while that goo was on fire, but ultimately the chaos, the building collapsing just works perfectly in their favor. Now it's gonna be unfazed, and Auntie's Goo Boys sitting pretty right now with the most money in this lobby. And now we're going to be getting unfazed, rotating this box over with that gateway, going to get this plug going. And we still have a long way to go in this match on Bernal because everyone is still in the runnings. That first cash out gives you a big advantage though.
A huge advantage, something that Pulsar does not have. I mean, Pulsar, they came to third party that at the last moment. Seems like their timing is completely thrown off on this match. Unfazed though, opposite. They are absolutely chilling here in the beautiful subtropical city of Bernal. And for now, it seems that, well, Unfazed, they might be getting approached by more than one team. It starts out with task managers here, but depending on how the other side of the map, passes through, Unfazed could get jumped early on. Task Manager is starting this engagement though, and it will be Jimbo that's first to fall. Unfazed just not even budging off of their hold. Even as Wade tries to find that angle, Last Track does not need to chase him down, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, and here we go. BMO trying to make something out of this right now. Trying to find the pick. Juker narrowly getting out of there. And now we're going to try and find this rotation. They need to reset yet again. They're waiting for that revive on Jimbo as Wade and BMO try and find something, but Wade's gonna be taken out before Jimbo's back and that's going to ruin their chances a lot. That's going to stall a lot of time. Just crouch walking around, waiting for his teammate to get back. I don't know if he's going to take this light 1v1. He doesn't know he's there right now in Astrak. Going to get some early shots, but chasing him right there. BMO needs to back up, and Unfazed just playing this time beautifully right now.
Yeah, I mean, so the timing just really hurts for task managers because even though Wade just got rezzed, there's still only about 25 seconds left on this cash out. Question is, will Unfazed just wait for the push to happen? It hits a jump pad. That stall is massive. The damage is as well. Wade finally finds a pick here, taking out Normalize. That's going to remove the goose stall potential, but task managers still have to go in for this clip. And unfortunately for Unfazed, they're going to lose Juker. Aztract tries to stick through. Aztract is down, and task managers, they do not manage to. They don't have time. I thought they sucked that in time. Wait, what?
It was so close in 2 last-second stops in this match thus far. I mean, Astrak clutching up just the same as Akazo did, but now BMO trying to find Akazo as well. Gonna be taking him out. Just as I spoke his name, I put a death wish in his future right there, but now Vault 5 going to be tapped by Auntie's Goo Boys as they're a little bit separated. KD Killer just waiting, sitting back, not sure if he's going to go for that res on Akazo or just let him burn that coin, but Apo is just sitting there alone. This could be detrimental as task managers 2v1 finds it, but Apo clutching up, getting out. BMO finds the mind kill as well, and now another mind kill on Jimbo.
Wow, I mean, it's just the utility that is coming out of these fights is massive, and we have a lot of motion from Auntie's Goo Boys now as they look to set up one of the first vaults here in the last phase, and that will put them in a really good spot for timing. And again, Auntie's Goo Boys, they thrive on having setup time, and they're being granted that setup time. We're watching now as Unfazed, just the last players running away as Pulsar guns them down on the Assault Hotels. Vault 6 has just spawned, and Pulsar, they got their eyes set on it. They don't even want to try to fight Auntie's Goo Boys because they know they have prep time.
Yeah, and this is where things will get a little bit dicey. The runnings at that top 3 on the leaderboard right now is just so close. But that being said, Auntie's Goo Boys have had their time to set up their defense, and it may be a very big third party over here on the next cash out. But, I mean, in this amphitheater is still pretty open, so this isn't that strong of a defense per se for them. But as now, Unfazed is approaching.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of worst case scenario for Auntie's Goo Boys, but remember, when you got AGB with the AGC, anything can happen in that anti-grab cube. Once it comes out, we'll see how Unfazed plays around it. KD Killer, he's holding on the sideline, but Unfazed has the read perfectly. They know that Auntie's Goo Boys can only be holding from here. Apo goes down as a beautiful R357 shots, and that is going to be a little bit difficult for Akazo or KD to get in control of that body with Unfazed rotating right over the top of it. Akazo forced to back off. He needs to put himself in the position to get the stall there. They know that they have all the time in the world, and unfortunately, KD Killer, he's taking all the bullets from Aztract as they get close into this goo here. This is where AGB's real sauce shows. This is that stall potential. But look at that, Unfazed, they found smoke. They're able to cut through all of the pyro. That means that Akazo has to get involved now. Anti-gravity cube didn't even get the chance to come out. Unfazed get the flip.
Yeah, and exactly. That's very, very important because the bottom 2 in this matchup are going to be knocked out of this competition. This is going to be their last chance. They have that heal ball in hand. They're raising this center column.
Takes out
and they're going to find the pick on Normalize. And now we're collapsing right on top of it. It's up to Unfazed to stall this out. Last second opportunity to hop on this. Not going to be able to get it. And that's going to be going the way of Unfazed securing their spot. It's going to come down to Pulsar as well on the other side of the map. If we could go over there, we could see how this is pulling out. Because I saw another team hopping on that, trying to get that 4th point because Jimbo's dropping down. Llama now dropping down as well as we see this rotation over from Astrak. Beautiful view right here, this 4th point as well. Dome going down, protection. 30 seconds left on this cash out. The heals immaculate and task managers get that already.
Unfazed is coming over to choose who makes it through with them, and with task managers in control, there's not going to be a lot of time for other teams to get involved. It's going to be a last-second dive from the last remaining member of Pulsar, Llama. He's not even close to the point, though, but for Pulsar, there's no chance. For Auntie's Goo Boys, they have to say goodbye. It is Unfazed and task managers going in to the final round.
Wow. Oh, that hold in that amphitheater was insane. I mean, this whole entire game, last second stalls over and over, Jerry.
And with that, we have to say goodbye to Auntie Schoolboys and Pulsar. That's got to be heartbreaking for Auntie Schoolboys, especially who have had the long haul, stayed in the upper bracket the whole dang time. And they were so close, Artie.
The first to qualify to top 8 and one of the last to go out, but I will say unfazed, a dominant performance across all of those boxes that we were able to watch them cover. I mean, it was a fantastic play. I mean, look at Aztract. Again, this is the up-and-coming light. Aztract has what it takes to be the next Uni. If he could just keep this up, look at the 5K combat and the 1.6K support. I mean, that's unfazed, just completely unfazed coming into this. But Auntie's Goo Boys, they were so close. Pulsar as well. But it also was just Task Managers kind of having a really good set. A few good fights is all it takes.
So it flipped right at the end there. Pulsar and Auntie's Goo Boys both losing boxes in the dying moments. It's got to be heartbreaking for them. What are your thoughts about... we've talked a lot about Auntie's Goo Boys. It's a rough pill for Pulsar just coming in and to be shut out.
Yeah, and they only had one opportunity after being knocked down to that first lower bracket. But ultimately, that's the power of the H-Infuser. I mean, you had Jimbo stealing the point. I'm pretty sure he just got double H-Infused from both sides, able to get that flip, and that's exactly the perfect timing that they needed.
And there we go. We can see our bracket now completely filled out for stage 2. Nightmare, Envy, and KCP waiting for a finale team. It's going to be either Unfazed or Task Managers. Task Managers another... In fact, both of these teams have taken the long route in these upper brackets to make it here. And here's a look at the teams. Let's think about this upcoming 3 versus 3. Ardy, how do you think this is going to play out? We've got two very different sides here in Unfazed and Task Managers. A HML versus a HLL.
This is going to be where Task Managers cross that threshold between being a team that is known to be good in cash out but can kind of suffer in 3v3 to being a team that can stand up there with the best of the best. If Task Managers is able to clean up their HLL in the 3v3 final round format here, this is the time to do it, and what a better team to go against than Aztract, Normalize, and Juker. I mean, straight up, we've seen Juker go crazy style. And I mean, seeing Juker at his best is when he's up against HLLs.
Very true. Sonsoyo, we saw Task Managers denied a finale spot earlier in the day by Nightmare. We've seen Unfazed denied a finale spot just like 20 minutes ago by KCP in a thrilling series. This is the last chance, not only to grab a top 4 spot, but to also get a bit of prize money, because that's being locked out for our top 4 teams. I feel like now is a pretty good time to have a look at our predictions and make some of those. Sonsoyo, what are you feeling here?
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been knocking at the door, and only one of them are going to get the answer. And honestly, I think Unfazed is going to be answering or being at my door right now.
All right, Ardy, what are you saying?
I gotta say, Aztract was standing in this room just a few months ago, and he told me his one dream is to make it to TGM as a competitor. I have to say, I think it's going to be Unfazed. I think that when he was here and he just told me everything that this was relying on, I think he's got it in him.
I'm going to have to play contrarian here and say Task Managers, guys. I just want to see some crazy action from Bimo, some crazy action from Wade in that finale. And I feel like now is the time that they can make that step up. So Unfazed have the TGM Grand Finalist experience in their rosters, but I'm going to stick with Task Managers here. Ardy, Sonsoyo, we are just about to get ready into game. Let's see who's going to join our top 4.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be making the run back on Bernal. And this could be anyone's game. I do think it's a little bit of an uphill battle, but you saw how much those lights are an X factor for the task managers. They have what it takes, and I do think this is a pretty good map for lights. A lot of head glitches around, Artie.
You got to remember that task managers have been banning Bernal all day, and so for them to be here and possibly winning on the map they've been banning is an interesting set, to say the least. But this is kind of, there's kind of two fights happening here. Not only do you have Unfazed versus task managers, but you got HML versus HLL, and I think that combo is going to be huge because, well, Normalize tends to run the R357, which could be really good against the HLL, but it's typically not as strong as the Repeater is up against that team comp.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. This vault fight yet again being very slow. The stakes are very high, but we're just going to let Unfazed just gateway all the way over to A. It looks like they may get the plug, but not without a little bit of damage on top of Normalize. But it looks like they're just going to get out scot-free, get this plug, and it's going to be task managers having to make their approach over here on to cash out A.
Oh yeah, Unfazed starting this off early. I mean, again, neither of these teams necessarily committing to the vault fight isn't the most surprising thing to me. BMO going to be trying to do a little bit of trolling with the gas canisters, but it seems that task managers, they just dive up to the top, but Unfazed, they stand up the top completely unbroken, and there it is, the 357, the Revo, that is putting out damage, and task managers, well, they are going to have to Control-Alt-Delete and Control-Shift-Escape, and, you know, this joke has been made millions of times, I'm sorry.
Control-C, Control-V, whatever have you, whatever you want to do, but, I mean, BMO's just going to be waiting for these coins for this reset, and I would like to note that Revo can be very, very good against this light composition. You find a headshot, they are basically as good as dead, but ultimately we finally get that reset on the side of task managers. BMO may be using this sonar to get a little bit of information for his team. He does get it spotted out early on, but he's going to try and regroup and reposition, and now they're trying to create this triangulation pattern to try and find a little bit of damage, but it looks like Wade's going to find the damage on his side, and now BMO and Jimbo taking a big RPG. Jimbo peeling for BMO right now and just protecting him.
Yeah, I mean, that was some insane damage here from Unfazed, and again, they're just sort of sat up at this top rope, waiting for task managers to utilize those double gateways and jump on them, and so because they're just so ready for that, it makes it hard for task managers to find that point of entry, especially knowing that you got Aztrack kind of circling around the sidelines looking for the time in. There it is, immediately one headshot from Normalize, and you can't do anything else. Unfazed, there's some at the top there, but as Juker goes down, he's rezzed instantly thanks to those paddles. That's the medium at its finest. Jimbo gets absolutely gutted on this, but a huge set from Unfazed, completely dominant from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, this might be setting the tone in this Bernal game, but I mean, that was a big uphill battle. I think task managers needs to be a little bit more offensive on these vault fights. You cannot let them just rotate for free, get set up, especially on that point with that high ground. It's very hard to push without maybe a pad, without wasting utility, dropping that point down inside that building. It just becomes increasingly ever difficult for this HLL composition on Bernal.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could just see Unfazed here on this set with intent in their eyes. They are waiting for task managers to fall into their trap. Juker takes some early damage, but remember, there's a heal beam on the other side of that, and that HML set is going to allow Juker to just completely be that bait, force task manager's hand to kind of come in and see if they're going to be able to capitalize on that early damage that for Unfazed has already been mitigated. But task managers are able to read through it. They don't push, and now they're trying to set up for the same thing once again. So you know, where task managers, they're looking for their way in, Unfazed is looking to give them the way in.
Am I crazy? Is Jimbo all the way over on the church right now?
He's behind. No,
he's all the way over on C. No?
I think he's headed for the amphitheater right now. He's on the, I think he's on the little turny twisty thing. He's trying to get a flank. Yeah, he's right behind. Wait, what? Is he not?
I'm pretty sure he's over on the church, Artie. He is all the way over there.
Can we get Jimbo POV?
Jimbo across POV? The point, but either way, I mean, BMO and Wade are just sitting tight. He's all the way over on that side of the map.
He pulled it down. Okay, so he's actually, you're right. He's making sure that if it goes to C, that it's going to be easier for them. That's such a good read. I mean, again, though, this is one of those things about Bernal where technically, on paper, task managers like has an upper hand because Vault 2 is so far away from the cash outs, but Unfazed, they're just holding and waiting. They know task managers is going to get antsy.
Oh, misses the winch. He's going to try and run away. Astrak dashing away, gets dropped by the red barrel. Now finally escapes. Maybe get caught off guard. Beautiful pathing from Jimbo right there. Catching Astrak off guard, but normally shooting back. Finding BMO, clocking him in the body with that revolver. Wade peeling for BMO. It's just going to be the last one up. Trying to find that revive, but it's not going to be enough because that winch canceling that revive. And it's going to be task managers going to get their opportunity to touch the vault only, Artie.
That was like 4 minutes of waiting to find their time in, but the long game paid off, and that is kind of what task managers does best. I mean, hey, they suspended the program and waited for the right time to end the process of Unfazed. But as Unfazed respawns here, Vault is just barely finishing up the tab, and task managers should be able to quickly cut through this. They've got one gateway. Astrak gets beamed out by BMO. That's crazy work, but Juker is now dove in already on top of the rest of task managers, but it doesn't seem that task managers is feeling very dazed from this.
Yeah, and it looks like somebody is making the long trek all the way to C right now across the entire map, but Jimbo is a little bit separated from his team. Will they come for that peel, or will they just go get that plug? But now Juker's gonna be under a little bit of fire as Jimbo finally finds that regen. It's just be waiting for Astrak to get back up. This plug needs to kind of come into play a little bit quicker, but I mean, look, I'm pretty sure Jimbo set up both these points. Look at them, they're both already pre-winched.
Wow, I guess that's what that long set was. He went to B as well. This guy's going on a world tour. But we do have Jimbo now eating that RPG with his backside, and Juker just trying to understand why nothing blew up. I'm also trying to understand why nothing blew up. Did we get a read on that? Anyway, we got task managers now looking to jump up to the top. They've swapped out here, and they're trying to, like, you know, scheme some way to keep Unfazed at bay, but Unfazed, they're just diving straight forward on this. They're on a mission to make sure that Wade does not get rezzed. As they take out Jimbo, just gotta find BMO. BMO off the top there, living up to his name of the ARN, but unfortunately for him, he will get beamed out as Unfazed finishes off a little bit of extra damage, pushes through, makes their way to get this cash out. They will be able to hold this flip, Sotsoyo. Question for task managers is, will BMO be able to stay alive here long enough for the team to coin and reset? Wade's back in, but this is getting kind of sticky, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath as BMO went down to 1 HP, but we'll see if winching this out, setting up the point, is going to kind of work in their advantage. I think this is what they wanted in case Unfazed got this plug. It is out in the open, but ultimately they have a lot of work because there's so many places to be here.
I cannot wait to see what task managers is cooking up, but I think the Unfazed, they're set for anything. Astrak has that wide angle out to the alleyway, and this task managers start to make their way in, Sotsoyo. It seems the Unfazed was ready for anything as BMO goes out early.
Yeah, BMO going to be taken out, and Wade finds that pick back, but there's only going to be 20 seconds left. They need to do something right here. They have the opportunity. They have a little bit of an opener, but they are still in a 2v2, Artie.
There's no chance. I mean, BMO gets res, but the timer's already gone. Jimbo gonna just sit up the top to try to stick it through. That H+ diffuser can't come out early enough, and even though Juker goes down, it is Unfazed to take the series, and that's going to be Unfazed in that final slot for the finale coming into stage 3.
Congratulations to Unfazed, and commiserations to task managers who control shift escape the bracket to their demise. And yes, we are going to completely milk that joke as long as we can, but they did so well, task managers. I feel as though getting that, you know, doing the pre-winching stuff, it was fun. Sotsoyo didn't really work out for them, did it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the first time I've ever seen a play like that. I mean, we've seen people hold a single cash out and just force them to go to the other side of the map, get that other plug, but stalling and then winching both points, setting both points up, it's crazy.
It's kind of AGB coded, I'm not gonna lie. It's something you'd expect Auntie's Goo Boys to try and do, and maybe pre-build their fortresses before going for a vault fight. We haven't ever seen them do that. Maybe they should. Either way, Artie, anything standing out to you on this scoreboard?
I mean, it's Astrak actually only dropping 2 kills. I felt like he was doing a lot more there, but I guess it's just my preconceived notion. It really was just normalized on the revolver. The Revo was in fact hitting, and I think it's no doubt to the fact that Astrak was actually getting that early damage. And once you cross that certain threshold, like Sawyer said, just one headshot. That's all it takes. And when you can hit those headshots, I mean, hey, those click at those circles in the aim trainer pays off.
It absolutely does. So the question is, where does that leave us? Of course, we know Unfazed has won, we know Task Manager's lost, but it leaves us with 4 teams. We'll have a look at the bracket just to see exactly how it has panned out, because we have our 4 teams for the finale. Playing with money on the line now. Nightmare, Envy, KCP, and Unfazed are your top 4 in Cycle 1 of the online series. And this is how the finale is going to play out very soon. It's a simple cash out, followed by a best of 3 versus 3 series to decide who's going to take down home the lion's share of the prize money. Just a reminder, £2,000 going to the top place
Pounds.
And
this is America. It's $2,000.
Right. Oh my goodness, it's dollars. Oh, this is what happens when I'm hosting the AMER region. The Brit in me comes out. Naughty. You know, you're my American boys. I'm glad that you're on the mic for this grand finale, but maybe we should just wind this up, because there's going to be a short break before we go into this final stage. I'm absolutely pooped. I think these teams need an extra moment or two to, you know, strap themselves in, get ready. We'll be back very shortly with the grand finale of Cycle 1, the top 8 of AMER. Don't go far.
Truck McJohnson is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Assault brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build, and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved 1st place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Os Poos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramaden rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head, lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah, modular.
Welcome back to the top 8 of the TGM26 online series AMER Cycle 1. That's a lot of words. I am a Brit in an American world, and I'm joined here by Sonsoyo and Ardi. We have our top 4 and a grand finale to dish out some money as well as some tasty series points that could book teams a spot in the Grand Major itself. So, lots is on the line here. That top 4 is looking pretty spicy as well. Ardi, I'm going to come to you first. How are you feeling now that we've finally made it all the way here?
I mean, what a set that today has been, especially coming from the context of just the top 16 last weekend, where we were able to see Envy struggle all the way through to the end. They finally made it, but starting off today, Envy felt stronger. They came from the lower bracket, but they still did their best, and they ended up here early on in the day. Nightmare, though, absolutely show-stopping performance through and through. I will say with KCP, I have been sufficiently happy with T-Mills being able to set up for a team in ways that we haven't really seen mediums do. And for Unfazed, Aztrag being able to lock it down every single time, no matter what they're up against. This is such a good top 4 that I could only have hoped that this is how it would have ended up.
And Sonsoyo, it is just a catch-out followed by a best-of-3 final round. So this is going to be a really dicey lobby. We have Nightmare, who are arguably the best cash-out side amongst all these teams. How do you think this lobby is stacking up? Who's really in danger here?
Yeah, I mean, you're really putting me in the hot seat, but honestly, this Final 4 matchup is just way too unpredictable. But honestly, I think if Unfazed has their consistency set, they've been doing so well thus far, they made it to this top 4. If they have it locked down, stay together, they have what it takes, but ultimately they have 3 other Titans in the lobby. I mean, everyone else does. Envy, Nightmare, KCP, everyone is just locked and loaded in this lobby overall, Jerry.
We didn't mention it at the top of the day, but Nightmare and Envy, essentially between them containing the 3 players that hold the trophy for the Grand Major 2025 in Lasagna on Nightmare and then Gremlin and Uni on Envy. There's been a bit of cross-pollination between these sides. Grad and Lamp were also in that final, as was Normalized, so a lot of very prestigious North American talent here. I mean, at the moment, I don't think I could have thought of a better finale as well. We have this one cash out. It's going to be absolutely brutal. Maps are going to be very important here, and the final map veto of the day may well decide a lot of things. So let's take a look at that. Unfazed banning out Sis Horizon. Envy taking out Las Vegas Stadium. Kansas City Pioneers, they take out Fortune Stadium. Both the stadiums gone. And Nightmare banning Fungi. We haven't seen a Fungi ban all day, but it has snuck its way through in these random selections at the end, and they don't want to run that risk. The random pick at the very end for this cash out is Bernal. Ardy, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, my thoughts on this are that if Unfazed can do what they did last time on Bernal and just continue to have early control over those cash out stations and make sure that they get to have a decent spot coming into the last set of boxes, it should be easy for them to hold on, especially considering the fact that when we then get to the final rounds, it's going to be a Bernal final round again, and that's where Unfazed just absolutely thrives. But for Envy, this is their bread and butter. I mean, we've seen Envy perform on Bernal time and time again, even earlier when, things were kind of down for Envy. Bernal looked decent for them. So, I don't know. I feel like this could be a good moment, but I will say for Nightmare, though, they've never struggled on Bernal, ever. And this is a map where mediums do prove to be important.
All right, Sonsoya, we've got a decent chance of predicting teams that might make it out of this cash out, because of course we only pick 1 team and 2 teams make it through. So let's get those predictions rolling. What are you thinking after hearing all this?
Honestly, the one thing I want to look out for is whether that dichotomy of Nightmare and Envy, whether they're going to be going at their throats. That's going to be one thing to watch out for. Or they just kind of play like a normal cash out game. But ultimately, I think I'm going to have to go with Nightmare on this one, actually.
You know what, Ardy, I'm going to jump the gun here. I'm going to throw mine down already because I'm thinking Nightmare too. I really expect them to make it through the cash out at the very least. So you have the deciding vote. Is it going to be a complete washout in terms of predictions, or are you going to surprise us?
I will say, I think that throughout today there have been very few moments where all 3 of us have come together with the same idea, but I will say this, Jerry. If my girl and Bojack hanging off a cliff and I can only save one, catch me at my girl funeral screaming Nightmare. It's Nightmare through and through, baby. Let's go!
Shout out Bojack Goon, man. Shout out Grad's mom as well. Yeah, it's a clean sweep for Nightmare. They've been absolutely flawless in cash out historically in the past few months. And, that's backed up in this tournament as well. Who comes through with them and whether maybe they'll have a bigger target on their backs during this series, that's all yet to be seen. Of course, top 4, this is as stacked as a lobby can get. So it's not long before we are loading into our games, or into our one game, or one cash out. There's so much on the line here. A reminder, these series points that teams are accruing is vital after the 4 cycles for getting spots in the Grand Major. The team that's top at the very end of the summer is going to the Major straight away. So, Sonsoyo, Ardy, high stakes, it's a single cash out. Let's get it.
Let's get it. It's time. And I will say, one of the things that is kind of leading me also towards thinking about Envy is Gremlin's kind of weird setup. I mean, we haven't talked about it a lot, but Gremlin has not been running the traditional RPG in C4. He's been running Pyromines, and it's been working out quite well for them on today's game. So I'm curious if that's going to be throwing a wrench into things coming into this. But so Soya, we're starting off with KCP versus Unfazed, and this is going to be one for the ages.
Yeah, exactly. And some early damage goes off, and Juker's going to be the first one to drop from the hands of Slothy. They finally find that regen on that defib, and Normalize hit 2. Taken out. Slothy and Varian, but T-Mel shooting back. It's going to be a 1v1 right now. Just kidding. It's actually KCP dropping to Unfazed.
Yeah, then on the other side of it, it's Envy taking out Nightmare. I guess you will catch me at Nightmare's funeral. Dang. I mean, Envy, though, starting this off really strong, but neither of these teams have a head start on the vaults getting plugged. Envy getting this plug early on here is good, but at the same time, they need to set up on top of that cathedral as fast as possible. For KCP, there's going to be a little bit of a slightly difficult approach, but Unfazed, they're unable to winch that into the position they wanted. And KCP, they know that they can expect somebody on the Trentilla building. And granted, Trentilla, they may have real fruit, not real fruit, but it is better. But it seems that hold is not better, given the fact that KCP is able to push right into those back lines and take out Juker instantly.
Yeah, Normalize not going to peel for his heavy, and he's going to opt to get taken out as well. Just coming in a little bit too late, but the bow coming out from Astrak going to be cleaning up Varian, now trying to find his escape. They need to get this coin going, but KCP going to get that full reset on their team, padding all the way over to Cash Out B. Going to use that RPG to drop it down, throw up those barricades, and protect T-Mails as he does get this flip. And it looks like Unfazed is going to be coining back in.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is KCP coming in control of this. On the other side of the map, Nightmare still struggling up against Envy, but on KCP's sort of back foot of their kite here, they lose T-Mills. It seemed like KCP was unsure of what direction to kite in, and that ended up biting them early on, but Juker dies, and that's actually not how I was expecting this to shake out, where you've got to trade on both sides. It is slightly in favor of Unfazed, given the fact that Normalize could still get the defibs on a Juker. Portuguese caught out, so is Astract, but Astract, he doesn't manage to do much here. Varian T-Mills, they're locking this down. It's a 2-on-2 still, but Varian unfortunately caught out. That's Unfazed now, able to get in control of this if they're able to keep T-Mills at bay. T-Mills somehow manages to clutch that up against Normalize and get Slavi back. Wait a second, I don't know if Unfazed has this, because KCP, they're gonna be able to hit that winch perfectly, and KCP hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, KCP cleaning up shop over on that cash out, and it looks like it's going to be Envy and KCP taking home the first cash outs on both sides of this map, and that's going to be detrimental for Nightmare and Unfazed. But I mean, the fight's still not over. There's a long way left to go in this cash out as we look to go tap Vault 4 and Vault 3. It's going to be the top of the leaderboard right now, going up against each other. Envy does have this high ground as we go for some early shots on Nopbubba. Nopbubba dashing away, playing his life pretty well, but Uni looking for those crossfire. The C4, big C4 from Gremlin, now trying to capitalize on that damage, but ultimately gonna have to get shooed away from Sloppy. He's sitting right between those barricades, and it's gonna be Varian trying to look for an opening, but Bubba chasing him down.
This is where it is starting to get dicey for some of these teams, especially given the fact that only 2 can make it into the final 3v3 here. Envy is just gunning it out for KCP, and they're able to do it in a convincing manner. Look at how Envy is just not wasting any time in getting this cash out plugged. That's going to be cash out D underway. On the other side of the map, though, Nightmare finally finding a little bit of leg to stand on, but Unfazed is not giving that for free. No quarter given. Juker goes out here, though, early, and that means Nightmare does have control of a vault for the first time in this round. This is going to be a little bit of a staggered approach, though.
Yeah, exactly. Nightmare going to be rotating this box all the way to cash out. See, it's going to be Envy and Nightmare in control of this. This is going to be a beautiful setup, trying to get a little bit of information stacking up on top of this goo tower right now. And it looks like Envy is going to be the one's going to be pushed by KCP. Going to be using that invis pad right now, but they don't want to take any opening right there. Not going to waste that RPG going in for that entrance, but Uni sitting pretty far away. He finds a little bit of information and hits a little bit of tickles over on Sloppy as T-Mills and Varian try and re-rotate, trying to crack open this egg right now. The mines, look at that power mine going to be used to take out. Look, great smoke barrel. Here we go, the 4th point, the drop comes out, and now we'll see how Envy collapses on top of this, but no, the escape gateway from KCP.
It was waiting for him. That gateway, they knew what was going to happen. KCP kind of playing into Envy's hands, but again, Envy, they are so good at kiting, especially on complex POIs like this here at the Assault Hotel, and I can't tell what the next move is for KCP. They're looking to see if maybe they can catch out Bubba, and they are hunting for early damage, but at the same time, all that's happening is Envy is just playing this kite game to make sure they have one angle back onto that cash out should they need it, and trying to just bait KCP down to the wire. If this gets any closer, KCP might just not have time to steal, especially given the fact that Gremlin, Uni, and Bubba, they are not pushing their luck on this. They're just poking hard enough to keep KCP out, but at the same time, Gremlin, he gets caught in the dynamism, but the steal, it's going to be stuck through.
They get it!
KCP earning the flip. Envy now in danger. They're trying to hold him at the mine. Gremlin's mine doing a lot of work, but it might not be enough. KCP, they're still trying to hold on. Envy will not have enough time for this flip, and that is a massive bonus for KCP.
Wow, I do not know how they were able to bob and weave around those mines, get that flip. Envy not doing so hot right now with that fire, but ultimately everything is so even in this cash out game right now. This could go down to the wire. This last cash out means so much.
20K for 3 teams right now means that both of these vaults will be extremely important. I feel like Nightmare, though, we haven't talked about them enough on this, even though all of our predictions were for Nightmare. They struggled on the first box, but now they've got their bearing. They know where to place Lasagna to make the most out of either the HML coming out from Unfazed at KCP or the HLL from Envy. But I feel like as Nightmare is trying to figure out Vault 5, it's Envy's early start to this cash out on the other side of the map that will set them up for that first place finish.
Yeah, and KCP is posturing up. We're going to go over to the other side as this fight breaks out. Norma's going to be taking out Astrak, finding an aerial kill on top of Uni, and now Juker's trying to find a kill of his own, but has to find the regen as well as Gremlin pushes up aggressively, finds out Juker, takes him out, and now it's going to be Envy 3 up versus Astrak. Right now, we've seen Astrak do so much damage, but it's not going to be enough to take cash out B right now. They may have another opportunity, but over on the other side of the map, that fight is just going off. And it's going to be Lasagna, last one up on Nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going for the double?
No way, Nightmare going for the double would be insane. Technically, all they need to do is, wipe KCP, and they will have second place here. I mean, this is kind of insane to me, though. KCP, they know that if they can get a plug on the other side of the map, they'll be gunning for that position. But it is still dangerous because they might not need to plug, if anything. But Nightmare, I think they've got one player waiting on the side there. I did see a nameplate for just a brief moment. KCP gets his plug. This is dangerous territory now, as KCP and Envy are vying for the top 2.
Yeah, I think what Nightmare wanted to do, they want to force this stagger so they have as many opportunities as possible to get in the lead. They're going to use that reset, collapse on top of Cash Out B on this third party, but a big RPG hits Lamb, and now, or Lasagna, now he's going to be winched in, but Normalize also dropping as well, and Nightmare taken out. It's just going to be up to Unfazed to try and fight their way up against Envy. They're finding that reset right now. They have 20 seconds left, but look at this high ground approach. Not Bubba poking them away. Astrak's on top of it, smoking out the fire. Pyro mines right now, they're on it. Do they get it?
The flip! Unfazed got the flip! That's a little bit of a goose all here. Envy can't get back in control, but Unfazed, they don't even get first with that. They get wiped, and they're in third place still. Envy still holding second, but now it's more important than ever that KCP remains in control. If Envy does not have control of this, and if KCP does not have control of this, Envy is gone. That means Envy and KCP will both be defending this box.
This final box, it all comes down to this. There is no time to plug, but there's only 30 seconds left. We see Nightmare on the field right now. They have to go for it before everyone comes right in on top of it. It's collapsing, but they still have a fight. Timo's gonna be the last one left. Varian and Sloppy gonna be taken out by Uni and Grad. And now they're gonna be going for the flip. Here we go. It's gonna be going. Now the goose doll comes out. Lasagna last one left on Nightmare. KCP's wiped. And now we got Unfazed
out here, but Unfazed is still Juker can't steal. KCP held it through.
Oh my gosh, coming down to the last cash out.
Oh my goodness. KCP and Nightmare. And Envy. Nightmare not being able to come into control at the very end there. Envy just getting their box taken by Unfazed was the best case scenario for them because it didn't change the win con. But that last box being held by both Envy and KCP was everything.
What a game. I want to go back and watch that exact game again 2 more times. That was incredible. What a finish. What a finale. Look at the kills on Uni. Breaking double digits. No one else came close.
24
That's got to be a
kills
massive
on their
contribution.
team.
That's
Oh
unbelievable
my
from Envy.
God.
And we have our top 2 moving through. KCP and Envy. Unfazed, a Nightmare falling short. That's the biggest surprise here, Sonsoyo. We all backed Nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, Nightmare had a little bit of pacing, but it was ultimately KCP sitting up on that church, forcing them into an awkward decision moment. Do they go bring that caster to the other side of the map, or do they try and fight for that plug when the boxes are already staggered?
And I need to point this out as well, because that wipe was so detrimental to Nightmare in a way that I don't know if chat has realized. The difference in points that count towards your placement in the TGM qualifiers, it is a 20-point differential between 3rd place and 4th place. So Unfazed have an additional 20 points to their name here. And Nightmare...
It's because of like 1k in a cash
1k. One wipe is all it took. But we've got KCP and Envy finishing this up. But I just cannot believe the way that it came down to that wire, that neither KCP or Envy were the ones that actually stopped the last steal. What an insane set.
It's unbelievable. It was Nightmare and Unfazed fighting each other for scraps at the end of each catch out, and they couldn't get anything.
What?
Wow. Well, what a finale that has set up for us. Kansas City Pioneers versus Envy, arguably 2 of the best 3 versus 3 teams in the world. It's a match that we saw earlier today, and Envy swept that series, or that best of 1, with 2 boxes to their name. But this is a best of 3. This is a best of 3 with $1,000 on the line, Ardy.
I mean, this is also for a lot more than that. When you consider that 100 points is going to give you such a boost on that leaderboard across all 4 cycles, setting yourselves up to be the team that everybody else needs to fight. I mean, granted, once one of these other teams can come into the fray on the next set in cycle 2, that 100 points might not mean as much, but for now, it is setting the stage for who is the best of the best coming into the beginning of the road to TGM26. And to see KCP and Envy up there is just not surprising to those of us who have been keeping up with the scene for as long as we have.
Oh, absolutely. Kansas City Pioneers, this is a roster that have, you know, they're decorated. They didn't make it to the Grand Major 2025, but they won PHL Season 2 while everyone else was preparing for that. And they are a team that can take a series off literally anyone in the world, aren't they, Sonsoyo? Yeah. This is going to be a wild series. And, I mean, we've got HLL versus HML. An interesting dynamic. It's been the battle that we've talked about throughout the whole of this season, the meta. What do you think with these players in the lobby it's going to look like?
Well, honestly, we've seen this matchup not only in the top 16, but earlier today, and it's gone back and forth. KCP were the ones who won over Envy in that top 16 bracket, and now the top 8, Envy, were the ones who won it here. But now they're matched up yet again in this best of 3. It is just absolute insanity, and this is going to be where all the marbles is. Who takes the cake? And this is the rerun of a century, the storyline that we have seen through top 16 and top 8.
All right, well, if you're wondering why there's a bit of suspense in the air, we are waiting for these map vetoes to come through. Because, of course, it's best of 3 series. It's a lot more on the line, and they are going to be working it out. In fact,
I believe they're ready.
They're planned. They planned ahead for this, Ardy. Let's see how the ban phase has played out. So
we will be starting on Bernal.
Yes. Yeah. So Bernal is the first map in the series because of it being the cash out game.
Exactly. KCP banning Fortune.
Yeah, KCP banning Fortune.
They've had it banned all day. Envy banning Vegas Stadium. I guess we could have predicted those, to be honest with you. But, I mean, looking at what's coming up next, I don't think we're going to see Skyway. There's Envy banning Skyway. I mean, there's got to be a Fong Wai ban or a Monaco ban coming up next, right? There's Monaco.
They're playing chicken with Fong Wai right now.
Sis Horizon.
Sis Horizon, out of the remaining 3 in the pool, we should say, is the randomized pick. And Nozomi Citadel. So Fong Wai was available there, but the picks are Sis Horizon and Nozomi Citadel with Banal as well. This is somewhat expected, Sonsoyo, when we talk about like the most meta maps in the game at the moment. But how do you think it works out for these two teams?
Honestly, we saw how Bernal kind of played, and this could go kind of either way. I personally like lights on Bernal, but Sis Horizon and Nozomi Citadel, those are those maps where anything could happen. Sis Horizon is kind of that balanced map between Bernal and Nozomi Citadel. It's kind of that in-between where you have those close quarters combats, you have those line of sights, but once you get to Nozomi Citadel, I think that's where KCP loves to fight. They love these close, tight-knit groupings. They find the barricades blocking Gremlin's Winch time and time again, and they just succeed in those close-range fights, Artie.
They do. They do succeed in the close-range fights, but again, this is, I think, Envy kind of in their prime still. I think that KCP is going to bring us into map 3. I have no doubts about it, but to be completely honest, I'm looking at this set. I'm looking at Bernal. We've seen Envy do well there. We're looking at Sis Horizon. We know Envy can perform on Sis Horizon. I have to say, I feel like no matter what happens, this is an Envy game.
It absolutely could be. So we'll get those predictions up. Envy coming out for Ardy. I'm going to go last here because I'm in control for once. And Sonsoyo, who are you going with? Envy or Kansas City Pioneers?
I think the safe bet, I'm going to have to go for it. Envy is going to take it.
All right. Well, I know it's been the safe bet all day. I just think that this is the one team that could best Envy. And I voted KCP earlier, and I was wrong about it. I'm going to stick to my guns. I feel as though KCP, Kansas City Pioneers, they could deliver the upset. They could get that first place. Now, before we go into game, just a quick little clarification based on that map veto. We did see it. So it said it was randomized. That's not true. They were picked. So the map's Bernal, obviously the default, and then we had it was Sis Horizon picked by Kansas City Pioneers and the Nozomi Citadel. If we get there, it's the best of 3, picked by Envy. So that means that there's arguably an advantage to Kansas City Pioneers. You know, they go into this, they're going to see their second map. If they can take Bernal, that is, of course. First map Bernal is a doozy in best of 3s, in 3 versus 3s. If you get that variant as well, if you get that suspended structure, entirely possible.
Oh my gosh, I completely forgot that could happen. I don't know. God, that we could get it.
So, with that, I'm going to send it to the game. Sonsoyo and Ardy, can you take us into this final best of 3 for all the marbles?
Yeah, Jerry just threw us for a loop, reminding us of suspended structures, but we'll see once we boot into this game what variant we actually get, Artie.
Absolutely. I mean, this... Okay, it's not suspended sponsor structures. So at the very least, that's going to be a little bit more, I would say, fair. But look at this. We got T-Mills on the Chimera. We've been waiting for him to pull it out all day, and here it is.
Yeah, and I do think the Chimera is such a great pick because there's such low recoil. You can really just beam off those head glitches that those lights have and get the head glitch of yourself. But Gremlin going to be trying to get an RPG. He finds Variant on the end of that explosive, but now using that shack, trying to find the damage. It's going to be KCP backing off from this high ground.
Spent on T-Mills. It is not going to be worth much. The H+ Infuser was completely burnt, and now Slothy Variant, I mean, they're just paying for that. I mean, T-Mills was just caught out there, and Slothy had no heals remaining for him by the time that he was running a Variant for it. That early H+ Infuser burn meant that KCP just didn't really have the ability to reset off of the early damage from Envy. That's what Uni and Bubba do.
Yeah, we got 4 more seconds before this respawn on KCP. No gateway in sight. There's gonna have to be a little bit of a rotation from both teams. I'm curious to why we don't see a gateway. Maybe they're just gonna be playing the long game, using their util, or burned it early like you just said. But here we go, finally getting that gateway to help rotate Gremlin, right? Using it basically as a teleportation zip right there. They have to get up to this high ground, get this plug in. This is a very, very hard position to push.
Yeah, we've seen teams, spend time taking the position down from here, but KCP, they just took the vault fight at face value, and now Envy has the equivalent of a suspended structure up here, all the way up at the top of the cathedral, and they're doing their chores, clearing out the zips and whatnot. KCP is playing the long game, trying to get in without being spotted, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be breaking all these zips, setting up this point, making it even harder, but they made the right choice. They rotated all the way around to those covered buildings, and now they have the opportunity to get up this high ground. I think they padded up there. Gremlin doesn't know. He may hear those footsteps taking this low ground, but holding that mesh up, trying to block any sort of line of sight. The winch is not going to be able to come out because of that dome. Gremlin's holding this high ground, holding it away from KCP right now. He's getting some great shots on Slothy. Slothy goes down, and now it's 2v3 right now. Gremlin may follow it up with an RPG, but this door's closed.
T-Bill's going for the res!
And T-Bill's the RPGs himself!
The RPGs himself, Gremlin, but it doesn't seem that KCP can capitalize on the damage. Varian finally finishes it off, but only after the rest of his team has already fallen, and that's going to be it for KCP on that. They took so long to get in. That early damage that Slothy was unable to do, this meant that Envy was in control the entire time, and when they saw that T-Bills was going for that early res, Gremlin, it was just blood in the water. He just dove after it.
Yeah, and Envy holding strong. There's going to be almost no time. I'm going to say Envy does get this point. They have to still drop this point down and play aggressively, but look at this. A pre-glitch coming out from Uni. He does hit it. I'm not sure if he took out that gateway, but Varian finally getting that gateway. Now they're taking control of the high ground, but Slothy's not up there. It's going to be T-Mills up on that high ground with that Chimera, which is going to be pretty good, but the drop comes out. It teeters all the way down, but I don't know if we're on time, but he gets stopped anyway, and now it's going to be Envy collapsing right on top of KCP right now, dropping that dome, flying these angles, and T-Mills takes out Uni. Not Bubba taking out Slothy, and finally, KCP going down again.
There it is. The blueprint is set for Envy to be able to clean this up. I mean, not a single fight being won by KCP just yet, but to KCP's credit, that point all the way up the top of Cathedral is super difficult, especially if you give a team like Envy prep time. These next 2 points on the other side of the map is going to give KCP a really good entry to have a fair vault fight, but at the same time, those other 2 points, if they're not in control early enough, Envy could set up for those tense angles that Uni and Bubba are known for.
Yeah, and Uni, yet again, trying to use that glitch to spot them out, use it as a makeshift sonar grenade, essentially. Now that it's gone back from 1 to 2, it's so good to use as util, but Gremlin gonna get this plug over here. The roof is blown off on that cash out. Now gonna be trying to peel back for his team as Slothy gonna get healed up back from that H infuser. T-Mills down half HP, gonna be pushing it aggressively. Slothy gonna try and find this opening. They need to make something of this damage on top of Gremlin. They need to go in right now. Gremlin at 2 bars left, and Slothy dropping down there, huddled up in that cove right there. Big damage, and Gremlin goes down already.
Take out Bubba, but no, Bubba's able to escape with just an inch of his life. This is looking as if KCP finally has some legs to stand on. Gremlin not even rezzed yet. Uni and Bubba definitely trying to understand whether or not they're going to be able to stop this here, or if they just wait for the full team reset. Looks like Bubba is feeling confident enough to get involved. He stops it, but it didn't necessarily get any kills or win an actual fight. So I think they're going to let KCP flip this, knowing that they have another box, worst case scenario. But with Gremlin back in the fray, they get an early pick on a Varian, and that's all they needed to do, because for KCP, this is now an incredibly uphill battle. And as T-Bills drops, it's up to Slothy in the 1v3. Bubba already up on top. Damage dealt all the way through. Slothy no longer for this world, and that's Envy winning map 1.
Yeah, dominant performance. I mean, KCP saw a little bit of momentum in this last fight. They had such an uphill battle over on that church. It just wasn't going to be able to find anything, but ultimately, Envy really just clutching out on this second point, making that run back even after KCP got that steal. I don't think they had really any escape option planned to get out of Dodge, find their exit, and ultimately Envy was the one able to collapse. But here we go, just dropping on. Maybe they have time to get on this last second, but I don't even think they're going to get it.
There might be time to steal here. I mean, logistically, there is time, but with Envy on the other side of it, that is not a battle that I think anybody could win. Envy closes it out, one final kill, but to be completely honest with you, it was a good showing from KCP, even if it seemed like Envy was just at the top of their game the whole time. I mean, Envy, they even drop a single time, Sotoyo. I don't think they've lost a single team fight.
I don't know. We'll have to. I don't think they lost a team fight, but we'll have to take a look at this scoreboard. There was some good kills from both sides, but honestly, this is the map I kind of really expected Envy to win. Like I said, I like this map for the double light composition. You have those angles, and they even were able to get that first vault fight, snowball it towards that church area and hold that high ground. Ultimately, I mean, Not Bubba with 9 kills already.
Wow, that was not what I was expecting. Was Bubba on the 9. Uni with only 1, but Uni was able to pressure and just guide everybody into Bubba's crosshairs there. And for KCP, I mean, that's not surprising that Slothy wasn't able to be activated. It was every single time they tried to get involved in those fights, Varian would get picked off early, T-Mills would get picked off early, or Slothy would just die early on and T-Mills would have to go and try to go for the res. And in the amount of time that Envy takes to finish off those battles, there's not much that you can do. So I don't doubt that this is just Envy showing their absolute best, but at the same time, could also be that KCP just not very strong on Bernal.
Yeah, and now we're going to be swapping a little bit of tune, going to Sis Horizon for this next map. And like we said, as these maps progress, we're going to be getting a little bit more closer and closer and closer range, which could be the play in favor for KCP. They have everything, all the tools. They like that winch, which if that light, Uni or Bubba get a little bit of out of position, they are going to be able to get that easy pick with that winch shack.
Yeah, I feel like going into Sis Horizon, you know, KCP did pick this. So they have a really, really good shot at making sure that they're going to be able to get ahead of what Envy's planning on doing. There's a lot of tape that you could watch on Envy on this map. So there is a really good chance that they're going to be able to predict what Envy is trying to do, especially with their advanced kiting, the way that they try to just make sure the team is dive at the point. You have somebody focusing on the cash out. You're able to just, you know, maintain focus on that 3v2 that's remaining off of that while someone's stealing. And KCP is able to subvert that somehow. I think they have a way in.
Yeah, I kind of would like to touch on that medium weapon pick from T-Mills. Do you think the Chimera was not only a good pick for Bernal, but do you think he's going to be sticking to it in Sis Horizon?
I feel like the Chimera is still really good on paper against HLL, but from the data that we have across Ape Squad Classics, across PHL, and across even last weekend, it just seems that it is the repeater that is the better weapon against HLL. And so I feel like the Chimera was kind of a gut instinct pick from T-Mills, but we'll see what happens coming into this next one. Gremlin on the SA-1216, Varian on the 9-3R, but word is not yet out on what Tyler Miller is running.
Yeah, exactly. And now both heavies going to be on that winch. It's going to be kind of playing these close quarters battles because Gremlin's on that SA-12 to boot, and that's going to be wanting to force these fights indoors, play very close, having his lights peel for him, or capitalize on that damage that his lights get. But now we're closing in on this fight. The early tap comes out of Envy, and now we're trying to find a little bit of damage on top of Gremlin, and that gateway going out as well. This could be a big aggro push from KCP here.
Yeah, this is finally an aggro push that actually seems like it has legs to stand on, but Varian, he gets dropped right into Uni's crosshairs. They're able to deal a little bit of damage to one another, but KCP resets with really good potential. Gremlin, he eats that first winch. Sloth eats the second. Gremlin goes out early on. Varian is trying to escape the death grip that Uni is just holding on to him with, but for now, it does seem that Envy is managing to just keep KCP at bay, even though they are at a disadvantage numbers-wise. How is Uni, with a one-man army, able to keep the entirety of KCP at bay without their heavy? That's insane.
Yeah, Not Bubba still has the box. Is he just going to go plug this, wait for Gremlin to coin in, and just play defense? They're feeling pretty confident in this fight as KCP is about to show up on this cash out. But now it's going to be regrouping with Gremlin, trying to get this reset. And look at this. Both teams trying to re-rotate, finding some sort of advantage. The steal going out. Maybe get the flip, Artie.
KCP is just holding the seal, but Envy, this is what they do on purpose. They let them go in, and it's just a 3v2, and they're able to do it handedly as Gremlin just gets a winch, and everybody's dead already on KCP. Uni just cleaning up shop. I mean, what more could you expect from Envy? When you have defense, that's just what you do. At KCP, they're eating the bait.
Yeah, exactly. You can never let your guard down, even up against Envy, especially up against Envy, honestly. I mean, you cannot get caught in transition when you're getting that flip, but now Envy has the opportunity to do a little bit of setup, a little bit of positioning, because look at this, they're already getting beamed off spawn. Varian gonna be the primary suspect for this shot, and look at that. I mean, beautiful cleanup. Gremlin finds the last shot with that SA-12, and now takes a big chunk of damage himself. Sloppy also at half HP. Gremlin in trouble, but gets peeled by not Bubba, and now we're collapsing right on top of T-Mills. T-Mills gonna be dropped, and this is not looking good for KCP.
Wow, I mean, again, Envy just not dropping a single team fight, and these are two of the top teams in the region, but the skill gap is absolutely not to be understated. And remember, Kansas City Pioneers, they took games off of Envy last weekend. This is Envy coming back in full form, making sure that they are not making any mistakes. And as it comes to this first point here on campus, I think class is over as Envy finishes off this first cash out. The question now stands with KCP. Will they be able to have a clean vault fight? They're not even able to start as T-Mills just gets rocked by the 9-3R.
Yeah, and Bubba finds the light as well. Varian gonna be taking a lot of damage. We're gonna be rotating back up on this high ground, trying to find the angles, but he may get caught off guard. The dome goes out, the winch misses, and he narrowly makes it out using that invis bomb, but the RPG also missing as well, and T-Mills finding Uni is to boot.
I mean, that's a good pick for T-Mills. That is a solid start here, but the thing is that KCP still has to finish the rest of this fight. Vault isn't even tapped, so even if KCP win this fight up against Envy, I mean, they don't even have a clear advantage, and Uni gets res completely for free. KCP, they get an early pick. They're not even pushing. They're not even pushing that early damage, and T-Mills goes down. Now what's going to happen to KCP? Why is the medium on the other side of the map? Why is Slothy separated between two walls from his light? Why is Varian not shooting back?
I mean, Envy is just eating good right now. They're just dividing and conquering. We need to be able to find a pick and snowball, but even if they find a pick on Gremlin, Uni and Bubba also proving such a strong force against KCP right now.
Yeah, Envy, I mean, they want blood, and they are absolutely getting it. It is just sifting through all of the chaos that is KCP's approach, where, to be honest, I don't even know if KCP knows what kind of approach they're making on these, but Envy's able to chunk through it no matter what happens. Now we're moving the vault here early on, and again, given the respawn timing, this is kind of an awkward vault situation. But Envy, with that double light, they're able to move and get into position really, really quickly. KCP is close on this, but not close enough to disrupt positioning and setup, which is what you want when a vault fight is not respected.
Yeah, I mean, now you're letting Envy set up just like you said. KCP has a little bit of an uphill battle. They have to try and find an isolated pick. Look how split Envy is. That being said, they have two lights. They are able to dash, bob, and weave and peel for each other so quickly. And that's truly been the strength in this HL comp.
Look at how Uni and Bubba are on two completely different angles.
Yeah.
Crucial information is needed here from KCP, but instead of looking for that information, they're going to try to bait them out into the box. But that's the thing, Sotoyo. It's not bait if that's what they're expecting. And Envy, they're about to dive in straight on top of KCP. And again, Slothy, he burns his dome for almost nothing. Gremlin, his dome is well played into, and Slothy goes out so early. Varian goes out so early. T-Mills still up, but he's in the middle of the crosshairs, and that's Envy with another team fight.
Kansas City Pioneers, they are not baiting the cash out. They are the bait.
Wow, I mean, just, there's one more fight, Sotoyo, that's it.
One more fight, a minute left on this cash out. It's not without opportunity for KCP to find this run back. But ultimately, they have a lot of ground to make up, even if they do get this cash out. Envy just looking so strong. And now here they go. They're rotating in, gonna try and find this opening, Artie.
They're looking for it, but I mean, oh no, that's not the greatest set here. Bubba doesn't even shoot yet. It's all kind of wiring down to this, it seems, in the final moments of this cash out. KCP, one last push, but they're going to have to do it without their light. T-Bills and Slothy last standing, but they're not going to be able to do anything. Envy finishes the fight before it even starts, and that's Envy winning your first cycle for TGM26 online series. That is a few thousand in the bank for Envy, 100 points in their leaderboard. And Sonsoyo and Jerry are first winners on the road to TGM26. A dominant performance.
You cannot be more dominant than that, can you? Absolute perfection from Envy. Every single team fight won. I don't think I've seen that for a while. Yeah. I've seen them do that against lesser teams than Kansas City Pioneers. We just watched Kansas City Pioneers look lost. They were not lost. Envy made them look lost. Artie, do you have any more words?
I mean, this was KCP operating in the same way that they were last weekend, but not able to make a move. The question for me now is, was last weekend just a random fluke for Envy and then just feeling bad, and then this is just them back up the top, or was there prep needed? Because I can't wait to have the interview. I can't wait to talk to somebody on Envy, because this was the most dominant performance we've seen from two signed teams.
It's a good question. Sonsoyo, what do you think made the difference as we have a look at the brackets here? I will let you have the floor. Just sort of talk about Envy's journey, because they went lower bracket at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say it was an off day on that top 16, but that, like you said, that first cash out round not going the way of Envy, and they had to make the distance. They ended up winning in that lowers brackets 3v3, which gave them as many opportunities as they possibly could after that to get into that top 4. I mean, overall, it's just a brilliant storyline to have that comeback from that lower brackets all the way up into the uppers. They fought AGB, won out over them in that upper bracket 1, and were able to get into that finale of teams with Nightmare, Envy, KCP, and Unfazed. But ultimately, only one prevails, Jerry, like we see here.
Yeah. And it's just typical Envy that they lose the first game and then are absolutely flawless from that point on. They want to make it look difficult, but, you know, they were just content maxing Artie, maybe.
I'm also just stuck on the fact that we ended with two lower bracket teams, right? And, like, it was two teams that nobody had expected to be in lower bracket. Envy taking the lowest of lower brackets from last weekend, the longest possible route that they could have, and then here they closed it off somewhat early from the lower bracket into the finale. But what a convincing performance from them.
Mm-hmm. They did it on a random map, essentially, in Bernal, because that was picked out of a pool of 4 from the cash out game. And then
this is
KCP's map pick on Cis Horizon. So incredible from Envy. Let's have a look at the leaderboard now to see where all these points, where all this money goes, because it is filled out from top to bottom, as you can see here. Envy claiming the lion's share of the 4,000 total prize pool. They get half of it, $2,000 for them, and 100 series points that go towards potential qualification for the Grand Major 2026 at the end of the year. There will be 4 more of these entire cycles. We have 1 per month as we go through the... Oh yeah, 4 more. Yeah, 4 in total, 3 more. You are correct. So that is a massive boon. 100 points puts you right at the top, and it's important to remain at the top at the very end, because that top spot in each region gets a direct invite to the Grand Major, while everyone else from 2nd through to 9th just get bonuses pushing them to the closed qualifiers or to further stages in the open qualifiers. It is important though, Artie, and of course the money. It's going to taste pretty nice too.
And the money, exactly. Across all 4 regions, over 50,000, all 3 regions, all 4 cycles, $50,000 in prizing here for these quals. And it is insane. And yeah, like you said, first place, direct invite to TGM. 2nd through 5th, direct invite to closed quals. And then that means a lot of these teams here are kind of set to at least have a buffer.
Yeah.
No matter what happens the next cycle, you still got a couple more after that, Sotoyo.
Well, yeah, like we talked about previously with Nightmare, that difference between 4th and 3rd place is so big. I didn't even realize how big not only the money difference was, but the points as well. I mean, it's got to sting a little bit to have that go down just a few $1,000s, I think, in that cash out round.
It speaks to the importance of cash out in this format. You know, you have to win your cash out games. You have to do well in your cash out games to progress. And the teams that can't do that, they're going to fall by the wayside. We have a few teams here today that couldn't win any of their cash out games. And that doesn't cut the mustard when it's this elite, when you're at the top 8 of AMER, which is currently the most dominant region in the world, you could argue. But we have an interview lined up with a member of Envy. We'll keep you on in suspense as to who that might be. But Ardy, what are you thinking? It's been a long day, but this has been an absolute pleasure to watch.
I mean, it is a very, very long day for a lot of these players. It's been a long weekend, and remember, this started with open quals for this, and there's going to be another open quals after this, but did we ever doubt that the TGM25 winners, Gremlin and Uni, would be able to do this? Because it's Gremlin and Uni. I mean, there's a reason that Uni was TGM25 MVP, like most valuable player. And coming into this Gremlin, he's got it for that spot, right? And Bubba as well, showing off that Bubba has what it takes to stay up at the very top. Envy continuing this dominant cycle. And again, just looking at this leaderboard, this is going to get so competitive overall. This is just for cycle 1, but I'm excited once we get the next cycle underway to see how this is going to shake up once we get more teams in.
Yeah, and let's just stick on this for a little bit here. Sunsoyo, is there anything you are surprised by in these final top 8 standings? I mean, Darkside coming in, I was sort of hoping that they might upset the standings a little bit, but they do end up being bottom of the pile after a really impressive out-of-nowhere performance in the top 16. What are the rest of it?
Yeah, honestly, I was a little surprised. I think there was a little bit more expectation from Auntie's Goo Boys to be a little bit higher up on this leaderboard. I don't know if I could have seen them winning, but I think, I mean, time and time again through Apes, Classics, and PHL, we've seen them be in that top 4 area, and it's just been so... I mean, they've been having such a good run recently. Do you think people have figured them out a little bit?
It's entirely possible. I feel like we saw them really perform incredibly well last weekend, briefly, because they got that first slot immediately. But they only made it through to a single 3 versus 3 today. So they weren't able to replicate the same success that they've had in cash outs in the competitive circuit here in the top 8. I'm just scanning my notes and seeing, is there a single team that didn't make it through to a qualification 3 versus 3? We had Task Managers, we had AGB, we had Unphase at one point. I think it was only Pulsar that didn't actually get a chance to book a spot in the finale. So it really is a case of anyone can win. And of course, Darkside, who got eliminated straight away. So yeah, that was, you know, a lot of teams staked their claims today.
Yeah, and I think it takes a lot of gut to work your way through these cash out rounds. It's a lot of unpredictability because there's so many different valid strategies in cash out. And then once you get to that 3v3, things get a little bit more head on. You have each other's strategies overall, and I think it just is a perfect balance of that chaos and finding your way through that chaos and then ultimately battling it up into that 3v3 already.
100%. And I want to also make this point now with everybody at home watching. You guys can play in the next open quals. This is an open sign-up tournament, and you could get your chance at the top 8 here, just like NVKCP, Unfazed, Nightmare, and all these teams that were able to do it. We saw teams that, again, came out of the woodworks and just surprised us with how well they were able to do. That could be you. Open qualifiers are for everybody, and I want to see as many people competing as possible.
There they are. We had so many teams sign up across all 3 regions for these first few cycles. And even if you miss out on them, if you can't commit to a load of games over several months, then there's always the open qualifiers at the very end that are super open to absolutely everyone. You get that one shot. Can you beat the best? And we've seen some really, truly amazing stories from people who just jumped into the game last season and made it all the way to even the top 5 in the world. It can be done. So do not give up the grind. Guys, unfortunately, it looks as though we're not going to be getting our interview. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask you two what you think Gremlin might say, what you think Uni might say, what you think Not Bubba might say, the newest player on the side of Envy, if they were here. So put on your Envy hat. Sorry, I almost said Nightmare. Ooh, careful there. Put on your Envy hats. Sonsoyo, who are you being right now?
I don't know who I'm being. Maybe I'll be Gremlin, because I love one of his quotes prior was that there is no meta in this game. You play what you're comfortable with, and we saw even through Gremlin, he pulled on those pyro mines, and it really just worked out. You play to your comfort, you play to your strengths, and you'll make it out alive.
Audi,
Absolutely.
Who you being?
I mean, I was going to take that, and that was, what Gremlin said after Envy won Ape Squad Classics, and so I got to say, if I am trying to embody Uni or Bubba, I think all I would say is just a mirror that you just hit your shots, you play with your team, and you strat with your heavy. As long as you're able to play in with one another, anything is possible. And for Uni, I think that he would also say to make sure that you're following, to stay in touch for more TGM cycles.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You absolutely should press all the buttons that you can to make sure you get all of the notifications that you can that the finals action is happening. It's here. It's in so many places. I have a few thanks to give just before we wrap things up. So I want to thank everyone here on the broadcast team that has made things go so smoothly. Every one of the admins that have made sure that players can be where they need to be. I want to thank those players and the organizations that are representing them, the numerous ones that they are, because they support the scene so much. They make content, they stream, they do everything, they compete, they raise the bar for what it means to be a finals player, and they bring in so many eyes to our wonderful community. I want to thank the viewers, everyone that's watching right now. If you just watch the game, if you play the game constantly, if this is the first time you've seen the game in action and think, hey, maybe I might pick up that game, it's free to play, you should download it. It's an excellent game. We all love it here. Wonderful community. And you make it happen. You make it what it is. So just a final shout out to, of course, my beautiful casters, Sonsoyo and Ardi. It's been a pleasure to be here, the Brit amongst welcoming Americans. I've been Jerry. This has been the TGM26 cycle number 1 AMER top 8. We crowned Envy. Congratulations to them. There is more finals on the way. We'll see you on the flippity flop.
Top 3 plays brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second Steal is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that #1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks. June, I feel the need for us booze.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid